never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Susu, baby, subramia.
Suma,
Baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma.
Ejemo,
Ijemo,
anamana.
omo,
Ejemeje,
ijemo,
anamana. Wanam ejemo,
ijemo,
anamu.
omo.
Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndi mmanwu egwu mmanwu ego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndi mmanwu
Egwu mmanwu ego.
obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Susu, baby, subramia.
Suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye wimo. Ye wimo. Obodo sanye ye wimo. N'ụbọchị anyị ga-akpọtụ ihe dị egwu ga-eme. Ọkwịtara akara mi ṅụrụ mmanya mi ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi mo.
Abe, 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 Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Susu, baby, subramia.
Suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma,
Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
suma.
Asekwa na ife ọja bụ anyị si akwụ na enyi ego bụ maka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akwụna mụta nwa akwụna ka ọ ga-abụ.
Ẹni bàbá ilé, bọ́lá bọ́lá, ọmọ ìṣúlú ojú, ìgbàlódé yọ́dù, ìgbàlódé yọ́dù, báyìí lábì lúbi, báwa lábì lúbi, ìgbàlódé yọ́dù, àtẹ̀lù lúbi, àtẹ̀lù létí, àtẹ̀lù lẹ́ta, àtẹ̀lù bẹ́rí, àtẹ̀lù bàwí, àtẹ̀lù jẹta.
So there it is. I have two questions. One for the guys and one for the girls. So a question for the guys and a question for the ladies. So in the tradition of an old school old boy, ladies first, does your heart swoon when woman lands on your screen? So that's the question. Does your heart swoon? Do you swoon and have a rush of emotions to the senses as you somewhat stagger in a faint as woman lands on your screen? So that's to the ladies. And to the chaps, does your heart skip a beat when one man lands on your screen? When you come into a situation that you have to contend with, and all your senses suddenly heightened, and the heart somewhat seems to skip a beat. So, do I intimidate you with my presence? Is the question to the chaps. The sagacity, the boldness of thought, the bald head, the or your inflection, and all of that. So, am I a figure of fear, or am I not fear though, I don't even know what I'm saying. It's just nonsense. Just ignore me. I have no thoughts, so I just open my mouth in the hope that anything that comes out the right way. I'm just winging it, as I'm sure a lot of you already gathered. So let me reverse and restart. So good day to you. Good to see you, and good to have you here. So the best way to start a session, of course, is ever when Alexander Gomez is around. So he always starts the session off excellently. So that's Alexander Gomez starting it off excellently, as he often does. So good day to you. Good to see you. Good to have you around. So the weekend breaks now. It's a Friday. And so now a long, leisurely couple of days for you to kick back and just have that time to yourself. Hopefully you spend a lot of that time in my company, certainly on the platform. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So the usual protocol. So we go through the protocol first. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You should be used to that routine by now, and you should routinely do that. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And if you haven't done that already, please do that so I can see that reflecting in the figures. The meat and drink of all of this live streaming are the super charts. So not the super chats. So yeah, the super chats are good, but the meat and drink of these spaces are the likes and the subscription. I don't have to explain the importance of that to you. Everybody knows why everybody on YouTube or anybody on YouTube is asking you to like and subscribe. So the reasons why I'm asking you no different from the reasons that you do know. So like and subscribe. So now for you to come participate, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, so that invites you. Let me just pop it in the comment section. So if you want to come participate, that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, that's your open to invitation. That's your ticket to ride. So if you want to board the juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more platform. So your ticket to ride, when the ticket master comes calling at your cabin, that's tickets to ride that you present is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that if you want to be part of the conversation. So click on that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So you have several options to tip or donate towards the platform. There's the $ at the bottom of the chat space, and then of course the link pinned on the comment section inviting you to buy your host cups of coffee. 3 easy steps for you to do that. So do all those. So what are we contending with today? So we'll be somewhat deviating a little bit from politics as we contend with this headline. Meet the African tech founder and venture capitalist behind the Black Book, Netflix's latest top-ranked movie. So the #1 trending movie on Netflix worldwide is a Nigerian movie, and some tell me a Yoruba movie. So of course you've already seen the title. The most watched movie worldwide, only 5 days after its release. So that there it is right there. It's called The Black Book. And just as soon as I finish this session, if I feel that I'm not too tired, certainly it's something I'll be watching. Yeah, I should have watched it actually before coming on, but I'll certainly be watching it before coming on next again. But a lot of you almost certainly would have watched it. The most watched movie worldwide, only 5 days after its release. So that Nigerian dominance of the global space is marching forward unabated. There is no stopping it. I've often said, and I'll repeat again, the world is about to enter a Nigerian age. So note that and write it down so that when it does happen, So note that and write it down so that when it does happen, you can say, yes, I heard it on our One Man Went to Most platform. The world, I'm not talking about Africa, I'm talking about the whole world. And I'm not talking about black people, I'm talking about Nigeria. The world is about to enter a Nigerian age, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen within the next 10 years or so. The world is about to enter a Nigerian age, and if you just look at it, and very quickly, by the way, within the next 10, 15 years, you're going to have a Nigerian American president. Note that now and mark it down and say that is that rather lunatic guy that talks in the funny voice on the internet, that he did say so and you laughed at him. Within the next 10, 15 years, Nigeria will certainly be, the United States will be having a Nigerian president and probably a female one as well. So all of that, but certainly the world is about to enter a Nigerian age. And you see that happening in the music industry, in the tech industry, in every sphere of life, banking, finance, health, any sphere of life. When you look at any sphere of life, anywhere that life is being put together, anywhere in the world, the Nigerian presence is so strong and at the top end of the echelon of whichever space, that is almost it breeds itself that the world is about to enter a Nigerian age. So the world is about to enter a Nigerian age, and that this now new movie, the latest now still in that direction. So the latest not still in that direction, that trajectory. So let's go back now to our meandering. So Ludo government sends Anambra officials to Lagos to understudy ferry operation. So there it is right there. Tinubu built Lagos. Tinubu built Lagos. Which Lagos did Tinubu build? Certainly the Lagos that Charles Soludo would like to emulate and replicate in Anambra State. So there it is. The heartbeat of the Southeast comes to the golden beacon of the Southwest to come and learn from the master. So Ludo sends Anambra officials to Lagos to understudy ferry operation. So, of course, I mean, that's a man with sense, of course, so he does the sensible thing. So now, this now next headline, it rubs me up the wrong way. Because we're talking about soft landing or just opening the gates of the prisons for the convicts to walk out. So that sort of mindset, bring it to now this next headline. Former central bank governor Emefiele to be freed after Tinubu's attorney general signs non-prosecution plea bargain upon his willingness to return 50 billion naira. So there it is right there. For all that Emefiele has stolen and for all the harm that he has caused to the Nigerian nation, the price for his release, 50 billion naira. That 50 billion naira, even his driver can just, he can sign that. He can even just take that out of the glove compartment and give it to the Nigerian state. So there it is right there. Somebody has been bribed. Somebody has been paid off. But what are you making of this? Is this the price of Emefiele's release by your reckoning? Our former central bank governor Emefiele to be released after Tinubu's attorney general signs non-prosecution plea bargain upon his willingness to return 50 billion naira. So let's just let's get this one out of the way. Pardon me. The embattled former central bank governor Godwin Emefiele, the people I call him Emefiele, but people insist that it's Emefiele. So let me go with what people say. The embattled former central bank governor Godwin Emefiele is set to be released from the detention of the Department of State Services (DSS) after his plea bargain with the President Bola Tinubu's administration has been concluded. Correspondence length. So I hope this story is not true, by the way, because just on so many reasons, we don't even want, what we want more is information from him than anything else, surely. Our correspondents further gathered that the non-prosecution plea bargain for Emefiele was being premised upon the former governor's willingness to return 50 billion naira, which he had corruptly amassed. Our correspondents understand that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, has signed the non-prosecution plea bargain and is waiting for Tinubu's approval. Correspondents had in August reported that Emefiele faced 20 counts of conspiracy and procurement fraud leveled against him by the Nigerian government. He had on August the 17th, 2023, been brought to court under tight security. The exclusive deal has been finalized, waiting for Tinubu's order. Tinubu is expected back in Nigeria this weekend after a medical visit to France. The DSS traced 72 billion to a series of accounts which Emefiele had planned to use for his presidential run. Also, $70 million he hid with a couple who specialized in helping him to do round tripping was discovered. Our correspondents. So I don't think they've even gone anywhere close to 1% of what this guy has stolen. The federal investigators have traced ownership of the Polaris Bank to Emefiele, as well as several other banks he used people to set up, the source further revealed. Correspondents had reported that the couple, Aminu Yaro and his wife, Saudatu Yaro, were arrested by the DSS since July the 12th in connection with investigations into Emefiele's infractions. Alongside his wife, Yaro, described as the Sakin Hausawa of Lagos and chairman of the Council of Chiefs, was arrested at their home in Abuja early hours 12th of July. The arrest of the couple had concerned investigations into a case involving Emefiele, which bordered on forex differential fraud, so round tripping. Correspondents had in August reported how the fundamental rights enforcement suit filed by the DSS and the AGF at the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory by the two brothers of Emefiele was withdrawn. So they filed a suit against his detention, which is to tell you that a deal is in the offing. The court's vacation judge, Justice Emmanuel Epo, had struck out the suit after the applicant, through their lawyer, informed the court of their decision to discontinue the case. Correspondents had reported that the suspended CBN governor's siblings, George Emefiele and Okonta Emefiele, had filed separate ex parte motions at the court seeking order of the court to enforce their fundamental rights. It had also been reported that the trial of Emefiele was stalled at the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory following his plan to enter into a plea bargain to get a soft landing. Correspondents had learned from lawyers. I can't read it anymore. Correspondents had learned from lawyers involved in the case that Emefiele opted to enter a plea bargain with the prosecution team. The matter is not coming up. They are finding another way to resolve the matter and give him a soft landing, one of the lawyers said. They are moving to negotiate plea bargain. So this usually happens far too often within the Nigerian space. These people steal an unfathomable amounts of money, and then because of that vast wealth, the government often buckles in trying to fight them, and then they just settle for a pittance out of that amount, and they let them go. So this is a known template within the Nigerian space, and it looks as though it's playing to that template yet again. So another one walks free, not even anywhere near close how much that guy stole, but he gets to walk away. So he gets to walk away. Let me just give you everything. So let me give you all of the readouts. Then we do the K guides, and then hopefully there are people in the studio to take on the conversation. So let me begin from where I started again. Let me actually put this before that. Yeah, let me do this first. All right. Yes, the most watched movie worldwide only 5 days after its release. So it says The Black Book is the most watched movie on Netflix worldwide. The Black Book is the thriller that has not only become one of the favorite titles amongst users, but has also now become the most watched movie worldwide, according to specialized site Flix Patrol. After his son was wrongly accused of kidnapping, a deacon who had just lost his wife takes matters into his hands and fights a crooked police gang to clear him. The official synopsis. Right, Richard Mofedamijo. So everybody knows Richard Mofedamijo. He used to be a journalist. He was married to May Ezekiel. We all know that. So Richard Mofedamijo, as I call him, or Mofedamijo, as they probably call him in his homestead, one of the leading actors in Nigeria, Richard Mofedamijo, Ade Alaoye, Sam Dede, Alex Usofo, something or the other, Shafi Bello, Iretiola Doyle, and Kelechi, something or the other, are some of the stars chosen to make up the main cast of the trending thriller. So I'm almost certainly going to watch this. So there it is. So there it is. Yoruba movie, the most watched in the world. So there it is. Meet the African tech founders and venture capitalists behind The Black Book, Netflix's latest top-ranked movie. So hopefully it's actually Nigerian money backed as well. I hope it's back. I think yes. Let's see what this offers. And by the way, this is from an international space, not a Nigerian space. Nollywood, the vibrant Nigerian film industry, has been on the upside trajectory in recent years. But not too long ago, despite its undeniable potential, limited investment opportunities stifled its growth. Limited funds hindered the creation of high-quality content, profitability, and the industry's ability to reach a global audience. However, the tide has significantly shifted in recent years, and streaming giants like Amazon, Showmax, MultiChoice, and Netflix are pouring resources into the industry, allowing Nollywood to produce higher quality films and expand its reach across borders. From 2016 through to 2022, Netflix invested $175 million and contributed a total of $218 million to the GDP in South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. So that's really not a significant amount of money, I have to say, for what Nollywood has to offer. Even when I was reading the $175 million, I thought that was too derisory an amount to invest in a space that holds so much potential. But they actually invested it in the entirety of Africa, so it's not really that much of a spend. So yes, interestingly, apart from funding from streaming giants, there is a growing interest in the Nollywood industry from unlikely investors. On August the 25th, Iditi Effiong, a Nollywood director, shared a list of executive producers for his movie. So Iditi, that sounds like this is the thing with these people from the creeks, isn't it? Why can't they just have normal names like everybody else? So when you see a name like this, Iditi, you automatically think of a light-skinned girl from the creeks, but that's actually a man's name. Can you imagine that? Editi. What sort of a man goes around bearing a name like that? These people from the creeks. On August the 25th, Iditi Effiong, a Nollywood director, shared a list of executive producers for his film, The Black Book. The list included influential tech magnates and venture capitalists. Movie financing shares few similarities with startup funding. People who invest in movie production receive their returns mainly from the distribution of the movie. In just under a week since its release, The Black Book has secured the top position on Netflix's movie ranking worldwide. So Yoruba movie at the top position Netflix worldwide. So of course, but what took them so long even is the question. These are the tech founders and venture capitalists who provided funding for The Black Book, Netflix's latest top-ranked film. So we only read that to land on this because this is an entire Netflix is only a platform. The entirety of everything about that movie is Nigerian and very much Yoruba as well, as you can see. Benga Agbola is from Flutter Wave. Also, I think I've actually heard about this Flutter Wave before. So let's see what I think is some sort of IT something or the other. Sorry, let me not misspeak. What is Flutter Wave? So what exactly does a Flutter Wave do? It says Flutter Wave provides multi-software development kits and plug. So it's just some IT something or the other. So that's who they are. So Benga Agbola Flutter Wave, Kola Aina Ventures partner, Olumide Shoyombo Voltron Capital. You know, I really detest when Nigerian actually let me check something. I'm skitting between thoughts, so let me not skit between thoughts. Let me check something because I need to show you this to highlight the point that I'm making. Name of Yemi Oshin Bajo's legal firm. Okay. Yes. So the name of Yemi Osinbajo, the former vice president of Nigeria's law firm that he used to run before he became the vice president, I think it's called Herman Barristers. So correct me if I'm mistaken, but that's what Google is showing me. But it has one of those Onyobo-fied names. So really, that's to make this point. Why don't you just call your venture capitalist thing or your laughing venture capitalist or Abakaliki venture capitalist? That doesn't take or remove anything from it. What's the meaning of Voltron? For the name of a firm owned by somebody called Olumide, it's just a ridiculousness. But Ezra Olubi, so he's from Pace Stark, and then on and on it goes. Odunayo or Ewoniyi and something else. So it's essentially the totality and entirety of a Yoruba project. So there it is right there. But like I said, the world is about to enter a Nigerian age. So note that down and stick it somewhere. Don't stick it in that space, but stick it somewhere where you can reference it because I told you so. I told you so. So let's come from that to this. Soludo government sends Anambra officials to Lagos to understudy ferry operations. So let's get this. let's see, where does it start? It says Anambra transport team visit Lag Ferry to understudy operation. The critical case of peer review mechanism amongst the states of the federation was brought to the fore recently when the transportation team of Anambra state government visited Lagos State to understudy the successful. Let's do that again. The critical water. The critical case, the critical case of peer review mechanism amongst the states of the federation was brought to the fore recently when the transportation team of the Anambra state government visited Lagos State to understudy the successful implementation and positive impact of the bespoke multimodal transport system with alternative interconnecting options of road, etc., etc. So road, rail, and water. The management team and operation crew of Lag Ferry warmly received the Commissioner for Transportation of Anambra State, Barrister Patricia Ifeoma, I won't attempt her last name, her local government and community affairs counterpart, and other state functionaries at the magnificent 5 Cowries Terminal, Falomo Ikoyi, from where the team was given practical operational procedures and a memorable sailing experience to savor the coastal ambience of Lagos State. At the end of the sailing experience, the Anambra team was presented with a brand new standard life jacket on behalf of the state. So it sounds more like a jolly than anything else. It sounds like they went there for a good time. But because the whole of that southeastern space is blessed with an abundance of waters and creeks and lakes and whatnot, and that in itself, a transportation portal, a pathway, and you don't need federal anything to build ferry hubs, all over those coastal lines. But then, of course, anyway, let me not do all that. So let me not do all that. Let me come to one last one, and then we'll leave it there. All right. Yeah, let me give you this one. IPOB bans Independence Day anniversary in the Southeast. It's quite fortuitous, actually, that those two headlines will align with each other. So what stymies progress in the Southeast is exactly this. This is why the place seems to be stuck in a time warp. IPOB bans Independence Day anniversary in the Southeast. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has banned, has placed a ban on October the 1st Independence Anniversary celebration across the Southeast. IPOB spokesman Ima Powerful, in a statement on Friday, urged residents of the Southeast to shun the Independence Day celebration in the region. Powerful claimed that the Nigerian state detests Igbos and has rejected all efforts to treat people of the Southeast equally. He urged governors and political leaders to shun the October 1st Independence Day celebration across the Southeast. Part of the statement reads, so I'll just give you a couple of paragraphs. We already know the backdrop to that. So I'll give you 2 paragraphs and then we'll leave it there. Part of the statement reads, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So can they continue to make that assertion that IPOB is being ably led by Nnamdi Kanu? Because I think for a long time we've even forgotten that Nnamdi Kanu existed as a human being. So long ago it was that it was picked up and is it going on 3-4 years now that Buhari yanked him from Kenya and just threw him in some dungeon in Abuja. So I'm not sure that it's ably leading anything. Part of the statement reads, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the Supreme Leader Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, hereby call on Biafrans both home and in diaspora to shun participation in the Nigeria Independence Day celebration on the 1st of October 2023. Every sensible Biafran citizen must understand that Nigeria detests Biafrans, particularly Indigos. So the Biafrans, particularly Indigo. So that you remember when we were doing just that narrative just a couple of days ago, when the people of Ikwere were telling them not to have a Biafra Day or Igbo Day in Ikwere land because Ikwere land is not part of their Biafra, or it's not Igbo land essentially. So that's embedded in this phraseology too. It says that every Biafran citizen must understand that Nigeria detests Biafrans. So Biafrans, it sweeps up, and Nnamdi Kanu did explain to us who Biafrans were. Anybody that ties their wrappers two ways. So double wrappered. So there's a particular way that the women tie their wrappers in that part of the world, and any space within that cusp where the women tie their wrappers two ways, that is Biafra land. That is according to Nnamdi Kanu. So the Biafrans are one entity, and embedded within that are the Igbos. So the Igbos are not necessarily the totality of the Biafrans, but every tribe essentially that ties their wrappers two ways. And I think this now seeks to progress that somewhat thing that Nnamdi Kanu said. Every sensible Biafra citizen must understand that Nigeria detests Biafrans. So that's one, and particularly Indigos. So it makes the distinction there. Nigeria has rejected all our efforts to be treated as equal citizens. So I'm not quite sure how Nigeria is not treating the Southeast as equal citizens. I'm not quite sure that there is anything within the Nigerian firmament that is not accessible to the Southeast. And I'm not quite sure that there are any laws in the Nigerian constitution that precludes the Southeasterner from anything within the Nigerian state. So it's all down to your effort and capacity, is it not? Every sensible Biafran citizen must understand that Nigeria detests Biafrans, particularly Indigo. Nigeria has rejected all our efforts to be treated as equal citizens. And Nigeria has marginalized Biafrans politically and economically. Since Nigeria has rejected us, we have also rejected Nigeria and her celebrations. As Nigeria's government plans to celebrate her flag independence, I don't quite know what as Nigeria's government plans to celebrate her flag independence from Britain, we advise Eastern region governors and political leaders to shun the October 1st independence celebration in our region. More so, we advise Biafrans not to attend any independence celebration anywhere within our Biafra territory or outside of it. So that's just I think that's standard fare. Anyway, you get this that's standard fare for the IPOB space. So that's standard fare for the IPOB space. So standard fare for the IPOB space, but good fare for the One Man Went to More platform, as the man with the man in the James Bond bow tie matches Alexander Gomez's super chart, and keeping them 100. You have Audi chiming in as well. So that space still open, as is the studio as well. Presence for the moment, we have Adanle Koko, who joins us. Thomas, the co-host, he'll take over at some point. Just Emeka is here, and so is Paddy. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to see you. So let me kick it off with Paddy. Paddy, kick it off for us. Good to see you, Paddy. Unmute.
Good to see you, one man.
How you doing?
I'm doing awesome. I'm enjoying my vacation and with one mature.
Oh, right. Oh, you're on vacation, are you?
Yes, I am.
Is the location guarded, or is it something? Is it somewhere in Europe, or where is it? Whereabouts are you?
It's still within the States of America.
Oh God, yeah, one of those. They call that staycation. If you don't leave the borders of the country, they call it staycation. But
I'm in Puerto Rico, so hey.
Oh, you're in Puerto Rico. Oh well, that's part of U.S. territory, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What's it like there? Look at that.
I'm actually with family, so.
Yeah, there with your family.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
All right, brilliant, good stuff. Good stuff. You're on vacation but I know you're a news junkie, so you would not have kept your eyes off what's going on. So, what have you spotted in the Nigerian cycle today?
I think maybe I could just speak to the ones you spoke about from the movie, even though I'm careful not to give you a spoiler since you haven't seen the movie. But but I think it's a good thing that our movies are now gaining as much prominence as our music. I mean, it's actually an amazing thing that we are able to use our craft to further reshape the narrative of Nigerian. So, being Nigerian is no longer about being the Nigerian parents who send in spam emails. We are now those people who have amazing culture and very rich, vibrant in artistry. We now have people of different races singing songs in Yoruba, watching our movies, getting to know our characters, seeing our terrains. I think it's a beautiful thing. It's probably something that India did that helped people accept India and no longer just that poor, starving people to now become the tech and medical geniuses as they're currently been perceived globally. So I think it's a good thing. Yeah, I think I probably just want to speak to that. On a
am I being unnecessarily hyperbolic to say that the world is entering a Nigerian age? Do you understand what I mean by that? And
yes, I do.
Am I being excessive? Am I going too far?
No. Okay, so I think how we us Nigerians, how we've always had that global reach. We've always been mingling. We've had our presence. I think right now we are now literally using our culture to not influence. So our previous influence was just our personalities, right? So we're always there. People knew of us. People probably saw us as those very loud people who were confident, who would go into every places where minority wouldn't even dare to or delve into, or those trades. So we've always done that. Now the Nigerian influence is not coming that where we can now. I mean, it's been crippling in. So even before now, like Beyonce would have used like Algeria and Ankara to sing. We've had like Monique who had used Two Faces song way back, but it wasn't strong enough. So right now it's more like we are not like the new culture. We are the new African Americans. So the days of the Black Panther era, the hip hop era, those days are like gone. We're not having like the Nigerian era, which is more like the Afrobeat era. We are having our culture era, and I think because we are also owning us, we are owning our own identity in some shape or form. Either more like selling us newly, or more like redefining what we've mixed up with the Western world. So there's not going to be that. There's that Nigerianness.
Yes, it necessarily has to be a hybrid, isn't it? And yes. Even when you listen to Nigerian music, even Olumide, people like that, you hear that infusion of Americanized, maybe somewhat of a mellow rap, right. And then they pick it up with Yoruba language again. So it's sort of like a fusion music, yes, a fusion, yeah.
I think that was something that let me just keep my head down. The vice president, what's his name again?
Is this Shetima or Shibando?
Yeah, Shetima. Yeah. That's something Shetima said yesterday. That said if Nigeria is free, the black people are free. It's almost as though we've taken over from the blackness to whatever it is that we determine blackness to be. It might seem like it's overly excessive, but remember what you said, and I kind of like agree with it. Maybe not immediately, but that we would have a Nigerian-born US president would not be far-fetched. And that's because we are not just the average Democrat. I won't even be surprised if the Nigerian run under Republican umbrella, because we have like Nigerian mayors. We've had, who have Nigerian heritages and are able to blend in a very heavily white conservative. I think it's in Minnesota also. Become mayor there, and so we could have Nigerians literally crippling into those political offices. We have them in UK, we have them in Canada, and because you are very daring, right? There's that immigrant factor into it. So as long as America has accepted Obama, they've accepted Kamala Harris. There's nothing stopping them from accepting a Nigerian born conservative who will come in and then reshaping the narrative of what it means to be Nigerian.
It's a real possibility, It's not just we're not talking in Nigerian chest beating whatever. There's a real, because there are senior Nigerian, and I think the Nigerians have adopted the Republican Party, haven't they? So, and there are senior Nigerians within that. There's even a Nigerian that is vying for mayorship in New York.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he wins, because we actually by default are conservative. I think I said that yesterday, and more often than not, the only reason, the primary reason we always want that Democrat, they maybe want to tilt towards democracy, or the Democrats rather, not democracy. Democrats just for immigration, soft landing, because if Democrats are usually always allow much. Look at what Biden did now. He was able to bring back the visa ban. Take off the visa ban on Nigeria. We now have like 5-year visa. So those things are things that Democrats would do, and that way we have more Nigerians who can migrate. But because we are a people who have a very strong culture, right? And because many of us will tend to migrate, we are not necessarily the economical migrants. Now we might have economic migrants in Italy, we might have them in Eastern Europe and some part of Europe, Germany and the likes. But the Nigerians who migrate to England, who migrate to Canada, who migrate to America, are not necessarily the economical migrants. Yes, they might be, living on the bottom, maybe low income earners, but they have very basic education. They have college degrees, right? So those people will always rise to the top the moment they get every access of legality. So once they have a little as a work authorization or a green card, you see them doing great stuff. And we tend to break bounds. Even the ones who go in with student visas would always keep reading, having all the way to PhD. So that endearingness, that dare to dream and dare to aspire culture, I think the only people who I would have said would compete with us are the Indians, but then the Indians aren't as politically as aggressive as Nigerians. That's because they just feel like, look, you know what, we are ending here. We'd rather be CEOs than take political positions. But Nigerians, we would dare to be CEO, we would dare to be the head of the hospital, we would dare to be the head of the chief at the police, we would dare to be the head matron. We would just keep daring. I think it's a very good thing, even in terms of commerce, in terms of exchange. I think I love that Nigerianness. Yeah, it's almost as though even amongst ourselves, there's that inter-tribal, inter-family competition. So today you hear that there's somebody who has won, maybe who got like who backed up, scholarship with a 4.0 and the person has to be some Igbo name. Tomorrow you hear another Yoruba person who's doing the same thing. And that's because it just shows how well we are all wanting to own ourselves. We're not lagging. So when we find maybe some sort of anomalies in the sense that maybe you see two couples who choose to be gay, there's always that subtle criticism that we have among them. So yes, I think even though we will have those liberal amongst us who might want to tilt towards the left, we still have a vast majority who want to retain far right, amongst us. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I want to play you a clip, Rotimi. In fact, I'm going to play a couple of clips, but I want to play you this clip especially, and hopefully, Rational Mind is listening as well, because when I saw this, I thought of him. So this is New York.
Actually were getting better. So Hassan Haider is the diplomatic editor of prominent Indian newspaper.
At its
So there it is. If that had happened in Lagos, what do you think the headline would have looked like?
I mean, so it's just unfortunate that many people aren't giving Lagos the credit that Lagos deserves, but I think it's also a global phenomenon. You know, there's this current heavier clouds that we are having, especially, I mean, only cities or metropolis that are, close to the coast are beginning to suffer. So the length of raindrops are becoming longer, and then aside the fact that, and then so rains are usually typically heavier than than they used to be.
Sorry, who's that? Did somebody say hello?
Yeah, someone did.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
All right, yeah, all right. So I think we are beginning to have heavier rainfalls, and so obviously people will, there's always that quickness want to shame Lagos, like Lagos is that, and I think it's just, I mean, they know within themselves that look, I mean, as much as we try to shame Lagos is a coastal city. We are like we have lagoons and ocean almost around Lagos. You shouldn't expect anything less. But it's not just Lagos, not just New York, even Atlanta where I live, even Puerto Rico some while back, they also suffered the same thing. Every city that has that live close towards the coastal part, the glaciers are melting. There's some sort of maybe almost like 0.1 rise in ocean level. These things always happen, and because of this very abrupt climate change, there's a lot of things that we would always expect that we're going to have this kind of heavier rainfalls that would always happen. It's not peculiar to any city. Unfortunately, New York is a shithole, just because it's not a city that has helped itself to grow. There's a heavy migrant, heavy consumer base, dirty city. I mean, especially Manhattan. It's for the price of living there. It's crazily expensive. It's crazily expensive to live there, but also very dirty. I would hope that New York would help itself, but but we shouldn't. I mean, yes, if we were Lagos, yes, they always mess it up. But then we will see. Maybe we've seen videos of like new roads built some in the southeast. I think maybe
I'm going to keep that clip. I'm going to keep it for future conversations because I almost certainly will have to reference it at some point. When Lagos has a flooding and say, hey, is this not the Lagos you said Tinubu built? So yeah, we keep that for our future conversations. Don't you think, Rotimi?
Obviously, I mean, people forget that Lagos is actually there's an island in Lagos. It's a very small city, below sea. And of course, we are dredging, we are building houses, we have poor drainages. These things always happen. But the good thing is that unlike before, where we would have such a rainfalls, and then 7 days after the street is still flooded. Right now, even if it floods, within a few hours, the flood goes down. I think that's an improvement. That's one thing they can't deny. I mean, if I remember when I was much younger back in Lagos, you have a rainfall, and 4 or 5 days, the entirety of Bello is still flooded. The entirety of Milverton is still flooded because I grew up in Milverton. The entirety of Milverton is still flooded for 5 days. But right now, in 1 day, a few hours, it's all gone. So I think that's an improvement. We can't just this is nature. It's nothing anyone can control, no matter how much drainage you build. I mean, what should people like Holland say? What should places like Indonesia say, or Cambodia, or even places like Puerto Rico or Hawaii? What should even Florida? Stuff like this happen in Florida. It's crazy. Even Atlanta, as a metropolis, that the beach is all the way far in Savannah. I mean, Colata can testify if he's online today. That's Atlanta did have a very massive flood recently, some days ago. I think it was last week or something. So yeah, that's my take on that one.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the Emefiele space. A plea bargain for 50 billion naira. I thought they just let him walk away. If that's true, they might as well just let him walk away and say, just go.
I mean, yes, that's because that's like how these things happen. Unfortunately, I think our law permits that. Once you're a high criminal, once you have like high embezzlement case like that, once you can make a plea bargain, and because it's the court, sometimes there's almost a limit to how much the court can demand. I mean, there's no parameter to it, but the judge, because you're not necessarily coming out to say I stole X amount. And I think maybe what it also means is that the federal government couldn't place a value to how much damage Emefiele had done, that could be directed to him. Somebody who's taking away, who is willing to, put back 50 billion, probably means that maybe that's like the amount of assets or cash value that he's able to remit back. Some of them will probably have like, proxies and surrogates. I mean, well, proxies who will be the ones owning them. Some are not done directly by him. Some will be in assets that, they're probably in foreign asset that they can always claim confiscation or something. Some will be in safe havens, like in, either in, Barbados or Panama or wherever it is that doesn't maybe, or you British Virgin Islands. So they're going to have fixed assets there. They're going to have property that, that won't be in his name. So the things he's been able to declare, of all the assets he's able to declare, the state is taking back 50 billion. The court to say is definitely fine. His lawyers will have made a case to say 50 billion is enough to reduce his jail time and walk away free. So I guess part of the agreement would be I would resign. I'll drop 50 billion.
Oh, you think that his resignation would have been wrapped in that plea bargain?
Definitely. Those are probably the things that made it a lot easier. So I'll resign. I'll drop 50 billion. I'll rat away like one or two persons who also you guys will also drag, maybe put out a few one or two assets, and that's it. And then everybody moves on. So I won't talk about it again. The federal government of Nigeria won't talk about it again, and then maybe they can ask him to even go on exile. So he won't, just maybe for like another 10 years or 5 years, he won't be within the country, just gonna relax somewhere, and that's it. Case closed.
What a pity. That it rankles me somewhat. That actually, that's But IPOB bans Independence Day anniversary in the Southeast, so it's almost like self-harm. What is going on there? It's almost like self-harm.
I mean, to them, I think that's like a family, how that put in, it's a prerogative, as much as I would say. I think the only thing that I won't say irks me, one of the things that just I find a tad exasperating is how often we hear the voice, the cries of marginalization all the time. And I keep wondering, how are you guys marginalized? Like what's you said that they throw it in the wind and hope that it will stick because it was sticking for years. There's almost no. So you will hear in one breath, Southeast are marginalized, because I heard you read something similar at the beginning. We feel marginalized in the country, and for that reason, we might, we want to secede, they want to balkanize, and blah 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 blah. And it's pretty clear that there's almost no political office in this federation that we've never had a Southeasterner own that office. Even though they might want to downplay the office of Nnamdi Azikiwe and say he was honorary, but hey, he was indeed the first prime minister. You've had vice presidents, Ekweme, you've had senate presidents, you've had speakers of the house, you've had deputy speakers, you had of course you've had ministers, you've had ambassadors, so you've had political appointees, tons and tons of them. Igbos are quick to, or Southeasterners are quick to brag about how they are the ones who are entrepreneurs, and they live everywhere in Nigeria making money. They just want to make their money. So
if you look at the history of Nigeria, there's no argument to suggest that the Southerners, they've governed the country. They've held a lot of the most senior positions within the country. I'm not quite sure that we've not had more Southeasterners as CBN governors than anyone else. They control vast wealth. All the real estate industry belongs to them. Business belongs to them. Heavy in banking. Where is this marginalization? Where is it?
I'm starting to believe it's a plot so that people don't pay attention to how much they've been enjoying the pecking order. Remember, even before the first coup, they were the ones at the helm of affairs in the civil service. Almost every ministry, even in the military. I think the only part that they've probably lost, high ranks is the military. That maybe that became a bit more, and remember even back then, in the 50s, 60s, military offices were held by people who actually went to school. So if you were a college grad, then you able to join military, and that's why the Northerners couldn't join military then, because the highest qualification for German military was like, I think it was a first degree or something that many of the Northerners did not have, so many of them couldn't join. It was the South Easterners that were topping military. They were the ones in charge of Hammery, even during, I mean, so we know how the story of the coup, how it went, the civil service, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of directors of personnel. Like what position? Where is that marginalization? And even after the coup d'etat that happened and everything, they were granted amnesty, and they will talk about the 20 pounds as though, and I don't want to make a Biafra thing, but they were granted amnesty. There was the 3 R's, there was the rehabilitate, recycle, and resettle scheme that Gowon did, and everybody went back like nothing happened. They were embraced back, maybe except for in River State. They were embraced back into the nation like nothing ever happened. Even the video you showed yesterday, you had lots of Igbos move, even before they started moving to Lagos. They had moved to Ibadan in droves and moved to Kano in droves. I mean, everyone's enjoying. So and I think the problem where I sense it happening is that because they've been saying it for so long and people have been kind of like keeping quiet. When you feel like, yes, they did go through a war, many of them suffered. So let's not reply back. But there's a way you say it so often that it's no longer becoming strong. And that's the pushback that they're beginning to have right now, where people are no longer saying that, like, scream it all you want. The rest of us will just keep, doing what it is want to do.
Renan Mokri is leading that charge, that fight back. Yeah, do you see him on Twitter?
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah.
Permanently on their neck.
Yeah. And I think, and the reason is because I think people are just somewhat like, it's enough. And I think the other bit where I'm observing is that it's almost as though whenever something doesn't go the way they want, they begin to make up narrative. So even during the election, you hear narrative of, oh, many Igbos were killed during the election.
That's not true.
Exactly, that's not true. We all know it's a lie. But they say it a lot. They say so much to the point where this current obedience will now say to their children, and their children will not grow up the same way their parents had grown up to believe that everything that happened in Biafra was vastly against Igbos. So you're going to have people like Chimamanda, as awesome as she ought to have been, but she kind of like grew up with a little bit of angst, against Nigeria, because Nigeria, was marginalized the Igbos, and it's almost like a talking point. There's always that Nigeria, and people that they don't understand what marginalization means. Then what should people from what should the Chiefs say? What should the Igbira say? What should people from Benue and Kogi and who have never even tasted anything prominent say? What should people from smaller minorities also say? So even good luck that by happenstance became VP and president. He was supposed to be ceremonial, But so there are very many people, very many tribes who haven't done very major things back in Nigeria that don't even scream this because they understand. But you guys have numbers, so and then of course there are cries of, well, we have 5 states, it should be 6 states, but the region itself is not even enough to show you creating 6 states. Just other battles that are not necessarily needed, and I guess it's always around politics. So to them, I think only the Southeasterners, and I mean, I'm sure they're going to come for me, but only the Southerners believe that presidency should be served a la carte. Every other person, every other tribe, every other major tribe wants to work.
But in fairness, what they are doing is a political play still. They are leveraging pressure to because now everybody, before Peter Obi, it was very difficult to imagine a president from the Southeast. But now you can somewhat see it, and they're continuing to pressure that space. I don't know really doing, even though their tactic, their technique is just is a bit off, but are they not actually doing what they should be doing? Are just putting pressure on the space.
I mean, if you were pressure based on, I think if they place pressure based on victimization and segregation and marginalization, it's not going to be as strong anymore because the time that they had was this particular period. But that's never been about the candidacy. It has never been about the tribe. That's always been about the candidacy and the party you affiliate with. Like I think it was you that was mentioned. Somebody mentioned yesterday that PDP had always, bragged that they were going to be in party for in the helms of affairs for about 100 years, 10 decades. Of course, after a few years, they lost, and that's because a stronger opposition came. And it's about the party and you affiliate with. For the most part, the Southeasterners have always tagged along with the PDP, and the PDP has its own internal politics that somebody, for some reason, Atiku has been able to suppress. So as long as there's a big Atiku there, and if Atiku had gone, then we probably would have had maybe a Soludo or somebody else would have come in to make a strong claim. But that's where it's coming from. It's not coming from the presidency. People won't choose to leave a strong party and just select randomly simply because. And as much as they might want to deny it and say it's because of the nation, the leverage that Peter Obi got is also from the vast influence that the Southeasterners have had pan Nigeria. Irrespective of they might want to think, oh, it's because people were suffering or because people hated APC. Yes, people hated APC, but they could have gone for Showore, they could have gone for Atiku, they could have gone for anybody else, Adewale or whomever. But they went for Obi because obviously there's a very strong commingling amongst all the tribes in pan Nigeria. So you have people in Lagos states who have like Igbo friends who were able to convince them that Obi is the main guy and all kind of. And then so people went with their friends and then they put the candidacy there. But here's the thing, right? Now that Obi has lost and you want to comfort Tinubu, yes, that might be fine, but don't make it a tribal thing. The moment you now make it into it, at some point make a case for against the Yorubas, you now have the Yorubas already now pushing back, and now you've lost that ally that you could have gained. So it's the vast majority, and that's what we saw what happened with GRV. The momentum that Obi had gained, Baliba couldn't gain the same thing. Even is so because he felt like we now had suddenly having Igbos who were supporting him and say it's because it's Igbo. And then so that narrative is there. And I think also because many of them are no longer as bold enough to say that the reason we want Obi to win is because it should be our turn. Here's the funny thing, one man. That narrative was working at the beginning. There were many people who indeed felt sympathy towards Igbo. So it's their turn, let them win it. But at the moment they made it about policies and made it about morality and they made it about tribe, and then so it's like this here. If I'm Igbo, I support Obi. Yes, it's because I want Nigeria to grow, right? If you are Yoruba, you support Tinubu, it's because you are a bigot. It just wasn't making sense to many people. So you had very many silent voters. And here's the funny thing. Even the polls that the Obedience ran made those claims that there are very many people who were silent Tinubu voters because people genuinely saw what it was that they wanted to see. Yes, they sang the Baba Winnow well, but there was also very many aggressive intertribal, and that's what led to the Obedient movement. And unfortunately, the Obedient movement cannot it will not work again because people now understand. Now it's almost like
it's a one-shot deal, isn't it? Nobody will be caught off guard by it again.
Yeah. So all those allies they had, all those aggressive, those tantrums that they were throwing, all those expletives they were throwing, those things will not work again. Like in fact, they've done it so much that even pre-campaign at the first 100 years, even to this very day, they're still doing the same thing. They can't sustain it for another 4 years again. Even if Tinubu doesn't win, it won't be because the Obedient movement, came. It's just simply because somebody else, Tinubu didn't perform, and somebody else from maybe a stronger party, most likely PDP, was able to come, or maybe he just couldn't sustain, and then Shetima comes in and then he take over. But I think Igbos, it's about time they started owning their successes. Nobody wants to pity you because you're marginalized and then give you the helms of power because they see you, they see your governors, they see you, they see your. I mean, we know people that have done well. I mean, you guys. I mean, there was Soludo at the same time there was Okoje Iweala. Like, you can't claim to be marginalized and then in the same breath you say you are the most prosperous tribe in the entire country. It makes no sense to anybody. So those are probably the things that they should just talk less of that bit, talk less of Nnamdi Kanu, talk less of those things that they think are the things that make them. I mean, their history did not start in 1966. The history of Igbo started, centuries ago from the Umeri and kingdom. I mean, Umeri. Inri Kingdom. They should go back and talk about how well they've done as a people. They shouldn't always make it seem as though once it has to do it, now and then of course then there's always this sort of comparison, against the Southwesterners, So if we will bash Olesho Inka, but then but we will say China Achebe should have been the one that will win the Nobel laureate. We will bash Obi now. Obi missed that Dragon even in this movie, which was number one first movie to be number one in Hollywood Global, and then he now went ahead.
You know, it's back to back, isn't it? Jagun, yes. Now this one, The Black Book, and then of course you had King of Boys. It's just
so there've been other movies, right? But here's the thing about would be when they want to hail such victories or successes, you don't skip out the one that doesn't favor your tribe. And it's obvious. People are seeing through these things. If you have a child, if you have somebody who's won awards, you will skip all the other people who are non-tribal to you, and then you now mention the one who is Igbo until you are not called out and you say, "Oh, I skipped these things." People are seeing through these things. So
I want that Supreme Court judgments to come in very, very quickly, because so that we can move away from Obi, because we need the Southeasterners back, but not under that toxic Obi narrative. Asoludo is already presenting a narrative. Dave Umahi is presenting a narrative. So as soon as that Supreme Court judgment comes in, we want that Peter. It's too toxic. It's far too toxic.
Yeah, I do agree with you, one man. I think maybe I'll probably just make this my last sentence. I mean, for the most part, I think there are very many Southeasterners who are willing to move forward. Ekene is a great example. He's definitely willing to move forward. But in between, we have Ekene. We'll still have a Pansat somewhere. We'll have a lighter voice, and then we'll have a Joel of Nashville somewhere too, who will come with his own subtle bias in trying to balance it. And then you have Des, where I would feel Des should be more like an Ekene, but he's just very strong. And I kind of blame someone like a Des. I would say because of the narrative that has been sold to him over the years, it's going to take him a whole lot more to blend.
You think Des is naively in that space?
Oh, yes.
More a lack of understanding than anything else.
Oh yes, you will get it from the things he says. It's always more implicit than than he should have. And I don't, again, it's not about a blame. I even have friends who feel that way as well too, who are in their late 40s, and then who would still speak like we were marginalized. And there's always somebody somewhere who they lost. Oh, I lost an uncle in the Biafra war. I lost this, and then, but very many people also lost people as well too. It was a war, and for the most part, you guys were doing very well. Something just had to happen, and the country didn't even hold you guys accountable for it. The general who fought the war came back to run for presidency. Yeah, we tried, it didn't work. Let's move on. The reason you can't even balkanize, you can't even secede, it's because your Azikwe made it so. So it's not Nigeria that's holding you back. It's Azikwe that said no, nobody should leave, because at some point it was gainful to them. So those are maybe some of the narratives that someone like a Reno or Mokri is somewhat tired of hearing. People are almost like tired of, look, we're tired of this thing. We know you're not back. We know you are not marginalized. It's no longer working. Let's move on. We are all equals.
One of these days I'm going to
do. You're wrong, bro. You're wrong about the Igbo. You don't tell how Igbo feels. You never get it. You never understand.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Do you know how we too feel as well too? Are you forgotten that the fight was against us? It was against Nigerians. It wasn't Igbo versus outside. It was so you fought against our country, if that's the case it is. But even we Nigeria, we are taking everybody back. We moved on like it never happened. It was fight against us. It was fight against the sanctity of Nigeria. Against Nigeria. It was a civil war.
The Igbos are like the blacks in America.
You are
similar.
Yeah, not Charles. Settle down, Charles. Yeah. All right, Prince. I'm still holding you to that narrative you want to tell us about if you ever remember it, because I just love documenting those historical spaces. But hold steady. Let's bring Emeka in, see if he's ready for us. Emekus. Emeka, don't go there. Emeka. All right. Whilst we wait for Emeka, let's go to Ajay. All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Emeka. Always a delight. One of the favorite voices on the platform. Your fans wait in bated anticipation. So, Emeka, is there anything you've noticed in the news cycle, or do you want to go with the headlines?
Let me go with the headlines.
All right. Have you watched this? I'm going to make it a point to watch it, but have you watched The Black Book? And I hope it lives up to its billing, because they made all of this hoopla about Jagun. And when I watched that Jagun, it was okay, but not anything fantastic. Have you seen The Black Book? Does it
Yeah,
live up to the billing? Yeah.
I've seen a couple. I think I've seen like an hour of it. And you know, I also operate in that space. What I would say is, good luck to the producers. I saw it has multiple executive producers, so a lot of people came in and they brought money to produce it. And good luck to them. Fine, I appreciate the work they've done, but I don't want our stories to, you know, be be a rehash of um, Hollywood, but made in Nigeria. So what we are trying to do now, we are telling Hollywood stories, but the actors are not Nigerians. If you
Yes,
look
I
at
know what
this,
you mean. I
yeah,
know what you
yeah.
mean.
So I would rate Jagu Jagu higher than the Black Book in terms of its storytelling and in terms of the portrait of our culture, our way of life. You can relate more with Jagu Jagu than with the Black Book. The Black Book is just, when I was watching it, I was just, which movie has shown me this scene? Which movie has shown me this
so it's
arc?
copy and paste. Is
It's
it copy
just a
and paste?
copy and paste, but done by Nigerian actors. Maybe they wanted to relate more with the American crowd. Who knows? But I have to give them the bragging rights that they are looking at. I have to give
If
it
you
to
were
them
to
because
rate it out of 10, if you were to rate it out of 10, what, and I'll ask everybody that's seen that as well. If you were to rate it out of 10, what would you give it?
I'll give it a 4.
Really? So it's not worth
Yeah.
my time to watch it.
Because while I was watching, I said I did it for 1 hour and I stood up, I left because it's the space I'm involved in. So I would be preferring our stories to be more of communicating something people have not seen, right? It's more of our culture, right? That like, King of Boys was really nice. King
Oh,
of
it
Boys
was
was,
fantastic.
yeah,
Yes.
King of Boys was really nice. I'm not saying you shouldn't see it, but you see it. I have my own critics for it, but I would want to see Jagu Jagu all over again than coming to look at the Black Book. I don't want to get involved in a rehash of like a remix of a Hollywood movie, but done by Nigerian actors. That's not what I want. I'll be preferring we tell stories about. We have lots of stories that we can tell the world. We have lots of stories that we can show the world. Let the world be fixated at us. Our culture is very rich. We have lots of political or history that we can tell the world. Or
Even forget the history, our culture, especially sorry, but the Eastern culture, if they are, the most beautiful stories come out of the East when it's told well. It's such a fantastic harvest of the color, and that
yeah,
flute.
but if you
Oh
look.
God, if they can Hollywood that, God, can you imagine that? Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? Not only that, I also think the Southwest is doing a great work with our stories, right? The Southwest is doing like the Yoruba films; they are doing really good. The Southeast
You
is
don't find
lagging
them
behind.
somewhat too predictable. Is somebody of the other, and then they discover it was on Babalawo. It's always ending up in Babalawo. All these Yoruba
Yeah,
movies.
I think they are not. You are not right. You are not
Mhm.
wrong, right? It's the storytelling, and the way we are being influenced, especially those who are writing the script or telling the story, were influenced by other people's work. Like you can tell from the Black Book, they are being influenced by watching so much of Nollywood, and they think that's the way of the act of telling stories. That's why I love Kule of Alayo. His stories are unique. His stories are different. His stories are closer home. You understand? And even you, who is part of that culture, you still find something to learn from. So, as storytellers are influenced by one thing or the other, and I think our storytelling should be more of something we relate with home so that people can, the world is waiting for Africans to tell you stories, right? And like what Achube said, if you don't tell your stories, other people will tell the story for you. You understand? So we must imbibe that culture of going back to our history book, going back to the beautiful authors that we have, and try to rehash those stories to the world, or looking at peculiar things that happened in our country and see how we can tell the stories to the world. I know it comes with a little bit of cost. I know it's not easy when you want to tell a story that has a huge influence, or that has influenced a lot of people back home. It comes with some cost. So that's why many filmmakers would want to avoid telling a big story. They will rather want to keep it small and keep it close, and then see how to minimize costs. I'm just giving you a little bit of insight into filmmaking.
Where is the money end? I've always wondered where, because there's such those movies are so easily pirated in Nigeria. There are no real cinema culture in the space. There's no movie rental, nothing. And yes, they pop it on YouTube and make a few quid. But what is the money end in that movie industry? How is the money being made?
Take it from me and take it from the bank. There's a lot of money in movie production. Though in the distribution part of it, that's where you make the queue, but there's still a lot of money being made in movie production. As people will go back home, nobody is making movie to lose, right? And throughout the life cycle of that movie, is like you're going to keep ripping off from it. You understand? So, but yes, there's piracy, but again, we are growing that cinema culture, the culture of going to the cinemas to see movies, right? We're still growing it, and if you tell a good story, people will go to the cinema to watch it. But it's just that our storytelling is still growing, and it will get better. I know. Now we will also have the big guys coming in, like the Netflix, like the video on demand, the streaming. They're coming in. Netflix, Amazon Prime. I think Apple Plus is not yet in Nigeria, but is in Ghana now. But definitely at some point in time, they will come into the space. Disney is gradually coming in, but they are still coming in with the content for kids. But we are looking at, seeing how to grow that animation side of things in the industry. So these guys are coming. These are the guys.
What's the average? Let's say somebody like, do you know Odunlade Adekola something? You know him?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know him personally.
Is that tall, lanky guy that is always in every Yoruba movie?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Somebody like him. What would be his average fee for a movie? What's the average fee?
Oh, you're talking from the actor's point of view.
Yeah, okay. From the actor's point of view. Yeah.
All right. So they get paid per scene, right? For someone like him, since it's Netflix, I'll give you the average range of payment. Big actors will take between 450 to $1 million naira per scene. For days. Sorry, not per scene, for days. So
per day.
It now depends how you want to squeeze your scene to pay them. So that's how much. Yeah. So some will take 450 for 4 days or 3 days. So smaller actors will take less than that, and some will just come to show their face. But big actors will take between, like someone like him would take 1 million for 4 days. Then you now see how you can negotiate, and many of them will take less if you have a good relationship with them. So it all depends, but you understand the good thing about it is that whenever you're having the project, and if you're constantly having a project, you can keep them busy with money, and they're always busy now, with the YouTube content coming up, Netflix content coming up, Amazon Prime coming up. Not only that, again, you also have Showmax from MultiChoice, and you have African magic content from MultiChoice too. So they are still busy. The big faces are always busy. Even the Yoruba guys, they are still busy. If you're doing well in the Yoruba space, movie space, you get busy. You might think 450 might be little, but as a actor, a screen face that people enjoy watching, in 4 days you're done with 450, you're off, you go to another place, you're done with 450, you're off. That's within 4 days. So in 2 weeks, you probably might be grossing 1.5, right? And then in the more you're grossing like 3 million, that's enough to sort some of your bills out and give you a comfortable lifestyle. Then some of the sponsors you're going to be getting from, and the bigger you get, the better for you. So mostly within that 1 million, Netflix 1 million, 1.5. But I've yet to see someone who's been paid 2 million and above. I'm yet to see. RMD. RMD is going to take a lot of money. You understand? But I think the Black Book, that was part of his project.
Yes, RMD. Do you think it's more suited to the international space than Nigeria? Yes, RMD.
No, RMD has been an actor for quite a long from the. I think he made his big leap in the 80s, right? So he has been in the Nigerian movie space for a very long time. He's the big boy, and you saw with the Black Book, he collaborated with his old pals, Alex Usufo, who else again? He brought his old pals into the movies. You understand? It was like a movie for the boys, right? His old friends. You know, they came in and they coordinated stuff together, which is very good. It's good to see some of those old faces coming back to make something, and you could tell that the craft is really good with them, right? They know what they're doing.
Charlie Boy was in King of Boys, wasn't he?
Uh, I let me be very honest. I only saw King of Boys, the movie. I didn't see the series, so no. But I don't think Charlie Boy was in King of Boys. But Charlie Boy was
No, he
in.
was. Yes, he was. He was a big time gangster in the King of Boys. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't say, but Charlie Boy, yeah, he's been doing a bit of. I think no, he wasn't in Gone. He was in. I'm forgetting the name. That was done by Blue Pictures Entertainment. So I'll try to remember the name later on. Charlie Boy he's also a good actor anyway. But then our movie, you see, to be honest, the prediction for a movie is going to get better in the future, right? And we'll all be proud with the content that we're putting out for the international world to see what we're doing. But what I want is let's go back and begin, especially with the epic during Jerome, let's tell more epic stories. Let's tell more traditional stories. Let's tell more stories that reflects our culture. We are more stuck in the contemporary side of things. Let's go back. Let's tell people how our ancestors used to live. We need to tap into that artistic viewpoint, and do something that is really really good that will break that internet, that movie space. We are here to break it. You understand? We are here to tell a profound story that the world, that would make even write something about it and say this is a groundbreaking story and everybody has to watch. And it doesn't depend on the language you speak. There's always something you can translate. But we are here to break. We are still playing safe. And the reason why we're playing safe is because of the cost of production and the big distribution houses or the cinema houses like the international space are yet to bring enough money.
I heard they are building a big cinema complex, production complex somewhere in Lagos. Was it Kulata that was telling us that some time ago?
And I'm not aware of that, but I know Afolayan is building. So yeah, he has completed it actually in somewhere in the southwest. But because he's the direct supplier for Netflix, right? So he's being commissioned directly by Netflix to provide content for them. So now he has the funds to play around to do something. He's only just going to get better. He's a very short. He's number one in the country. He's only going to get better. Number one in storytelling. Number one in picture qualities. Number one in directing, in actually bringing that story to life so that people can understand the concept of what he's trying to do. So he's number one. Nobody has gotten to him at that point in time. And you can tell when he's telling his stories, you see his stories as something that, even though you can still relate with it, is something new and unique for you to learn. You understand, and be inspired by it. You get, so nobody comes close. He's number one. And that's very good for him. I'm really happy with the work he's doing.
All right. Take us. Did somebody want to chime in?
Yes, I do apologize for my late.
Yeah, go on.
The monologue. Emeka, I think one thing that I kind of fear is that if we start selling those movies, the one you just recommended, the epic movies and stuff, are we not going to fall to the same narrative of old slave movies when 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 the black culture was gonna get into Nollywood, it was always about slave, and then they alienated the white consumer base. Because remember, we've always saw these movies and they were not consumed. Even Bollywood was always selling their poor suffering Indian movie with all the snake and voodoo. But the moment they started selling the contemporary Western movies, that's when they get acceptance. So it's not because we're now selling movies that are relatable to the wider audience. We don't understand our voodooism. I want to ask you that question.
No, they would told the whites also have their own voodoos. It's in their horror movies too. But I understand what you're trying to say, and we get caught up with that. I remember in the 80s, early 90s. Stop making noise, guys. I remember in the 80s or 90s when there was this epic movie, Igodo. I don't know how familiar you are with Igodo. Igodo was I think it was the first epic movie that was done in Nigeria in the early 90s or late 80s, and it was groundbreaking. A lot of people loved Igodo. It was highly pirated. It didn't go to cinema anyway, but and it sold a lot of copies. And before you know it, in the early to mid 90s, it was all epic. From Igodo to Ibaka to the Cosmos, this and that. Everybody was rushing into that space and were just telling a crap. And that was how they were just killing that genre. It was sad at we got tired of watching such kind of movies, right? So the point is, with movie production, a lot of people want to also play safe. That's it, so that they can also get returns for their investment. But again, why I say they want to play safe is that, once they see this is what people are watching, they will rush into that rather than looking at, okay, let me do something quite different. So they don't want to lose money. That's why they will rush into to do that. And then they'll say, okay, which actors or actresses that people want to see? Oh, people want to see Genevieve. I think Genevieve is doing really well. Oh, people want to see RMD. Oh, people want to see this guy. That's why you keep seeing the same faces in multiple movies, right? Because they are trying to play safe. But again, when you want to tell a good story for people to learn, you must be able to move out of the comfort zone. And that's this guy, his name, what's his name? His name keeps coming and leaving me. The guy who did this movie. Okay, the guy who did Transformer, the guy who also did Avatar. James Cameron. James Cameron, the guy who did Avatar, James Cameron, and the other guy who did Transformer. You understand? Now, it's not typical to the Nigerian space too. You can also see in Hollywood that it's now the comic genre that is going around. Marvel's what universe? I mean, Marvel's episode. The Marvel's universe and the space crap. They are going to Spider-Man, everything. So why they are doing that is that because they know they can quickly recoup their investment, and people enjoy watching those kinds of movies. So and at the moment now, I think a lot of consumers of movies are tired of those experiences, those kind of movies, right? So, but yet they are yet to create something different. That's why I am saying that the African movie content is the new thing now. So, but we are not yet there. But if we can get it right in terms of maybe we get enough money and support, we'll be able to tell groundbreaking stories that people will say, this is awesome. This is different. This is what we want to see. It happened with our music, right? And now a lot of them, even Afro beats, Afro pop, Afro fusion is gaining grounds in the United States. Unlike let's say 10 years ago, you understand? We've conquered the UK, we've conquered some part of Europe. Now we are going to the Americans and we are conquering there gradually. So it's only just going to get better. What I would say is that those of us who are involved in this space, let's just try to. We have so much stories to tell. We don't need to copy each other. We have so much stories to tell. Let's just try to put out our artistic cap on, and try to tell stories that people would their jaw would open and like, wow, this is something that I've not seen before, and this is the movie I would love to see all over. Let's create classics, right? Like the Checkmates, like the Ripples, like Igodo, like the Bakassi Boys, like Rattlesnake. I don't know why. What's his name? Ramsey Noir decided to go spoil my childhood memories with Rattlesnake. Let's create classic to the world and tell the world, like Shango. Shango is a beautiful story that we can tell.
Those stories are still, you are right, actually. All those Shango stories, the Obatala stories,
Yeah,
Imagine if
those
they
can be
hold it,
done.
if they Hollywood
Those are,
it up. Yeah.
but they are very expensive to produce. You know, it comes
Yes.
with a lot of visual effects, CGIs, and the rest. So you just don't want to tell a story and make a mess out of it. That's it's not just a story itself. It's a classic traditional cultural heritage that has been passed from generation to generation. You just don't want to mess with it. If you want to go into it, get ready to spend a lot of money, because not just only the African space will be watching, those in the South Americans, especially from the Brazilians, would also want to watch it because they can relate with it. Some part of their ancestors come from West Africa. They want something like that. You know, there's also the Ogun tradition that has been, or Ogun traditional or worshippers in Brazil or in the South Americas, you understand? And then when you tell that story so profoundly, you know, the Americans will bow. They just have to bow to it and like, this is well told. This is what we are looking for. This is the new best thing in the entertainment space.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the Mefele space. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I saw the news. I was like 50 billion. That's a sweet deal. You know, it's a sweet deal. It's a sweet pie for him. You understand? I looked at the currency. I was thinking it was $50 billion. I saw Naira, like, what the hell? This is just allowing this man to go out to go and enjoy his life. You know, it was the plea bargain. What this told me was that they really don't have a good case for against him. Like, you know, taking him to court, that they probably will lose. So it seems like he had an upper hand. He really did his dirty deals properly. They could not affiliate much things to him.
It's not.
Hello?
That's not a connect. What's
Emeka?
Emeka? Sorry, Emeka 50 billion. But
you're breaking up.
50 billion is not a small money, but let us see it as a starting point.
It's not a starting point, because after he pays that money, he's done. You can't touch him anymore, right?
No. Maybe they're gonna get more from him.
No. Once he signs that plea bargain, everything there, you know, the right not to come after him anymore, the right for him to enjoy, to move freely and do whatever, because now he has not been charged, right? He has not been charged to court. He has not gone to trial. He has not gone to prison. He has not been convicted. So it's just like, hey guys, I'm free. I'm off. I take 50 million and don't bother me anymore. You understand? So that's why I was like, in comparison to what the damage he has done to the economy, the damage he has done to people's life, the looting he has committed and perpetrated, it's not close to 50 billion. It's too small. You know, it's too small. If it was $15 billion.
What of the dollar I have outside the country? Why are they not asking for that too?
I don't know. What I saw is 50 billion
I think
naira.
it's covered the tracks perfectly. That's probably what. Yes, like you said, we all know he committed the crime, but they can't nail him.
rumor or from the grapevine, it's understandable that this man started a bank, one of these new banks. I've forgotten the name. Is it
Polaris? I think he bought Polaris, didn't he?
Not only Polaris. I think there were two of them that he has huge shares. This guy has invested in a lot of companies. You know, and even in a telecommunication deal. You understand? So the guy there's so much that the man is keeping that we are unaware of. So what they would have done is, let's say, it would have been better that they sat down and did a very thorough investigation and trace most of the assets, and then tell, we are going to collect this asset plus you are bringing 50 billion. So it's not just 50 billion alone. The guy is doing great. So we must learn how to punish people who has either laundered money, stolen money from the coffers of the bank. What this means is that it is very profitable to steal money in Nigeria as a government or a political appointee. Is switched to steal money. So what it's telling me is that once I get into office, I can steal probably 200 billion, and then you catch me. Oh, okay, let me give you 70 billion, and I'm good. I'm chilling off with the rest of the loots, and I'm feeling fresh and funky, having a good time, have multiple girlfriends, and I'm feeling fly. So we should make it really, really hard and punitive for criminals to perpetrate crime, the consequences should be way, way above the act itself, so that people would not want to do it. People will not be encouraged to go ahead to do it. Now, if what we're looking at, the cost of crime is low than the benefit is way high. So if I'm looking at it and say, okay, how much am I going to pay? Or how much is EFCC going to take from me if I perpetrate this crime? Say, oh, they will take 50 billion. So if I steal 200 billion, I can pay 50 billion. And let me steal 200 billion. That's what it's translating into. But if the consequence is that you stole 200 billion or you stole even 1 billion, but you are still going to pay the amount, and then you are still going to go to jail, and then you are still not going to hold any political office, and then you are still not going to be a part of any board of directors, and then if there's any point at any time that funds are being flown from any entity that is being tagged to you into your account, you will still pay. Not only will you pay 1 billion, you will also pay the interest on 1 billion for each day at the current interest rate. You understand? For the period we started the investigation when you stole that money to the actual date, you are still going to pay interest at the current interest rate, and then we will still confiscate your asset. We will swear your asset. We will take your family will go to the street. Nobody will want to perpetrate crime in that country. Nobody wants to be stealing public funds in that country anymore. That not only that we will take those money, if we leave, we will try as much as possible to get your family to also pay. Your children will go out to the streets. Your brother,
are you more interested in punishment than recovery?
The punishment must be high. The punishment must be high. Let's forget about, yes, they've taken the money. The punishment must be high, or else we're only creating future criminals, even currently now. Just imagine, we're hearing that the previous IFRS chairman, in the minutes when he knew he was about to lose his job, he signed almost 100 million, was it dollars or how much, out of the account into some as extra code, and because he knew he was going to lose his job, he even told people, oh, he told his staff, don't worry, nobody will know, just let me sign, and he took the money. It shows you the infantry public servants have when they are in office and what they are about to do. But if a few of them have been taught a lesson, and other people will look at it and say, I don't want to get my hand involved in this. Let me just do my work and go away. But because it is more beneficial to steal than the punishment, people will continue to steal. Let's be very honest. So when you make the punishment so severe and so painful that someone like Emefiele, when you see, Emefiele, who is a big boy, who was busy saying, if you want to fight me, come and fight me. Then you are seeing Emefiele on the street with pan and begging for arms, or rotting somewhere else. Then you say, no, I don't want to be like this man. Let me not do this. Let me not go ahead to do this. Let me just do my job and leave for somebody else to come in. But currently now, it benefits people to steal from the public purse. Let's be very honest. Let's call it spade a spade. 50 billion is too small. Let's be very honest. It's too small.
I agree with you. It's just far too small. Do you have any thoughts on the IPOB's call for people to shun Independence Day?
Yeah, with the IPOB, right? Even for me being in the Southeast, I do not share their ideology, right? To me, what they do is they're like a jittered ex-girlfriend who is looking for attention. You understand? So anytime they feel, any slight opportunity to gain attention, they will take the opportunity. They don't want to miss out, right? These are individuals who are not clear about what they intend to do. For me, I'm not saying if someone has said, this is what I want to do, go ahead and do it. Be a man and go ahead and do it. If you say you want to be a country of your own, then go ahead and do it. Let the consequence come and live up to the consequence. Not 1 minute, we want to be on our own, and next minute you are confused about your own ideology. The other minute you just don't know, and you are ripping off people from the diaspora, and you are enjoying the loot with your girlfriends in other countries, and they are kidnapping you from one place to another. Let's call a spade a spade. These guys I just don't get them. I don't know what they want. You want to be on your own. You want to be a country of your own. You want Nigerians to recognize you as a country of your own, as a sovereign country of your own. Then go, then leave the country, then break out and go your own. Then pick up arms and then let's go to war about it. Be a man and brace up, grow some balls and then fight for it. Nobody's going to allow you to leave the country, break out of Nigeria just like that. Then if you don't have the balls, then shut your mouth up and conform to the laws of the land. So I don't know the confusion what is going on about with them. They've they are now making a mess out of the Southeast. Insecurity is growing out of the Southeast. When I was in Nigeria recently, I was in Nigeria in June, July. Right, and I went to the Southeast from Owerri to Umaya to Enugu, and it was a huge mess. Like, what's going on here? You guys are not even moving forward. The Southwest is busy developing their land, and you guys are busy smoking umu and drinking hand wash detergent. You understand what is happening here in the Southeast? You guys get yourself together, get your governors to begin to do what they are supposed to do, and then understand what is going on. Politically, we are naive. Politically, we are immature. Politically, we are babies. What this election should have taught the Southeast is that a region in a particular region, certain regions who do not need you to become president. Certain people within the country do not need you to become president, and that is a significant fear they must understand. They must realize that we do not, that if someone who wants to be president can tell an entire region, go to hell, I don't need you, and that person will become president with or without you. So it shows that the Nigeria can move on without you guys. We, the Southeast, must understand that we are playing a politics that is dangerous. We are playing with our future. It's either we become adults, wear our pants, and come to the center and begin to discuss peacefully, and begin to discuss how we can contribute to the society and to the growth of Nigeria. If we do not want to do that, then let's break away and let's fight for Biafra and the independence of Biafra. But all this dancing around, unzobu, emotional politics, emotional misbehavior, kidnapping, insecurity going on in the region, we're only destroying ourselves. And the sad thing is that we are not doing it against the people we say we don't want to be with, but we are doing it to our own self, to our own brothers. People who want to get married in the Southeast cannot do that. They would rather go to Lagos or Abuja to do their wedding. People who even want to bury their loved ones in the Southeast are afraid to come back home. They would rather want to bury their loved ones in Lagos or in Abuja or in any other part of the country. So economically, we are killing the region. So what are we doing? We say we want to leave, then grow the balls and leave. If you don't want to leave, then shut up and stay.
Did you watch that security summit that the Southeast leaders had 2 days ago?
No, I didn't watch it. I saw it in the news. I didn't watch it. So with the Southeast, I'm really pained. We are not serious people. I have to be honest, and I'm saying it here. I know you know my views on this. We are not serious and honest people. We do not understand what we truly want. We lost it with Nnamdi Azikiwe, who wanted to champion the cause for us. We are still losing it currently. Our governors are not proper leaders. I hope now this Soludo, who is trying to want to see how to organize things, even Indian Anambras are saying they want to kick him out. Now, the P2B who came up as a scam decided to now infuse tribal and ethnic and religious politics into the election cycle, and had made it very worse for an Igbo president to emerge. It will take a long time for an Igbo president to come and convince the rest of the region that, oh, once I get into power, don't worry, everything will be fine. But you understand, we are not serious people politically.
It might not take as long for a Southeastern president to emerge. Because for all of the whatever it is that is going on, I think the whole country would like to see it.
But the whole country is not the power brokers. That's why 6 million people voted for Obi. The country is not against an Igbo president. Right?
Because Obi did not play that politics right.
He did play the politics properly. It showed how weak we are. Now, currently, let's be very honest, it is actually the turn of the Southeast to produce a president. But because we are politically weak.
Hold on, Emeka. It is this. In fact, it's been the turn of the Southeast for a long time, but more importantly, the whole country knows that there's that gaping anomaly in the balance of Nigeria, because we have three major ethnic folks. We have the Northerners, who we bracket as one, and then we have the Southwesterner, and then we have the Southeasterner. So it cannot be a game of pass the baton between two regions, and then you don't expect that a third region will have a sense of not being included. So I think the whole country knows that for the country to really be a country, we must have a Southeastern president. But that Southeastern president has to be a Nigerian and not a Southeasterner.
I agree. I agree completely with you. And that Southeasterner must be able to know how to negotiate with the power brokers, right? Must be able to know how to play the politics. Must be able to understand how power would transmit from one point to another point, or from one region to another region, and be able to, solidify and bring the rest of the country together. Now, if we had a proper Southeast leader, right? If we had the proper Southeast leader, what would have happened is that competition would be within that Southeast leader and a Tinubu, and then the rest of the power bloc will be saying, no, Tinubu, you have to calm down. We want to go with this. The Southeast has not produced the president yet. I think it would be unfair for a Southwest president to emerge for a second time when the Southeast has not actually brought anybody, because that Southeast leader is powerful, not only powerful in his own right within the region, but powerful in other regions, and an influential leader who is able to communicate his ideologies properly and is well respected across board. But we are yet to have that. But guess what is happening? In the South, we have a Wike who is playing that long game. In the north, we have the vice president Shetima. We also have Ganduje, Ganduje, who is now APC leader. We also have what's his name, the Kanu presidential candidate. I'm forgetting his name. Who is also playing that long game? So yes, who is playing that long game? We also have an El Rufai too. Forget that he's out of the political space now. He's going to.
Soludo is playing a long game too.
Soludo is not even strong in the Southeast. He's not strong in the Southeast. That is the problem. Now, currently, what the Southeasterners will do is that Soludo.
It doesn't matter if Soludo is strong in the Southeast. It's more important that he's strong in the rest of the country, which he is. So if they present Soludo in a strong party with strong prospects, and he already has Nigeria, the Southeasterners, of course, they'll follow him now. Will they not?
Hopefully, let's see so. But if you say Soludo is not, when I say he's not strong in the South, is what I'm trying to reference is that he's not even strong in his region. They talk more of being strong in other regions. He's not strong in other regions, and I think the reason why is that he's hiding his hands. He needs to be clear. He needs to come out and express himself in such a way that we will understand that he's positioning himself to be a Southeast leader, and he wants to move his people forward.
Hold on, Emeka. He is not able to do that because of the Obi noise. That's what I'm saying. That the Obi noise has to be cleared out of the way for what to get.
I agree. The Obi noise will die in November 2023. Once the Supreme Court gives its final verdict, that noise will die, and let's see what Obi is going to do after it. If Obi is going to go back to PDP, I don't think he's going to go back there, because the PDP chieftains will not want to take him. He created the problem that he made them lose the election anyway. I don't think they want to take him. Maybe he may continue to persist. I don't think he will continue to be in the Labour Party, because I think Apapa is going to. Apapa is going to take over that party with the next Supreme Court verdict that is coming up. Apapa might be the next national chairman, so they may go create a new political party where he might begin to fight as an opposition. Obi in his due rights.
I disagree with you, Emeka. After November, that will be narrative. It is going to end because a lot of we have Dave Umahi as well, who is a Nigerian.
Yeah.
We have Soludo, who is a Nigerian.
Yeah.
And all of these people, they have presidential ambitions, and they're just waiting for. They're all waiting for November, and then when that Supreme Court verdict comes, they will take the headline away from Peter Obi.
But that's what I was saying, that Obi noise will die by November 2023 after the Supreme Court verdict. But again, we should not rule out the influence that he has had over with this election within the youth space, right? The youth really do love him. So it that depends on how he's going to move with his future, because I also see him losing the Labour Party structure and probably going to create a new political party. But then again, if he doesn't lose the Labour Party structure, or he creates one, he still has the love and support for the obedient. Maybe few of them or a million of them may be frustrated with the Supreme Court verdict. Is a welcome party to national politics for them and for Obi. But let's keep watching the space to see how it goes. But I can tell them, and let the obedient who are watching take it from me. Peter Obi will never be president in Nigeria. I'm saying
I think they know that. I think everybody knows.
So I'm saying it boldly so that they can know, they can get angry with me, but I'm saying it because there are reasons why he will never be president of Nigeria in his lifetime, because he made a mess of his opportunities. And that video call, that phone call, that where he was saying, yes, daddy, please, daddy, help me, daddy, I love you, daddy. Let's this is a Christian fight and a religious fight. The place that video is coming, that phone call is coming from, they have more other sources. So if he launches another presidential campaign again, they will release more of it. Why are they going to do that? So that the Northerners will not vote for him. So he is a lose-lose battle for him. He should.
You see, Emeka, the issue with the Igbo don't support their brother. That's a fact.
No, let's forget that. Obi got 99%. Go to Anambra. You saw what he scored. We voted for him. Obi got majority. Say no. Don't say that. Obi got. Look at the election now. Obi, he did very well in the Southeast. Even me, I predicted he won't do well. But he I predicted 3 million votes for Obi, and Obi doubled that, 100% for, he doubled that. He beat my expectation and imagination, and I'm really happy for him. But what got me upset was his conduct, his behavior, not because he was trying to go into politics or launch his presidential campaign, but was his conduct and behavior within that and after the election. The election was over. Within 24 hours, he was declaring that he won the election, and he was going on national media to mainstream media to say he won the election. His vice president candidate also went to mainstream media to say they won the election, and the Chief Justice of Nigeria should not swear the president. After he made that declaration, he ran away to the UK and couldn't come back till after the swearing in of Ashwaju. It's the conduct, not because of his ambition. What I said, if I don't know those who are monitoring me, I know they don't like me, but I was saying Obi would be the biggest winner from this election, and he had no electoral value. And after the election, he got 6 million votes. So that is his value now, 6 million votes. So if he's going to come into the table to discuss with anybody, he's going to tell them, I have 6 million supporters, and then he can negotiate from that point of view. But his conduct during the election, after the election, will not make people want to touch him. That's the power brokers will not want to touch him. He made a mess of his future ambition.
What do you think the strongest narrative is supposed to be coming out of the Southeast? Who is going to seize that space? And who do you think should?
Well, let's say Asuwaju is going to do 8 years, right? So from 2027, after the election, towards this period, towards December or early 2028, we'll begin to see the major actors who will be coming out, right? We'll probably know who are the leading northern candidates that want to.
There's still a window to seize the presidency from Tinubu in 2027. No, there is, of course, because it's not this time around, though. In 2027 for a second term. Because if the
2027, I know what you are saying. The 2027.
Let me land it.
Okay.
If the PDP lands a strong southeastern candidate, and we all know that the southeastern votes are already bagged and tagged. If they can find somebody, and I'm still not far from Charles Soludo but Dave Umahi is already with Tinubu. But if they can find somebody strong, there's still a real possibility that they can seize that power and make Tinubu just a one-term president.
With all the cabals, with all the machineries, since they've been fighting Tinubu since after when? And I want to really know the God of Tinubu. You understand? With all the cabals and everything, even changing the currency, as well as in party fighting from APC, his party, then with the PDP and the Labour Party and everything, they still couldn't defeat Tinubu. You understand? Now talking of when he is now the president, and you can see his hands, how he's going about consolidating power, and how he's putting his people in place and keeping everybody in check, carrying all of them across. I don't see anybody defeating him. He's going to be a landslide by 2027 for him. He's a politician. He's the godfather of godfathers. He's the one politicians want to be, and that's why Wike is towing his line and going through his playbook. Tinubu should be writing books on how to win power, how to drag power, how to play politics, how to sponsor people for politics, and how to coordinate people, because he's a man's man. He's a leader's of leader. So he's not a joker in this space. And I know what you just said. You know, you are trying to bait me to say something, but you yourself, you truly know who Asiwaju is and how highly respected he is in the political space. Anybody coming to play that game with him, it's like you are going into a battle to go die so soon. You want to commit suicide. So anybody who wants to do that is probably wanting to commit political suicide by 2027.
Just finally, because I want to, people have been waiting about that happens sometimes. But what do you think Wike's play is? As we were talking, I just went quickly to check his age. Wike is 55.
Yeah,
what do you think his play is? Is he playing for 16 years' time?
Yes.
And does he have the age to play that?
Yeah, Wike is playing the long game. Wike was hoping he would have won the PDP presidential candidate, right? He has been playing this game since 2015. And he took over the party structure in 2019, and he's going to take over that PDP party structure after the Supreme Court's verdict. He has actually said his mind. He's going to call NEC party, and he will expel Atiku as well as the other saboteurs in PDP. He wants to take over the structure and play the long game. So his view is, after Asiwaju, he probably may be going for a vice president candidate, because him and Asiwaju now, they formed this unbreakable bond, and Asiwaju would need the support from the south and especially from Rivers State in 2027. So I don't see him trying to want to contest against his boss in 2027. But come after 2027, he might be trying to veer for a political a VP slot, or sponsoring someone who would come in as a presidential candidate to fight against the APC. But after that northern candidate, he has been one who has been pushing rotation of power. I see Wike coming in strong in after 16 years to see how to become the president of the country.
It will be 71 then.
Yes.
So that's around about the age of the Nigerian president, isn't it? 70 something.
By that time, if he continues with his political relevance and staying relevant in the political space and contributing and sponsoring
people, whiskey as well.
Exactly. If his health does not fail him, I see him being a very strong contender after 16 years. I see him very, very, very strong, just like Asiwaju. He's playing by the Asiwaju rule book. So, after 16 years, if he's still relevant as he is now,
is that the formula to become Nigerian president? You have to serve your period in the wilderness. What is have this period in the wilderness? How many times did he run? 3-4 times. He took the beatings. He has the scars. Tinubu took the beating. He has the scars. So you have to serve that period in the wilderness. That apprenticeship or something.
Hopefully, maybe he may learn some of the pitfalls the president currently encountered and see how to maneuver them. But I see his long hands. I see what he's doing. You see he's the most audacious minister within the cabinet, the one who speaks the most, the one who goes to the media the most, the one who is already trying to create an impression the most, and the one who has been sponsoring people for election way back and still want to sponsor people for election. I don't know if you noticed that he was included
and he cooked the most too.
Yes.
I don't know if you're aware that APC included him as part of the National Working Committee for Bayelsa, and PDP Bayelsa guys are shouting, what is going on here? So he was just busy laughing because they know he's one who has the stronghold within the South and one who will be able to deliver. So they need his support, they need his influence, they need his leadership, and they also need his guidance and his method of way of winning election within that region. So Wike is a very strong politician. He cannot be ignored. Let's be very realistic. If he was not that strong, he would have been expelled from PDP. He's a very strong politician, and as long as he's living, I think he knows his politics very well. He will continue to become relevant and more relevant in the future time. Thank you.
All right. So you're up next, Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, speak to us about the because I think you've been having private chats. Do you want to speak to us about the black book that has taken the Nigerian movie space by storm? Prince Daddy. All right. Who wants to take it on?
Let me.
Yeah. Let Ajale Koko come in.
Let me ask. I don't know why I'm confusing his name with Tekene. Emeka. How many enemy you think that you got more tonight? With all...
I don't know. I don't want to think about it, but I just want to let them know that I'll be sleeping very comfortably. Once I'm done, I'll go take brandy. I'll be sleeping so comfortable and enjoying myself on my bed. Wake up and forget about it and come back to the space to deliver.
They will not come spiritual against you.
No, they cannot hear me spiritual at all. I'm very strong. I will come back to the space again and deal with them with a heavy blow again and still sleep so peacefully. So they should forget about it. By November, all this noise would subside. Those who continue on this path are just going to get themselves insane and run into madness. For now, they can enjoy making mockery of the president, saying things about certificate, and keep chasing shadows and ghosts, or with certificate and the nonsense that is not applicable or relevant within this space at this time. But after November 2023, I dare them to continue speaking. They can only speak in their house, in their private houses or private corners. Go and speak in public spaces that Shiwaji Tinubu is no longer the president, and see if the DSS will not be knocking your door very soon or shortly. So, yeah.
So what you are saying?
Why like you?
Allah, give me 1 minute. So what you are saying now is that after Supreme Court, found Tinubu, so all eyes will clear. No be all eyes on judiciary again. All eyes.
No, there will be all eyes will clear. There will be no more. So those who are reasonable and sensible, like the politicians who go around to be gullible and be deceiving their followers, like the P2B and the Atiku Abubakar, they will no longer want to say, "Oh, he's no longer the president," or they can't appeal. Who are they going to appeal to now? They will mind their business and focus on the next phase of life, right? Then it is now for those who are unreasonable, who want to continue pushing those propaganda noise and keep saying the stupidities or the silliness, or exhibiting silliness within the social media space or whatever. Then I pity them. If they don't, let me use this as a warning. I pity you. After that Supreme Judge, just behave yourself. If you don't behave yourself, you'll be hearing the bunk bed within Amdekalu.
Okay, Ola, before I speak.
No, I was just going to ask Emeka, why an Ikitima like you, why will you be bearing an Igbo name now?
No, I mean, I'm a proper Igbo man from Umaya, Olokoro Umaya. That's my village. It's a proper one. No, but then again, I like to say the truth. I like to be very objective, right? I love the president. I grew up in Lagos. I saw what he did in Lagos. I saw his visionary leadership, and I looked at the three of them, and I said, no, this is the person that would win. Then I also, not that I didn't admire P2B, but I saw the hand he was coming. And again, I've been to Anambra State. I didn't see anything he did, but he keeps saying, go back and check, go back and check. And I was like, who are you telling to go back and check? What did you do? When you ask people, they will tell you he did education. People in Anambra are coming first in WAEC. And I'm like, what the hell? Is that an achievement? What you should be saying is that the access to education is free. And that's what Soludo is doing now. the access to education, that more people are getting free education in Anambra. More people are coming first in WAEC.
The only person that can probably mirror Tinubu's achievement, for my own personal thinking, is Soludo.
Yeah, for now, he's trying to do something, right? With what he just did with the education, that from primary to GS3, even though it's part of the UBEC Universal Basic Education Commission, you know, they've been sponsoring it. I just looked at him and I said, this man is a very sharp man, though. But it is good, you know, you see an opportunity, you seize it, you capitalize on it, and you implement it properly and thoroughly. You understand? For him to do that anything he's going to pay, it is free. That's a groundbreaking achievement or accomplishment, you understand? And not someone coming first in WAEC. God, for goodness sake, what is wrong with us in that country? How can you be celebrating people coming first in WAEC when people cannot gain access to education, or people cannot pay school fees, or people are looking for books to read, and someone is telling me that one of the achievements of P2B is that people are coming first, the Anambra is coming first in WAEC. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with people and their senses these days? Go to social media platform and you see the nonsense people are writing, and you know, you're like, what is going on here? We are looking for something that is very tangible, not that, oh, somebody came first in WAEC. Did he come first is that first relevant in the entire space, or just for him alone and his family?
All right, brilliant. Hopefully, say that, and then let Ajande Koko take the floor. Yeah.
Sometimes, one man. Sometimes, if you come to his space, if you don't know what to say, just keep your mouth shut.
Just make sure
you don't know what. Mature. You don't know what people do achieve in Anambra State.
What else did he achieve? Apart from first in WAEC, what
have Soludo achieved since he became governor of Anambra State? That you don't know what to say.
He's giving
let me finish. I just came in to respond to
speak Igbo to each other. Maybe
yes, because we are not even sure. Because anytime I be an
yeah, you didn't come from Anambra State. If you came from Anambra State,
I'm not from Anambra. No, I'm not from Anambra.
Then you shut up.
I cannot speak Igbo to him. Maybe enjoy una language.
No, the Anambra State that we are today, no Anambra man can freely walk in Anambra State compared to when P2B was in Anambra State. The record is there. You understand me? If you go to Opiweka today, no Anambra man will walk around in Opiweka compared to when P2B was there. You understand? Even you that is from Umuahia, you cannot even tell what is happening in Umuahia today. You just come there.
We have a reasonable governor currently now.
You have a reasonable governor.
Yeah, he's reasonable.
He's reasonable.
Yes,
but
he's
now
reasonable. I like him. I like
don't
the
know
governor.
what is good. You don't know what is good. People that campaign for him did everything to make sure that he's there.
Yeah, people campaign for him.
Listen to me. Let me tell you. Let me finish.
Oti is not a featherweight politician.
Let me finish.
Oti is not a featherweight politician. He didn't need the Labour Party to become the politician. Wait now, let me land now what he's doing. He's not trying to do.
Seeing his sometimes we make sure that he climb to that position. But when you come, you speak ignorantly. Just because I don't know what you are looking for or whatever you want to say. You say you come from Anambra State. It's only even before P2B became that governor. Do you know what education was in Anambra State? P2B renovated about more than 4,000 schools. What that gave them buses and everything, provide internet for them and all of those things. Soludo, because of the free education that he announced, who has achieved it? Who has gotten it? He only goes about speaking. What project has he commissioned since he became governor?
Let me tell you what Soludo has done. Even as someone.
Don't tell me. But let me finish. I'm speaking about my state, and you don't tell me anything about my state. I tell you what is happening in my state. I said, don't tell me all that. That is my state. Immediately, I can go to Anambra. Let me finish. Immediately, I can go to all the people, the big men in Anambra State running Tasaba today to the side. Nobody is settling. All the hotel owners are relocating their business to Asaba. As I'm talking to you today. You don't tell me what is happening in my state. Who is Soludo? What is it? I campaign for Soludo. I put my money as campaign. God, don't tell me. Just speak only in your state. I say what is happening in my state. He's doing nothing.
I have friends.
Yes, I say you only read papers and come here to talk what because you hate P2B or you don't want to, or because let me finish. It's because he fought the same political position with your brother, and you don't like his face. You come here to speak lies about him. Is that how to do politics?
No,
is that how to do politics? I tell you today, nobody can say it. P2B is the most achievable governor in Anambra State, first in the history in our state, and he still remains the same. He governed that state.
That's your opinion. That's okay. That's understandable. That's your opinion.
So don't come here and say what you don't know. If you say you are from the east, you are not better than people that supported him from the east. The people that supported him knows him more than you do.
I'm not taking that away from him. The Southeast voted for P2B, and the reason why they did so is because of.
I didn't know when you came here. You said you will not get any vote from the east.
Yes, I said so. I said so because I thought. I am not disputing that. Can you let me land the point? Can you let me land the point?
That means you are the reasonable person here.
Can you allow me land the point, please? I did not dispute.
Don't come here and rubbish my best. Don't come here and rubbish my best governor. That man today still. If that man today still remember my best, if you go to my state, I know he governed how he governed that state.
You are getting emotional.
It's not being getting emotional. It's the way you speak. You don't come here and rubbish my governor.
Politics is not emotions.
You think I support him because of? You think I supported him because of? He must be the president of this country. I supported him because
he's from the southeast. That's why you supported him.
Whether you want it or not, at least today I am praising the best governor in the southeast, which is Alex Oti. I came here today. I speak about his record. So I don't do politics because of I don't do politics because of because the person must be from my state.
Why are you mad with me? I agree with you.
I'm mad with you because you don't come here. Just rubbish a man like my P2B.
But P2B is a loser,
and you say you're from the southeast. Even if you don't like him,
right?
Whether he lose or not,
but would you
yes, he lose. And what are you better than him? Are you better than him?
I admire P2B, right? As a man, I admire him. I admire P2B. As a man, I admire P2B. My views on him are political. It's not like I would see P2B. As a matter of fact, let me be very honest with you, and I'm saying it out publicly. If P2B has won the election, I will be the biggest beneficiary on this platform. I'll be the biggest beneficiary. But I admire him as a human, as someone who has achieved. He really did well in this election. He did mightily well. But again, his conduct, his behavior was not good. And it will not be good for us as the Southeasterners who want to go into future. Who wants to go into?
If it's not good for you, if it's not good for you, relax where you are. Stay where you are. It's good for me. What he did is good for me. The man is still going global. If what he did politically is not good for you. Whether he lost, he contested the election as a Nigerian.
Yeah, that's his right.
He didn't contest as a Southeasterner.
He contested because
don't come here and become a hypocrite and you say you're from the Southeast. Don't become hypocrite and say you're from the Southeast. You don't admire someone. Then if you want to criticize him as a Southeasterner, don't come here and become a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. I listen for you all the way. I know how you rated him. Even though everything you rated him about, you couldn't say anything right.
To support whoever I want to support. I'm entitled as a Nigerian to support whoever I want to support.
You know what that man has achieved?
I support President.
You know what he has
It is my entitlement. It is my right. Just because P2B is from the Southeast does not mean that I should support him blindly. Yes, I agree.
You don't need to support him. I'm not saying that you support him. But coming here to say, I don't say you should support him. Coming here, let me finish.
If it's your view,
let me finish. I did not say you don't support him. But coming here to speak lies about him is what I tell you. Who is Soludo? Soludo, we are praying for the next 4 years so that he will get out of that place. And you're talking about Soludo.
It's my view.
We are praying that the next 4 years will come. People that want to adopt him can adopt him.
Those are my
people that can adopt him can adopt him. He speaks more than doing.
You can't change my opinion.
I'm not changing your opinion. What's your opinion? Your opinion doesn't count to anything.
Respect my
I just want to
opinion,
come
just
to
like I will
rubbish that your
respect
opinion,
yours.
so that you know that you don't have any
Respect my
opinion.
opinion, and I will respect yours, right? I will respect your own opinion.
I will not respect that your rubbish opinion. I just come here to rubbish that your opinion. You know, you don't know anything.
You're not
Like
acting like a human being. Then you're acting like a dog.
You don't know. I'm not acting like a human being. When it comes to my loving P2B, you understand?
Okay.
He gave me the
No
best.
worry, there, no problem.
All the maternity, everything we have in Anambra State, every body from both from everything we have today in our health sector. It's about that man. I benefited from it. All the access to free health, everything that happened in Anambra State. It's all glory to P2B.
Calm down. All right.
All the rural roads there, he created it.
Calm down.
You come here to say what you don't know.
Calm down. P2B to you is the best thing after sliced bread. P2B to me is someone I cannot identify with politically. Can we agree and disagree on this? To you, he's the best thing after sliced bread. That's fine. But to me, I can't agree with him politically. As a man, I respect him. He has done very well for himself. He's a successful businessman. He's a leader now. He's someone who is influencing a lot of young people. I respect him for that. I respect what he's doing. But if he can do it properly and more decent and compel people like you and obedient, then that's all good and all done. But again,
It is not compelling me. Apart from politics, he's not compelling me.
Your excesses. You guys are very excessive.
He's not compelling me.
You are exhibiting that tendency. You guys are emotional rabbit dogs.
My love for him didn't start the day he came out to say I want to contest for presidency.
If you like, you love him when you were excited and love him when you are old. That's your own opinion. I respect your opinion. That's fine. Respect my opinion is my opinion, and keep it 100. Keep it 100, right?
Take some questions, please.
Huh?
Can you take some question or some
comments? Yeah, shoot your question.
No, I think he has stormed off. Kenny has stormed off. You see, I've never seen the Kenny so vexed. You know, don't diss Peter Obi. Kenny doesn't like it.
This Emeka from Ekiti State. We're gonna
no, Emeka is not allowed to no, you are not allowed to cross that Niger bridge anymore. Yeah. Now, so now your man on in Lagos.
Now you guys see why I don't want to come on camera before these people will look for me and start to
I told you earlier that your sleep tonight, it not go easy.
No, I will sleep well. I'll sleep very well. I'll sleep very well.
You see one thing, politicians are not worth fighting for, and you don't over defend them. You know they are not worth it. Let's just say that part.
Yeah,
because
you don't.
You see,
I agree.
Obi over time. It is my own noble opinion that Obi over time as.
But you used to support Peter Obi now. You think we've forgotten? You used to be an obedient at the start of this whole thing. Do you remember?
I did that for just like 2 or 3 days, but when I now figure out that the man was lying, so I just have to, I'm a dynamic person. So if I say something today, tomorrow I can change like weather. So don't base it on that. That's why I say don't hold me to my word. So that's just me, because if I come to you today with some information, if I find out that information was wrong, I will just change immediately. Like Pastor Sam said, he said, there's nothing wrong, even if you're a pastor, if you get something wrong, even if you say God told you to do something, it's not bad for you to go back to your congregation where you got this wrong and say, see, I thought God told me, but I was wrong. So you humble yourself and you let people just understand that, okay, you are ready to be honest because you are still human. So that's my story there. You see, one thing about this Obi is this. Over time, he has managed this scale of misleading people. You understand? Telling people stories. And you will see people that they will not even have something concrete in comparison to other governors that has even led Anambra State. And people will still be saying, oh, it's Obi. And I can bet you most of these things about Obi, they all had everything on the social media because of the presentation. Now look at many of the presentation. You will see one leaders that will say, Obi, wait, let me correct you. Kemi Adeosun did the same thing. Soludo did the same thing. Even some of us say now we are doing the same thing because we ask you, when you say Obi did this, did that, bring Anambra State audited financial report, as simple as
but we had a look at that here. Do you remember?
I know.
When we looked at that, yeah.
Exactly. You know, I was one of those loudest voice, even championing for that I don't want all this congestion. Let's just do this thing. Now,
Could I interject? Could I interject you?
No, let me go land though. Let me go land.
And I've done hide from the truth. Now let me ask you a question. It's just before you
No,
land.
let me quickly land.
I wanted you to land with what I'm gonna say. If you land, then what
I
good is
won't give you that chance. You can't bully me.
Let me interject. It's allowed, please.
If you are interjecting today. I say I'm not giving you the chance. Let me just land.
You don't want me to interject. Why? I don't understand.
No, let me land. No, see. I respect you honestly. I want you to interject, but let me land so that I will present my statement so that I don't want to be cut off while I'm still doing my presentation.
All right, sure.
Now, when people want to quickly discredit Soludo, you know, Soludo, Batanaji, and Ngozi, they are my people that I look up to. So if you want to rubbish Soludo, you better be prepared. I will deal with you like I will deal with you when you are talk of Dangote. Dangote is not my family, but I admire the guy. So look at this Soludo we are talking about. You are saying it's not doing anything. And this guy has already recruited 200 medical personnel. Now lie. He has recruited 5,000 teachers. Now lie. And you are saying this person is not doing anything. At least I can point to the area of human capital development. I can point to the medical industry. And I can point to that 5,000 Anambra youth that is sent on special training. So those things may appear to mean nothing to you, but you won't understand until like 2 years down the line. Now, is it a lie that the street lights are getting back now after the street light died out for a very long time?
Let me finish. Where are you getting all this information from? Who is telling you these things you are saying? 5,000 youth, street light. Who did it? Where? In Anambra State or what?
Yes.
Where did you see it? I'm telling you what is on the ground where you are coming here to say 5,000 youth. Street where?
Okay. Debunking.
What are you people doing? Is it because? Let me finish. Is it because you find him so attractive the way he speak against your opponent? Is that why you are promoting him? Let me tell you, what you are doing is fake love. You don't love Soludo. I'm telling you what is happening.
Are promoting Soludo?
You have not been promoting him. You started promoting him after the day he said something against Peter Obi. That is the day you started promoting him. That is true. Let me finish. That is true. You are not promoting him anything. I'm telling you what is happening in my state. You are coming here to tell me that he's doing this, he's doing that. That every rich man in Anambra State cannot stay in Anambra State today. Doesn't that concern you? Even go and see let me finish. Go and see the roundabout. Go and see the roundabout that is flying in the internet.
Hold on, Ekene. You still have the space, but let me play you a clip. Let me play you just a 1 minute clip.
But what we are launching today, beginning this term, and so far as I am on this chair as governor of Anambra, now public school owned by government and run by government. What from nursery to primary 6 to JSS 3. Nobody, none of them will be required under any circumstance to pay 1 kobo to anybody. Nobody. Okay? Yeah. Come on, I'm even there, bro. What are they doing about Kwaza? What are they doing about
All right,
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Oh yeah, hold on. It's not sexy like building a flyover and whatnot, but what is actually building is the future.
Okay.
And that
Okay.
is why people
He didn't build any. He didn't build. This thing he did is what he said here. He just talking. He never implemented anything. This is my state you are talking about. You understand? When it comes, when it comes
last week, aren't you happy that people?
This is my state. I've been monitoring everything that is going. Let me respond to the video now. I've seen that video. You use it to promote fake law for him. Let me finish.
This is how you get people out of poverty. Aren't you happy? If you are truly,
let me finish what I'm saying.
Truly an Anambra person, you should be proud of this achievement.
I am not proud of it until I see the implementation. That is how governance is.
Implemented. He has said it.
You know, this is not the only video. You are just playing one. I saw almost those videos that he went and he was waving his hands, and those they were clapping for him. He's looking for publicity because he's losing it. That's how everybody. You think we are Anambra State, Anambra, think we are fools like many people. We are not fools. We know one man is playing politics. He's doing it to gain his publicity that he's losing, and he's not getting anything because he's not implementing. This is not the only thing that he promised in Anambra State that he hasn't gotten it right. He promised to chase Agboros away. Today they're in uniform. He couldn't do that. He promised to turn Anambra State to Taiwan, Dubai. He never commissioned any project. He promised to keep it safe. Today nobody is willing to stay in Anambra.
But Kennedy did do that. So it succeeded with the Agbero, and I know that. You know
which Agbero he succeeded. I don't know why you people doing this. I'm telling you what is happening in Opiweka. You tell me that you succeeded in Agbero.
But we are monitoring it too now.
You're not monitoring anything. You're not monitoring anything. He recruited. In fact, the money that Agboros are collecting today is way more than what they are collecting when it was when they are not.
Do you know
the way they treat people in Opiweka? You think you cannot stand in Opiweka today? I know what Opiweka used to be.
Let me ask you this, Ekene, do you know how the Agberos, as you call them, do you know how they collect the money now?
They collect. How do they collect it?
Yeah, shall I tell you what Soludo introduced? You know the ticketing system that the Agberos use? What Soludo introduced for the Keke Napeps and the Okadas and whatnot is that they do it now electronically. So by
which electronically?
One man. He did that within his first 100 days in office.
He didn't do anything. He promised to eradicate those things. He didn't do anything. Go to Opiweka and see what is happening there. All those transporters, they are lamenting every day. All those Okada people, they are lamenting every day. You even come and increase everything for them. They are lamenting. All that he's killing their business. And those guys turn to be another thing. I know those Agboros, one after the other. I know most of them. You don't speak what I do. You don't speak what I know. The guys are the guys I know.
You know, you are no different from us. So you live in Lagos, so you are not in Anambra yourself. So
even if I don't stay in Anambra constantly, my father is there, my mother is there, some of my siblings are there. I travel there, and I'm even planning to travel soon again. But you even this Emeka, I don't know the last time he came to Abia State. He only come here and talk. I don't even know whether he has come to Abia State.
2023. I was there July 2023. I'll be there in March 2024.
If you come, let me come. If you come, let me take you around and show you most of Soludo, most of Obi achievement. I will go and take you around and show you. I will go and show you all the projects, most of the projects that he did, including the one from my in-law side. Both the maternities that are still standing today.
To calm down. I've never seen you before.
I will take you to Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University. That project he started it. He started it and he commissioned it. I will go and take you to. I will go and take you to. I will take you to our general hospital. Let me finish. I will take you to our general hospital. You ask them who started it and who finished it. I will take you to Willow. I will take you to Willow Health Center, where they're doing health operation in Anambra State. You ask them who started it and who commissioned it.
Are you calm now?
I will take you to all those projects.
Are you calm
ask them.
now?
I will take you to rural roads, especially the ones. I will take, especially the ones in Anya and local government, all the rural roads that are there. You will ask them who opened those roads and who commissioned them. You think all this playing around at the so when it comes to governance, we know who governs us well.
Please, when you are taking me, take me to Oka. There's this woman that cook very good egusi soup at Unizik temp site. I don't know if
you want, I will take you there. Anywhere you want me to take you.
Okay.
I will take you.
I
miss and no worry your head. Emeka no go come meet you. If the fear will be there. If they hide the head, you no go come. You no go feel come.
So you don't say we're talking about what we experience, what we feel, and what we know. You are talking about to a hater, to somebody that is antagonistic, that doesn't know his left and right when it comes to governance. You're talking about Soludo. Soludo, in fact, if you know how Anambra people rated him when he came, if you know how we rated him when we campaigned for him, that guy, we put our heads to campaign for him. If you know how we rated him, you will know that that guy is living below, far below expectation, far below.
Ekene, calm down, please.
The guy is living far below expectation. We rated him so high. We made him that governor that he is today. He didn't make it himself. We campaigned for him. We rated him so high. He's living below expectation.
Next time
can we move?
Okay, today, when you're talking about governance today, you go to
can we move forward, please?
Let me finish.
Hold on.
I'm very sorry, Ekene.
Emeka, just no more than 3 words. Is Peter Obi the greatest governor Nigeria has ever experienced?
I don't want to anger Ekene, please.
Say yes.
Don't set me up. Don't set me up, please. Don't set me up. I don't want to anger Ekene. Let's move on.
Let me say a word here, please. I want a rapt attention to what I'm going to say. So it's going to be maybe a minute, 2 minutes at the most, because we do know what good leadership is. We've had good leadership in the past, from let's say Obama to some people who's a good leader. We've had Jesus Christ, for example, is a good leader, right? We had Muhammad, the prophet of the Muslims, is a good leader for them. Nelson Mandela. Now, those people, I don't remember any infrastructure they built, for example. Right? They're not known for their infrastructure. So it's really not that important to be arguing things that is not the role of what we're looking for. P2B might have built some schools, built some roads. That's not why P2B is a good leader, or people aspirationally think he's a good leader. A good leader should have integrity. I've never really seen anybody argue the contrary, that P2B has integrity.
They are not new to this platform, so how can you say that?
Well, what I'm saying is that
objection, Passat, objection.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So some, I won't say all. Nobody, even Jesus Christ, has critics, right? You're gonna have critics.
Are you equating Peter Obi to Jesus Christ?
No, not at all. I'm saying you have to have what's called scale. I'm doing a scale thing now. But please just hear me out for 2 minutes, because it's important for us when we're having a discussion, right? You guys don't like me because I try to bring it to a mature level. It's not an easy role to play, but I'll take my lecture.
I like you, Pansal. I like you.
Thank you very much.
Pastor, let me say, because whenever I want to always fulfill my mind when it comes to this type of talking and this type of rating. When people talk about, because I know, when I feel an achievement, I don't keep it in my side. Even in Lagos State, the ones that impacted me positively, I speak about them with passion. I'm not faking love in terms of governance. You understand? And I'm talking about, when it comes to governance, I talk about people that impacted the life and what I feel they did for the society when they governed. Do you understand?
I do.
So
And
it's just like it's just like all these people reading papers today. You know, we are good in reading papers. All our achievements, as even as governors and presidents, everything is on papers. But when you come to what people feel, how they benefit, how that governance benefited them, you cannot even talk about it. Most of them can't say it. You understand? But when they read papers, they come and say, we read this and we read that. You know, governance is all about reading papers. It's all about implementation. How you implemented it. Just like all the English that Soludo has speak from almost getting to 2 years now. What has he done? Nothing. You just compare that with Alex Oti that just came in 100 days. It's not necessarily that the project must be new, but the way you took up the project of your former administrators and you equip them, you renew them and make them attractive again, so that those things will continue to function. You understand? That is governance.
Let me
you look at Alex Oti today. You look at Alex Oti today. You see the center of attraction in the southeast. You make a view of good things coming to the southeast. It's not somebody that goes around speaking English all the days, and you come to the southeast. Yeah.
Hold on, please. Let me. What I'm gonna say is going to. I said it's in about 2 minutes. Just be patient. I'll hand it back to you because you guys wanna. But let me start from what you just said there, so that you know where I'm coming from. Even naming somebody like Alex Oti, no matter what it is that he's doing, that doesn't mean anything, right? That's good. Okay, if he's fulfilling building infrastructure. I just first finished telling you that the rubric of measuring our leaders is to shape our nation, our communities and organizations. That's the role of a leader. Part of it is that infrastructure. So you in your case, you're defending something that you have ample points to use, okay, including in building infrastructure. P2B ranks tops, but that's not what we're looking at. When we look at P2B, we're looking at integrity, self-awareness, courage, respect, empathy, gratitude, all those kind of things that every other successful country looks.
Pansat, are you reading from your computer screen again?
Yeah, please let me land, please, Emeka, because this is crucial. What I'm saying, Emeka, Kene.
But people don't associate those virtues with Peter Obi now.
Okay,
we've established severally that he's a crooked man.
No, okay, let me just land, okay, because you can have that as a separate debate. You're entitled to your opinion. Any reasonable person, for those who are in the Southwest, for example, Dele Farotimi, one of our greatest Africans.
When did he become great? When did Dele Farotimi become great?
The problem I have with you, one man, let me tell you what it is. You know better. You actually more Igbo than I am.
All right. You said 2 minutes.
Let me just, you let me land. Now go to something else. So what I'm trying to say, which you are not attacking my main points. What I'm trying to say is that forget about the infrastructure. P2B is an honest man. He's a decent human being. Not a Nigerian, not an African. I'm talking about a human being. You can't say if somebody like Jesus Christ didn't build any roads. I don't know any highways that he constructed or something that lasted that long. But he built a lot of good things. Salvation.
Did he build people?
He built salvation itself. In order for you to be saved, you have to go through Jesus Christ. He did the job as the Son of God. But that's
Obi be salvation.
Now, Peter Obi, why? Let me land now. I'm dancing around the
place. Yeah, no, let him land.
Our integrity is not in those things that Ekene is elucidating and pointing out. For example, to Alex, it is going to disappoint you as a human being. These people are playing. They're doing mediocrity. You know, when you do a road, right? Let's say here in the United States, just a street, you will see that it has runoffs where water is going to go into when it's rained. No, these streets, the roads they build in Nigeria, they don't have entrances, they don't have exits. That's no respect. That's nonsense. That is nonsense. They're not serious.
All right, and I want to move away from this place quickly because
what I'm saying,
why is Madam Zita telling you to move? Is he the one to tell you to move away from it? If he doesn't want to hear this, if he doesn't want we are contributing from the start, let her close her here until we finish satisfying our thoughts. He's not the one to tell you to move away from it. She's not the one to tell you.
Pharaoh to me, right? It prevents me
He's telling
to
you
say
to move
that
away from it because he owns the platform.
When you have Padeba and Joe, it prevents me from making that statement that I always like to make, that the Yoruba, the Southwest, has turned into an iniquitous tribe. Why are you going to be against a good thing? We have a Peter Obi, that is one of ours. Peter Obi belongs to you. Peter Obi belongs to me. Tinubu belongs to you. Tinubu belongs to me because he's black. We don't know what country he's from. He's not a Yoruba man. We don't know who. He could be an Igbo man for you. You know, you don't have a goddamn idea. So what I'm saying is that Fela doesn't belong to you. Fela belongs to Nigeria.
What I like about Obedient, they know how to give you.
They don't from Guinea. It's a Guinean.
Pastor, I got your point very well. In terms of that,
let Pansat land so that there's actually there's some methods
one
to
of the things is the aperture in which you're looking at it. Awolowo doesn't belong to you. Awolowo is one of our fathers, one of our sons. It's not a me you kind of thing. He might be fighting for a period of time for his village, for his clan, for his city, but he knows that truth and strength is modular. If he could secure in his enclave, somebody's going to secure from the northern enclave, somebody's going to secure from the eastern enclave. Eventually, because it's modular, modular means you could stack one on top of the other. So please, I'm begging my Yoruba brothers, Peter Obi is somebody we have not produced in the entire country, in the entire Africa. And then in contemporary times, he's totally different. He is not corrupt, right? Let me land this point. Then no matter what you have to say, it's not as important as what I'm about to say right now. Listen to what I'm saying. Peter Obi not being corrupt, right, for that country. It's for all of us. It's so big that this man, he comes out boldly, right? And he
2
says
minutes. 2 minutes over. 2 minutes.
He says it, and he says it, and we should be proud of that. All of us. It has nothing to do with the Southeasterner. He has. Please hold up. Let me just land on this.
Pastor, I want to respond to just few things before. If you don't give me that time, I will not respond to it. You understand? The point you are going, people will be very hard to admit it. It's very hard because of the Nigerian space we are. But you know why I don't want to go to that side? I want to go to physical. Is that they will bring in physical and a physical achievement so that we compare it. That I'll begin to show them both the physical achievement and his human capital development. All that. He's the best when it comes to human capital development. They can come, let us compare it. You understand? But I don't want to go that side because it's very hard for Nigerians to understand the aspect of human capital development. Because they have not experienced it especially, that's not the type of governance most Nigerians like to hear. They like to hear about rules, this and that, and project. And I still want to give them projects started and completed by him, which I can count thousands of them. And when you go and check it, I tell you more than 4,000 schools. They are both in my communities and everything. It's what I see. So I don't need to come and start to speak big grammars just to convince people. No. I just want to tell you the fact what he did.
You speak big.
You understand? Just like what they're talking about.
Please hear me, please.
They're talking about Soludo today.
Maybe there is a distance between here and Nigeria. There's interference. But listen to what I'm saying to you. These people know this is more than you and I do, right? They're too sophisticated. Nobody here is talking about this thing because they don't know. Some of them are afraid. Some of them are competing. It's an Igbo Yoruba competition thing. It's been there for a long time.
No, that's how it is. That's how it is. But that's how it is. I don't. Let me tell you. I don't even have any problem when somebody like a one man or Ola or anybody here come and say Peter Obi didn't do this thing. I don't have any problem with them. You understand? Because I may say anywhere they are not from my state. They can say they read from the papers. They can say what they hear from the papers. I don't have any problem with them. But when it comes to somebody that tells me that he comes from Umuahia, you understand? I find it so ridiculous. Even if you don't like it, say the truth.
Yeah, but you dealt with him.
That is the point here. That is the point because even me, I cannot see any good thing that comes from Umuahia. I cannot see anything that comes from Umuahia, and they say it in a negative way.
That's
the point.
All right, Kenneth, thank you. I think you gave it a good go, Kenneth. So thank you. We have to move the conversation
on this point before you move.
All right. Then after you, then we move on. When they go to see you.
I thought you were gonna say no to when I would have been.
Nobody says no to Ogbeni now. He's the only brain we have on this platform. Yeah, carry on.
Is it Panzer space? Why will he say no?
No. Carry on. Carry on, Ogbeni.
Came to intervene. It's not his space. I won't even bother to intervene in this space. Is it one man?
Ogbeni, please speak up. Oh, we can't hear you louder.
Oh, Ogami, I'm speaking.
The memo, yo.
Baba, speak louder. We want to enjoy
you know that intellectuals don't speak. They speak in whispers now, and they speak
like Soludo, right?
Yeah, like Soludo. You know that they speak like that, and they speak like that.
Yeah. You guys are triggering the Kenneth.
Very little point, just 1 or 2 points I just wish to make in this regard. First and foremost, see, I find it very ridiculous that somebody can say, "Oh, you will excuse somebody analyzing Peter Obi if the person is not from the southeast, but if the person is from the southeast, why will it?" That his argument will be very ridiculous because he's from southeast. So, essentially, you are saying you expect him not to speak against his brother. And we have seen this thing playing out in several occasions, particularly during Soludo. I could recall this Soludo thing very vividly. The Southeasterners and others, you all supported Soludo. In fact, I remember the major point back then is Soludo the solution. And you made all the noise. We won't hear word anywhere. Soludo solution. Many of them said, in fact, he was the best minister during Obasanjo time. Some of them said, "Oh, it was the reason why Obasanjo succeeded," and da. We heard all those noise, and we listened to you guys. What has changed now? Nothing than the fact that Soludo spoke against Obi. You see, unfortunately, we don't really write our history so that our children to come and our generation to come would one day pick books on shelf and read all these things. See, they are wrong approach to understanding of governance and politics. And I still keep saying it, unless my brothers from the Southeast try to learn, they still have a very long way to go. When you go back to history, you realize that this was the same thing that played out during Awolowo, Shagari, and Nnamdi Azikiwe political space in those days. We need to learn a lot. Okay, today, I've seen somebody now talking and telling us that Obi is a man of integrity. In fact, almost compare Obi to Jesus Christ. And I wonder the kind of space is coming from. I don't understand. Because a lot of things has debunked this sainthood garb that they try to give Obi. This same your Obi worked with Abacha government while some people were fighting the military government by all means to kick them out of the space. Some left the country, some were chased out of the country, some their own and the entire of their property were burned down and everything. And this was a man that was doing his business under the military government without caring about what happened. And is this same Obi talking of integrity? The same Obi that news had it that he diverted the money in the coffers of his state to a family business. This same Obi, you try to explain it out, people will come out and try to explain it. The same Obi that his name was found on Pandora box, you come out, you explain it. The same Obi that a video recording came, a audio recording.
Yeah, he's making the contrary case that I've made, and I wasn't given time to talk. You're trying to counter me, but I wasn't given time to talk. In essence, it's not fair. Why do you like to have that kind of advantage? You should say no. Give Pansat a chance to land, so that I can then talk against Obi. I was not given this kind of time.
Pansat, you said you needed 2 minutes. You took 10. So
no, but
let him,
I was not allowed to talk. I didn't make my point. Even though it was friendly fire.
All right, we don't really want to do Obi excessively, but let Obedi land.
Can I make my point and then let him counter what he's saying?
I thought you had. Just let him.
Just give me 2 minutes, then he would, and I'll be done.
Carry on, Ogbeni. Carry on, Ogbeni.
You can just allow me to land. You see, I have listened to him patiently, and I've prayed that. I was praying that when it got to my turn, one man would not be tired, and he also would not be given that chance to start interrupting. So for me, my point is very clear. You see, sometimes we could be very hypocritical with our arguments sometimes when we look at a man and we think you see that man from a perspective which people don't see the man. And that is the essence of all this noise tonight. You expect a maker to cover up for Obi or to defend Obi, or to keep quiet. If there is anything he has to criticize in Obi, why? Because you believe Emeka is from the same space with Obi, therefore you shouldn't criticize Obi. But you could, from your own space, criticize Tinubu and criticize Atiku and criticize all other players in that political space. But others don't have that right to criticize because they are from that space. It's a wrong reasoning and wrong way of arguing. That's my point. And you see, secondly, I don't understand sometimes when we explain this Nigeria thing, particularly Pansat. You see, we could be so narrow in our understanding of Nigeria. And when you keep saying Obi built road, and there's a question I keep asking people. I've been to Anambra. I didn't stay there, but I stay in Adamawa, and I used to ply that road very well. Through Taraba, down to Oka, then down like that to Benin, down to Southwest Ondo, in numbers of times. And I could recall very well, the worst ghetto in that Hazis is one ghetto they call Opoko in Onitsha. Obi made that ghetto, he left it like that. The ghetto is still there today. If you're talking about somebody who built a state, particularly somebody who said human capacity, what do you mean? What's your understanding of human capacity? That Obi built human capacity? And I keep saying something. If you really perform so wonderfully during your time, your successors will speak good about you, particularly when you belong to the same party. And one thing about it is you can't know more than the successors of a man. Obiano succeeded Obi. Obiano from day one started criticizing Obi even before he left that party. The first thing Obiano said when he got to office is that the money you said you left, you didn't leave any money here, but and we keep finding a way to explain things for this man. Okay, Soludo got there again. So he had Soludo's blessing, but see what Soludo kept saying. So I don't know. I don't know where all these things is coming from, and I think our Eastern brothers should try and learn this thing and allow us to analyze the use of objectively.
All right. Can I ask you a question then?
Therefore, you shouldn't.
No, I'm going to move on after that. I'm going to give this the final word. That minute, I'll give it to a special guest who wants to have a word on this matter. And then after that, we go on to Ajande Koko. But let's hear from our special guest.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because these recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party.
That was a lie. They didn't take over the labor movement.
Whereas
That's
it
a lie.
was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes. However, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. and that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue. That is, you know, you have.
And there it is right there, graduate. So Adale Koko, to you.
One man, can I say something before you move on?
No. Don't try and hijack as you often
I'm
do
saying,
now.
let me get in a word. That's it. I mean, that's disrespectful not to even give me a chance to say a word.
What do you mean not to give you a chance? As soon as you came in, you've been talking.
Not really. You saw that everybody wanted interjecting me, especially Kene. It was friendly fire, but it's still interjection. Let me land. I said, give me 2 clean minutes. You gave it to Oweni, and he made his point. He mentioned me.
All right. Make the point, but only in a 2-minute window, and then we must move on. I don't want to have a headache this evening. Carry on.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me formally say hello to everybody now. I was going the route of talking about generally what we should be looking for, our leadership, but the conversation went to Peter Obi, and then now Obeni made it particular about Peter Obi. And I'm just saying, even listening to a whole Kongi himself, Peter Obi didn't take over the labor movement. Those nomenclatures, they're just similar, right? That's not what happened in that election. This man doesn't know who won that election. The process was rigged massively. They didn't use the methodology that they say they're going to use. So to listen to Wole Soyinka descend so low, somebody that we have so much respect for, a Nobel Prize laureate, one of our proudest citizens. That's what I'm talking about. Why do we have to be beaten by this kind of bug? Soyinka is not a Yoruba man. He's Africa's Nobel laureate. How are you going to have somebody such as Peter Obi, and you are going to you keep trying to make a contrary point from the facts, something that we know. Now, if you listen to Obasanjo's book, My Watch, and how he described vividly, prophetically, the Konji himself, he talks about his political naivete. It's a nymph politically, but he's done so much damage. So I'm asking you, Oweni, who is a young man now who's coming up here, you're not doing any this thing to yourself. So you're doing yourself a disservice by coming on this platform time and again.
When don't respond. Let him just say it, and we'll go on to
frivolous.
Trust me, I won't.
Yeah, you don't have to. But I'm not trying to be particularly hard on you, but
go on. I don't join you on such.
We have for the first time somebody who's not corrupt. Peter Obi is not corrupt. If there are allegations, there should be allegations about every human being. But the corruption, as you know, if you're a lawyer, you know that you have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. But even if you bring it to the public opinion, then yes, it's not a court of law, but it also has to meet that prima facie threshold. Peter Obi is not the kind. He's come out, he's made public statements. He had opponents such as Showore, who has at least the best opposition research anybody has, even if he's not a candidate. But in this case, a candidate. And here is Peter Obi more than anybody else. Do you think Showore will go through that election without bringing proof or something? Because the kind of claims Peter Obi is making is outlandish. He says, not only is he not corrupt, I'm quoting him now. He says, you show me where I mismanaged, and I'll quit running. And we'll look at his demeanor. He's the Yoruba.
Help us out, man. We need to move on from this nonsense.
Okay, please. Okay, I will move on, but please, one man. This is your gag. It's about time you stopped it because a lot of people.
Which gag now? Please now. We were having a fun time. Let's continue. All right, thank you. Ajale Koko, to you. God Almighty.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. in all these basketballs we've been having tonight. I think I want to respect Ekene so much. I want to give it to him for standing firm by what he believes in. He believed in Obi, and he didn't give up to any. I don't want to describe this as intimidation or any statement that rubbish Obi character and everything about Obi. Because according to him, he's from the Anambra State, and he knows more than us what Obi did when he was governor. So Ekene is so passionate of that man, and that is what he has expressed so far tonight. And I like people like that stand by what they believe in, promote their candidate, market their candidate. All of us cannot be in the same position. We are not going to like the same candidate. We are not going to see them the same way. So the way he sees Obi and what to be represent to him is what he has expressed so far. So Ekene, I really appreciate what you have done tonight, and just keep it up. So for this reason, one man, I think I want to yield my time to speak to Ekene. So let Ekene take my time, and you can come back to me later on.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So Ekene, well, you would yield it to him if he was on the screen. Let me send him the link again. See, yeah, I did send it to him again. Ekene, come back on. Jaliko wants to hear from you.
Oh, so it's not there now?
It's not there.
Okay, let me keep speaking. I mean, while waiting for him to come in. As soon as he come in, I can yield to him. Yeah.
You can give the passport now.
Because
Yes,
no,
Ekene
Ekene is real.
You can give the passport now.
No, Ekene is the real man tonight. No, Ekene is the real man tonight. So yes, I will wait for him to come back. Maybe he's listening to us, or maybe his battery has run down. So he speaks from Nigeria, and I really appreciate him all the time coming on the show, spending a lot of money. We know what is going on in Nigeria today. He still, managed to participate in this program with us. So,
Ekene is a solid sort of a person,
Yeah.
Very. I speak to him all the time off the screen.
Okay. So take me through the talking points, one man.
We were kicking it off with this movie that has taken the Netflix space by storm, The Black Book. It's a Nigerian series movie that is trending #1 in the world, and we've happened on that space so often. A Nigerian situation topping everything globally, and we were just speculating if the world is now about to enter a Nigerian age.
Look, one man. Nigeria have that potential to lead the world in so many areas of life. One of them is what you have just mentioned: movie industry, music industry, even medical industry, medical sector, educational sector. Nigeria can lead the world. And you see, Tinubu said one thing recently when he was talking to the those NAFDAC official, when he attended, was in a meeting with them. He said, look, when it comes to capacity, human capacity, He said Nigeria have it. Nigeria can supply the world. I respect him for that statement. It's a statement of fact. Tell me where Nigeria does not excel in any advanced world. Tell me in any advanced country where Nigeria does not excel. Is it in United States? Is it in Great Britain? Is it in Canada? Where? We have supplied the world that one capacity.
Angelica, sorry, real quickly. So how come Dangote was not able to find 11,000 workers to work on his refinery in Lagos?
Well, if you don't have that expertise in that field, he has to look for it. That is number one. And number two, is a businessman. He doesn't want to play, what do you call it, try and error. He wants to go straight, getting things done the best way for his industry to operate at the best. So that one is research to me. Yes.
I believe that question is a question rhetoric to show to you that we have capacity, but we are not as there or as fantastic as we claim to be. That I think we're overestimating our capacity. We need to take some humble chill and bring ourselves to learn and not see ourselves beyond who we are. I think that's I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's a question.
Actually, you're correct.
Try to put to you,
You got it.
and I support him.
Look, let me tell you, we have the capacity in so many fields. The only thing that we lack is organization. That is where we fail. And those that fail us are the leadership. If we have leadership that can organize their people well, Nigeria will be one of the greatest countries in the world. But you see all those sectors where Nigerian excels are individually done or organizationally done by Nigeria and not with the full support of the government. So it is movie industry. I remember when we were growing up, it was Chinese and Indian movie. I remember back there, we go to Rainbow, we go to Rivoli, we go to Metro, we go to where's the one in Adekunle, and that one in Jebako and all the rest. It is Chinese. It was Chinese and Indian movie, Indian film. Where are they today? Nigeria has relegated them behind. It's like they are non-existent.
They have moved to higher things.
Huh?
They have moved to higher things, technology, manufacturing.
No. Oh, okay. 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 So, look, and government should look into all these areas where we are excelling in the world, where we excel in the world, and give them the full support and all the resources to succeed, to do better. Because according to information that I read some times ago, maybe some few weeks ago, this movie industry, or is it movie or music? I think it's music. This Afrobeat generated about $7 billion for Nigeria last year. I might be wrong. I stand to be corrected, but somebody can look it up. Kulata is there. I know he's a researcher. He will bring out this thing. That is a good money, $7 billion. Those guys that play Afrobeat music, on their own, not with any support from the government. So government should be able to identify all these areas and try to see how they can use them to project Nigeria better, to market Nigeria better. And in doing that, now, use it to generate these forex that they are crying, they are looking for. Nigeria can generate that money if we know, if we are organized people, if we can support our own, back our own, and we will excel. The problem is that we don't really support our own in that country. We keep on chasing the shadow, going up and down around the world, thinking that Western world will help us. Whether was not going to help you for nothing. Western world, no, they will dictate to you. You got to take a bold step to develop capacity on your own, and then use that what you can develop on your own, to take yourself out there, push yourself out there in the world. You don't follow every theory or economic theory of the world most of the time. No, China did not follow their economic theory, even the WTO charter, or what do they call it? He didn't follow it when he was manipulating his currency to compete with the Western world, to sell his what do you call it? His steel, to dominate the steel industry in the world, to dominate, the Western world in so many sectors in the world. They didn't listen to them. So what are we doing? So this one in that movie, I think Nigeria government, we have Tinubu is trying to show leadership, to say you want to support this and they want to support that. So I hope the person in charge of the entertainment industry, or what's the ministry? I can't remember the name of the ministry that has.
I think it'd be a whole raft of ministries, because you have the digital online sort of whatever communications, and so there be a crossover of many ministries.
Yes, they should be able to develop a policy that can really support this industry to do better and continue to conquer the world. Like Ekene was saying, he said we have a lot of stories to tell. And that is true.
That was Emeka.
Yeah, Emeka, yes. And that is true. Fascinating story that we can shoot into the movie industry, and the whole world will say, wow, we didn't know this about these people. So our history is being told by most of these movies that are out there. Our history is being told. And we should support that industry to continue to tell our history, and then market ourselves, tell the world that, look, a lot of things that have been said about us, that we are people with no capacity. Look at what we have done in the past. And we have history book to back it. Like yesterday when we were talking about the Yoruba this thing, it is in the history. There is no person in the history of this world that's ever governed 3 great kingdoms, except Oromiyan. No person in this world, even Alexander the Great, 3 great kingdoms, or your kingdom. It was the king in Oyo Kingdom. It was the king in Benin Kingdom, and was the king in Ife Kingdom. The history is there.
But that's not a plus now.
What do you mean by it's not a plus?
Yeah, Alexander the Great was integrated everything now. It's just that he didn't integrate it now. If Alexander decided to break every territory he captured and make them separate kingdom. We have several
Oh, oh,
thousands.
oh,
Or
oh,
the
hold on.
guy didn't integrate it. The geographical area covered by Romeo is just Western Nigeria and a little of Benin Republic. Very small space. Look at that guy from Europe down to Africa. Don't compare them, Wabek.
Hey, Patrick,
Well,
don't
so
spoil a
you,
good story,
Romeo only
Patrick.
pass, huh?
Don't spoil a good story, Patrick. Relax.
What's the story there, man?
look,
That's not
look,
the true picture now.
look. So you try to describe it as nothing, but what I am suggesting we should do is that look, all this kingdom in Africa were great kingdom back then, great sophisticated kingdom. So who in the history of Africa has achieved that? I don't see it, because what I'm trying to say here is that, okay, we are bringing a story, an historical fact from Africa that nobody has ever done in Africa. And the only person that did this is Oraminyo. In his lifetime, not at one time, but at different times in his lifetime, he was the king of those great kingdoms. We can run a movie on that if we have people. If government really want to, government should be in telling your history. Government should be the backbone of supporting you. And this great movie industry, we have talented people in that field, in that movie that can sit down, write the script, and then go to act it in an excellent way. It is unbelievable. Who can tell us that Nigeria can achieve this last 10 years? Can anybody predict what we are seeing in Netflix, in this movie industry in the world in the last 10 years? Nobody can ever predict what we are seeing today. So imagine we now have government backing these people in the next 20 years or 10 years. What do you think that Nigeria can achieve? We will totally control the world in that industry, because other than America, Nollywood, what did they call Hollywood? Nigerian film industry is waxing stronger. They are developing at a very fast pace that we never seen.
No, I think the Nigerian movie industry, at least in terms of production, if not in revenue generated, is actually bigger than Hollywood. I think the only person that yes. Yes.
One man.
No, the only one that exceeds it is Nollywood with Bollywood.
That's another Oromiyan story.
All right, I can check that now. I can check that.
Hey,
No, Bollywood is behind us.
No,
Hollywood is behind us.
When it comes to revenue,
Hollywood that is leading Nigeria now.
When it comes to revenue, we don't come close. Now? Okay, in terms of volume, volume, yeah, I think we may be number one. But in terms of quality, production, and everything else, we're far way behind. We need help, no doubt.
What, please?
In terms of box office revenue, in terms of production, studio, name it, we're way behind. I don't think we're not even bigger than the India Bollywood. We're not. But
Hollywood and
Bollywood. But the Indian Bollywood is the biggest in the world, though.
No,
it's bigger than Hollywood.
Not in terms of revenue. Not in terms of
not in terms of output.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree there. Yeah.
Let's narrow it. What's the parameter we're using here? So in terms of quality, we rank number 3 or 4, sir. In terms of viewers, as population that view your production, we still rank number 3. There is no one we are leading, and there is no one we are number 2.
But we've come a long way. I mean, I say Angelica Kuspan, we've come a long way actually compared to where we were.
But we've always been topping the list or being on that list over years. Don't forget, the same Nigeria in Africa has the first TV station, and we've been running theater program. We've been running programs since the 50s, 60s.
Yeah,
So we are not new. We are not new in that space.
We're not new, but in terms of the content that appeals to the global world, to the international community, I think we've come a long way. Trust me. I mean, if you can have people, you know, of different background talking about Nigerian movies on Netflix, that's to show you that the content appreciation is growing, and that's what we're talking about.
When you say it's growing, I don't know, because if you're saying something is growing, I think it will be relative. You're comparing it to something. So,
well, I'm talking about acceptance to want to watch it. That's what I mean.
We've always been number one in Africa, and so there is no way we'll continue leading, because there is no any other African nation that is really competing with us.
No,
So
Benny, 1 second, please. You're not analyzing the situation correct. Of course, when it comes to Africa, I mean, we dominate when it comes to Ghana and all these West African countries, even all the way to Kenya. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about on a global platform like Netflix, and people from Americans, South Americans, Hispanic people, they appreciate it. You get understand? They appreciate the movies.
Look at it from this angle, because I have a friend who, what he's doing is he's studying Netflix, and he's studying Nigerian content, that's film content on Netflix. The guy is studying presently at the PhD level in SOAS. Now, from the interaction I've had with him, what he is saying, and the reason why he's studying that is Nigerian movies that are going on Netflix presently now. We're receiving, our producers are receiving almost the least from Netflix. That's one. That's one of the problems he has, and he's studying why are we receiving.
1 second, quickly, but that's not
about quality.
No. Just like one man said before. 1 second. Just like one man said before. A person viewing one man's show in Nigeria, it gets less revenue compared to UK or America. So eventually, maybe the Nigerian movie quality and production.
You are comparing two things that are not the same.
It's kind of the same thing.
I have a film. Nigerian content, I'm putting it on Netflix. You have American content, you are putting on the same platform. So don't compare it to one man on a show and another show from America.
No. Okay, what I'm saying is that it depends on the region or place of viewership. That's part of the way to calculate revenue for these movies and content. That's what I'm saying. And I'm making a point also, as Nigerian quality and acceptance continue to grow, then maybe they get more revenue per content, or however they determine how to pay these people. That's what I'm saying. It's going to grow over time.
That's what I'm saying. So as it stands now,
we're going to get it, right?
Yeah.
This way. I think that was my experience the first day I came here.
So as it stands now, we may be seeing our movie going on Netflix.
Now, why I ask people to mute when they are not speaking? One of these days we will hear something we are not meant to hear. But sorry, carry on now, Benny.
In analyzing things, we have to analyze things, relatively with what are we comparing it to. So yes, we are growing, we are there, we've always been there, and I agree that it's appreciating, we're growing, people are watching us, people are listening to us. In terms of quality, we still have a very long way to match up with what they have Hollywood and Bollywood. They're not also staying in a place, they're also moving and progressing. If you watch Bollywood movie recently, you understand that they have moved so far. They do a lot of collabo now with Americans and all these guys to also do their movie. It's no longer a movie of we just dance and Snake is dancing and everything like before from Bollywood space, which is also going in our space too. We are having our own, but relatively when you still compare, we rank number 3 or 4 on that scale, whichever parameter you want to use to analyze this issue.
I thought we are number 2 after Hollywood, and then Bollywood came 3rd.
I've got the data here on the screen. It says the Nigerian film industry, known as Nollywood, is the second largest in the world in terms of output. In terms of output.
That is wonderful.
Which parameter? Which this is this? Who is the author of this one?
No, this is from it's an academic sort of page. It's nfi.edu. So some person has gone to do a paper on it.
Because people just write a lot of things. So there are many bloggers outside there.
No,
this was actually done in India. It was done somewhere in India.
Oh, okay. I have even heard this. I didn't know that you brought this thing on the screen, but I have heard it on our national public radio before. There was one program I was listening to, and they were talking about.
But Adande Koko, what storyteller is telling you, which is what I was intending to say, is that output is different, of course, and distinguishable from revenue or quality.
Yes. Output. That is an achievement too. Whether you want to, if you see, to do better on the revenue side, that is left for the government. That is where the government must come in to make sure that they pass law and have policy that will make it impossible for, what do you call those people that is it piracy they call them? What do they call?
Yes, the pirates. Yes,
the pirate. Okay,
those
people. Yes, that is where the government must come in. If government can do something about that, I'm telling you, that industry will develop fast, because it requires a lot of money, millions, multi-millions of naira and dollars to produce all this movie. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. So what I'm saying here, look, let us appreciate what these guys have done in that industry. The awareness that they have created, the awareness that they have pushed out there about Africa, it is huge. They have been able to defeat the lies that have been told about Africa and who we are, and the continent in entirety that we live in, that we live on the tree. These guys in this industry have been able to turn everything around for the black people around the world and the other race around the world, to see that Africa is not the jungle as they've been called. In most of the movie, they see beautiful houses in Nigeria. Fantastic. Some of the fantastic houses that, you just wonder, is this in Africa? And that has made Nigeria more attractive to them, that a lot of Americans want to go to Nigeria. I know the way a lot of Americans disturb me that, look, I want to go to Nigeria one day. I want to go. If you want to go next time, come and let me know. I want to go with you. And I believe they have told a lot of us like that too.
Because
of this music
for a minute there.
movie industry that have marketed Nigerian very well in such a way, in such a positive way, that we have never seen before in the history of Africa. These guys have done us great.
Yeah, Ajalekoko, let me interject you on that.
Yes.
Those are the kind of things that I come in here for. It's not the measurement of any place. It's not whether you're in a jungle or not. It's not your infrastructure. It's in law and order. It's in all kinds of things. We don't have that. All those people who came down because of what you're talking about, a lot of young
A
people
different
moved to
topic
Nigeria.
entirely. That one is a different topic. You know, if you want to open
No,
that,
no,
down,
it's not. It's not. It's not because what you.
that's a different chapter. But
It's not. It's
let us
not.
base
It's
our
not.
discussion on, you know, what has the industry achieved.
No, no.
You know,
Listen to what I'm saying.
that has,
You're right, but
yes,
you're saying that the perception then changed that we're no longer a jungle, and that's the limited area I'm talking about. The perception is that we're still a jungle, because even those who were deceived and they moved to Ghana, they moved to Nigeria, they moved. You go there, you see that you're in a jungle. Those infrastructure of somebody having a good palace here and there, that's not. It's nothing. We have to. You have to. That's why we have to look inward and correct these things. But
Yeah,
go ahead. I just want you to know. Don't
quickly,
make the
Rick
case
Pastor.
that we're no longer a jungle, because we're still a jungle. Even if we pave our streets with gold, you have to have law and order. People have to be cared for. The mortality rate's important. Childbirth,
Okay, Pansat.
healthcare, and the justice system. You can't go. You run an election. Somebody lost the election, and then the courts are unreliable, right? They're giving.
I thought we were talking about Nollywood and Nigeria.
Okay,
It's all
Pansat,
related.
let me
Go ahead.
interject. So
It's
what you're
related.
saying, I agree with. But I'm not going to call it a jungle, but I see your point. We can't be showing houses and other bridges and think we are advanced or moving forward. But the essence of what Angelico is saying is that is the re-imaging of Africa and Nigeria, and that is really important. And when Patty was talking earlier about maybe the half-baked success of this new movie, even though I've not watched it. That movie, what's it called again? The Black Book, right? I think
the Black Book. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that book, that movie, to many people that have a wrong perception or a dark perception about Africa or Nigeria, when they see such a movie, they will be excited, and people would watch it because of that new reimaging of Nigeria or Africa. So to sound like Patty or One Man, it may be a low, not so much of a good movie. But again, to a lot of people that are not exposed or used to Nigerian movie, and if they see such a movie, to them it's a great advancement. It's great quality. It's good coming from Africa or Nigeria. So that's the way we have to look at it. I think you said the King of Boys was a much better movie, perhaps, right? But you have to look at it from the lens of these other people that are non-Nigerians, that are beginning to see Africa or Nigeria as a place of that they can actually visit. Because to some people in the West, they still think that we live with monkeys and climb trees. And now we have a global platform like Netflix showing African movies, showing Nigerian movies, and like, whoa, where is this coming from? Is that true? And also to add to that, the Afrobeat or the African music also is helping pave the way. So you can say right now that the movie industry and many other aspect of Africa is riding on the coattail of Nigeria Afrobeat music or African music, quite frankly, and it has that good how do I put it? It has this good taste, so to speak, to a lot of people, and it's Nigeria or Nigerian things are becoming a thing right now that people want to associate with, which is good. So, but just like many things, we as a whole, I think what Angelica was talking about, we're not good at organizing or integrating things, together, and that's what's going to be a shortfall. It'd be nice for the government to want to control piracy, sure, but I think it's at this point in time, given the distribution channels, it's beyond that right now. But one thing that we can do, and it's true, a lot of people want to go to Nigeria. Why? Because they heard Davido's music or Burna Boy or Wizkid. They want to go to Nigeria. I mean, that's the reason why. But just like most things, we don't take advantage of it. I remember a few years ago, this prophet or pastor guy, TB Joshua, right? The Nigerian government, I think it was Yaradua actually, that gave him a national award. Why? Because of his ministry. A lot of people from around the world were coming to Lagos to his church, and that really boosted the what you call it, the travel or tourism in Nigeria. I think a lot of people didn't know that, but the government was able to recognize that, and they awarded him one of the highest honor in that country. Well, I think we can experience the same thing right now when it comes to entertainment. But again, um, we might drop the ball if we don't try to take advantage of it and actually make it make our place more conducive, create packages and tourism packages or other ways to attract people. I think we have a good thing going on right now, and this is happening really bypassing the governments, really, because when it comes to these movies and this music, they tend to bypass the infrastructure or the apparatus of the government. That is why they are succeeding. But if the government comes in and play its part, it'd be a great way for Nigeria's tourism to blossom.
Brilliant. You know we came to you earlier, but you were not available. I'm going to do this. When Ajanle Koko lands, I'm going to do a 5-7 minute monologue with everyone because people have been around for. There was a line. We have so many now. We have the full room, so we do that. But Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Yeah. So I think these people in this industry deserve to be supported by the government. We cannot waste no more time in not supporting them because they are created. They have changed the perception that people used to have around the world on Africa. They have brought it to every home. How Africa look like in terms of even the capacity to run that industry better. They have shown it to the world. Look at what we can do. And I won't be surprised when, we had some Nigerians feature in some international movie, like this, what's the name of this Yoruba guy that won this award in, what do you call this thing? What is that American award called? I can't remember this.
Oscars.
Yeah, by Oscar.
Or Grammy.
Grammy. This.
Oh no, Grammy for music, isn't it? Yeah, Oscars. Yeah.
No, I think it's Oscar. Yeah, this Yoruba guy that acted this Mississippi. I can't remember the name.
Is it not a Yoruba Brit though? It's not a Yoruba Lagos. It's not a Yoruba Nigeria. It's a Yoruba Brit.
Yes, you are right. So look, we got our government can do better. They should be able to support these people because they are really marketing Nigeria very well. Everybody, a lot of young guys want to go to Nigeria because of Nigerian music, because of Nigerian movie, So we have the capacity, and the president told the world that we can supply you that human capacity if Nigeria have it, and we are demonstrating it, and the movie industry are demonstrated that look, they can compete with others in the world from nothing in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, but look at where we are today. Effort by individual and organization in that industry with that government support that industry here. And that's how they, look at look when you watch American movie. I want you all to remember when we are all back home, when we watch that Soul Train, and we watch those
with Don Cornelius,
Don Cornelius, and all those like Salama and all the rest. When we are watching,
people like Ogweni who don't know what that means, all these they don't know all these things.
I mean, when we were watching them on TV.
Yeah, hold on, Ajale Koko. Did you know Soul Train? I don't imagine that you do.
No, I did my own time. Started with another live series, another.
So when we were watching all those things back then, we said, I want to go to America. Along, Madam America and Shani. And then you watch.
Remember, people used to dare try and fake American accent and whatnot. They say, hey, everything has to end with men. Everybody was men then.
And then you watch Michael Jackson. You watch some other, musician from, Kool and the Gang, and, Raphael Cameron, and you watch all those guys. And you said, my God, look at, and you watch this, and you said, they were marketing America. When we came, is it the same thing we watched on the seaweed that we found on the ground? Hell no. So people should not bother their head that because we don't have water or we don't have this in Nigeria. No, let them do their part. They are doing it good, marketing us well. It's not only the country they are marketing us as black people. Black people. Nigeria is doing it. Nigeria is leading other black country in the world in that industry, thereby showing the capacity of a black man. Look, we should be commended. Those guys in that industry should be commended 101% all the time. It is time for government to come out and support. Look, there was one day, one Jamaican. Then he got to know that I'm in Nigeria, and he was asking me about all these young stars. I don't know them. And I said, oh, yeah, I was trying to post that. Oh, yeah. And this guy, it started showing me video upon one video, and he was singing them. And then I asked him, I said, what happened to reggae music? I said, I can't hear reggae music anymore the way we used when we were growing up in the 70s. We listened to Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, U-Roy, I-Roy, and all those.
Yellow Man. Do you remember Yellow Man?
Yellow Man in the 80s, then, and all the rest. I said, what happened? What happened to reggae music? The guy said, well, in Jamaica, reggae is still popular, but look, these your guys, these your Nigerian guys. He said, man, I am proud of them. Jamaican young guys are crazy of these guys. That is what Nigerian young stars have done, not only for Nigeria, but the whole of African race. Young Nigerians, that is what they are full of talent.
Right.
Talent. But how can we, as a government in that country, support that talent to overshadow the world? Because we have to overshadow the world. We have to conquer the world with that talent. We cannot allow that talent to waste away. It is wonderful, one man. I am telling you. When have you ever listened to reggae music again? Where is reggae music?
You know, as we were talking now, I was thinking that reggae music seems to have died a natural death. I'm sure it's still popular in Jamaica and whatnot.
Yes,
but yes, we're right. There was a time you could not go to a party without hearing reggae
music. Where is reggae music?
Can I chime in, one man, to that part? I think for reggae, right? I mean, yes, in that person's though it's dead, but it was actually more of an evolution. So reggae moved to raga, and raga has moved to dancehall. So even within the Jamaican, genre of music, they've more like evolved their music based on generation. Similar happened also in America, where we move from jazz to to whatever it is, to R&B, to rhythm, to soul. Now we have hip hop, and hip hop also moved even from rap to hip hop, and also from Nigeria as well, to where we've had our high life, and then whatever it is we have, to Afrobeat, and then now Afrobeats, and then now it's also mixing now with even is now mixing into other genres. So I guess it's the evolution that always happens with music. Music can't always remain the same. So I get where Achaleko is coming from, but reggae wouldn't have lasted as long. It didn't die. It just moved into what is now referred to as dancehall, and dancehall is still quite popular. Maybe not as popular today.
It's not, yeah, it's not as popular. You know, the thing with reggae music is the place that reggae music was at its most popular was London and East London. And it's no longer the backdrop sound beat of London. And that's it. It's Afrobeat now that
Afrobeat.
London listens to. Yeah.
Everywhere. Even the Chinese. Can you imagine Chinese singing Nigerian song? He doesn't understand, yo. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know what they are talking of. But the guy has crammed everything in his head, both the rhythm and the lyrics. Chinese, come and see Sudanese here. Young Sudanese singing it like crazy. I couldn't believe it. What are we doing?
Yeah, but
Look, Nigeria can conquer the world in so many fields of life. We have the capacity. We just need people that are organized that talent and then push it to overshadow the world. That is it. That is where we lack.
Just to add to what you're saying, the current success of Afrobeat is more the Afrofusion. So Afrobeat has consumed reggae, has consumed raga, has consumed piano. So and it's a bit. I mean, it's good now, but I'm still a bit of a skeptic. How much more can it outlive? So remember, because we've always consumed. I mean, you guys were talking about Soul Train, even though I watched a few episodes of it back then. Talking about Soul Train, about reggae, raga, ragamuffin, all these genres have always been consumed by Nigerians. And for everybody who has evolved, even from the newer era of Whiskey and Two Face, they all started with reggae, from the Blackie, for Raskimono, Majek Fashek, all of them. So we've always been consuming, and then of course evolving it into our own tone. So it's almost as though we are giving people back a somewhat similar flavor of tone, but with a twist to it. So it's not very strange to them, and it's beautiful to the ears. Even when our hip hop started, I mean, when it started blowing with like a Pisco and Cole, they were mixing Ghanaian beat into it, and now as of today, we are mixing beats from South Africa into our tone. We've already done we've done American rap, we've done reggae, and it's something you've done trap even in England. And we have people even using some Indian tunes now, like sort of Rema and Co. also using Indian tunes. So the acceptance is not necessarily because our music is quote unquote. People are not sorting after our music. It's because our music is giving them what they're familiar with, but with a different twist to it. So I guess that's the creativity that we are doing. If you can sustain it, then fine. Otherwise,
no, but it has longevity. If what you are describing is the case, which sounds like it is the case, that means that it is adaptable and fluid and is able to imbibe what is new and contemporaneous and give it its own flavor. So whatever comes next, they will just adapt it, Nigeriafy it, and then resell it to the world.
Exactly. So that's why I said if you're able to sustain it, then of course, then we will own that particular craft. But of course, we will. But maybe if nobody else rises up to that challenge, then of course we'll definitely remain number one there. But I think another thing again that's also making it a bit more acceptable is because there's also a very large accessibility to Nigerian consumers. So unlike when we used to be in the dark, in the dark ages where we had limited TV, we had limited internet. Now we have vast internet. We have TV is 24 hours. Internet is now very cheap in Nigeria, and then we have very many Nigerians who have now become global citizens. Of course, again, social media is also helping as well too. So there's that global.
You know what you said there is probably what really has propelled it. Nigerians now being global citizens, because anywhere they go, they take the party with them. You know,
and then we have to take advantage of that to conquer the world.
I think I'm also like it's the medium, the distribution that matters, because Nigerians, they've always done parties and Owambe in the 70s and 60s wherever they went to. They've always had the music, but the pervasive
carry on, Ajanleko. I think Prince was interrupted. Yeah.
Yes, I was. Sorry.
Okay, Prince, continue.
No, go ahead, Ajanleko. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, I mean, in conclusion, let me round up so others can talk. Look, Nigeria has arrived, whether we like it or not, in that movie industry, in that music industry. We have arrived, and we're going to be there for a long time, because our young boys, I mean, they are just too talented. We are gifted people, but we fail to discover ourselves because of bad leadership. But, you know, this industry, we have just started. One man, we've just started. We are going to see more. The world will see more, because they are not relenting. They will continue to work strong and conquer the world. This movie industry in the world, you'll be surprised. Maybe in the next 2, 3 years or 5 years, you see Nigerians winning award upon award at maybe Grammy show, or what do they call them? All this international award that they do in United States. You will see Nigerian movies conquering them, winning award. That is when the whole world will know that yes, Nigeria, because like my guy that just spoken that we're international, we are international citizens. We are there, and we have to take advantage, and more of the support must come from the government so that we can market ourselves. Reggae is dead. The Jamaican guy told me that yes, they still have it. He said, but even this your Afrobeat king, Afrobeat music, he said they are going crazy of it for Afro music in Jamaica. That is what that guy told me. I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe it. One man, let me leave it there. Wonderful.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Ajanle Koko, thank you. So we do it in this order. We try to rattle through now just to manage the time that people have been waiting. We hear from Prince Daddy, 5-7 minute monologue, Ola 5-7 minute monologue, Ogweni Pansat. So Prince Daddy, we did call you earlier, but maybe you were away from your system. Do you want to speak to the conversation, or do you have anything especially that you'd like to speak to?
Yeah, thanks, Woman. Yeah, I probably stepped away from my phone then. What's the conversation? What exactly is the?
We were just really reflecting on this the black book that seems to have taken the Netflix space and the global space by storm, and then Soludo sent officials to Lagos State to understudy the way the ferry system works, which goes on again to highlight just how the mental acuity of that man and the clinical forward planning, devoid of emotion and sentimentality. This is really that's his magic potion. Is just a numbers guy. So that's Soludo. And then we were talking about this headline: former central bank governor Emefiele to be freed after Tinubu's attorney general signed non-prosecution plea bargain upon his willingness to return 5 billion naira. So we were reflecting, if 5 billion naira is not too derisory an amount for all that this guy stole and did.
It's 50 billion.
Oh, sorry, 50 billion, I beg your pardon.
Right. Emeka's submission on that. I did hear Emeka's submission on Emefiele's $50 billion return, perhaps, and he made a very good submission on that. 50 billion. That's almost really. I think I call it a joke. Really, I mean, I'm not sure why the Attorney General or the Tinubu government want to settle for that. If this guy can cough out 50 billion, okay. Of course, he has more. Emefiele should be able to cough out minimum close to $2 trillion. That's what I would say. $2 trillion, because of course the money is just not coming from him. It's coming from all the people that were in cahoots with him in stealing the money, or the people he helped to steal the money. Now we've heard things about Dangote, being involved with the central bank one way or another, and some of these other politicians. So 50 billion, I don't know what to make of that story. To me, it doesn't make any sense. It's not a victory. I'm not sure.
They might as well just tell him to walk away for free. I mean, 50
Yeah,
billion.
yes.
Even his driver will be able to sign that check.
Yes, really. They might as well just tell him, hey, no, we're closing the case. Just go your way and don't come back again. Really, it's a joke. I don't understand it. Maybe there's something underlying that we don't know. I mean, can it go back after him and charge him with something else? Maybe that's up to Ogbeni to answer that question.
I think maybe what Emeka was suggesting was that maybe he's covered his tracks so excellently that even though we all know that he's done bad things, they are not able to pin him down on anything.
No, that's not it. Well, of course, that's part of it. But Emefiele loves his skin. He's a feeble man, if you ask me. I don't think he wants to die. If they tighten him up, okay, if they put a noose around his neck, he's gonna cough it out. But maybe they're just trying to have a quick, small victory right away. But again, what is $50 billion naira is going to do for the Nigerian economy? What are they trying to do? This is not working. I mean, something tells there's something fishy going on in the background. I mean, yes, I'm a supporter of Tinubu, but something tells that. I mean, for that such a small amount, why even do anything about it? It's discouraging. It's not promising. Yeah, it's something that needs to be investigated further. I'm not sure exactly what is going on. Yeah, no.
And this black book, you said you've not seen it, but from what Pat is reporting, it looks as though it's not even worth the effort to see.
Yeah, I heard Patty's submission on that.
Sorry,
and
on that Emefiele, let me ask you a question. Sorry. What are you suggesting? Do you think, in terms of embezzlement, do you think Emefiele actually embezzled more than 50 billion? Is that what you are suggesting?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the question I want to ask you is, misappropriation is different from embezzlement.
Yes, I do. But that's also a way to funnel. It's part of corruption. You can misappropriate in order to siphon. Yes.
So don't you think that Emefiele offense may be actually majorly misappropriation than embezzlement?
Yeah, and Gwennis, I don't think you even believe that question that you just asked me. I don't believe that. It's not about misappropriation. It couldn't be. If it's misappropriated, we will see. We can do an audit and see how the money was spent. That is fine. Every government has waste built in them. That's not a problem. I'm not even worried about that. Somebody can pour in the execution of their job. That is fine. But me, I'm talking that Emefiele stole a lot of money, getting to the trillions, not even 100, 200 billion naira. I'm talking about trillions. Trillions. And
Baba, calm down. How much Nigerians have get? Calm down, Baba.
I want to ask now. So my understanding, my thinking about Emefiele, is that there are a lot of corrupt practices I think Emefiele must have engaged on. And I think part of it is, first, there will be diversion of funds, which may not be directly to his account. Don't forget it was election time. There will be, which I know happens a lot in the government. There will be order from abroad. Don't forget I had the boss, President Muhammad Buhari himself. So I believe there will be order from above diverting money, just like what happened under Jonathan, where the Olisametu, the NSA man, Dasuki, and others, they were just, diverting government money all around, not necessarily into their personal purse, but diverting into different quarters in order to achieve some purposes that the monies were not meant for. So I expect that yes, if they dig further, they will see this guy probably had diverted some public funds to some other purpose that are not meant for. Secondly, I believe that will be
Sorry, quickly. Are you saying diversion is the same thing as misappropriation?
no, it's different.
Okay.
It's different. So that's one. Secondly, I believe there will be some element of misappropriation, and I think in fact it will be largely misappropriation is offense, and then thirdly, I think there will be conversion, which is an offense on its own. Thirdly, I think there will be money laundering to an extent. And then fifthly now, I think there will be embezzlement. For me, if you rank all these things, for a public officer who work under Buhari and whom the guys contesting, B.U. Meshi, Tinubu, and all others, they have divided interest, all eyes on him at a point in time and co. I think embezzlement may rank the least, in all this. That is one. Then secondly, when you are doing plea bargaining, which favors government most times, because you try to trace things, you can't find it, you just find any way to just get something from this bastard and let him go. So you negotiate down. You don't negotiate the exact amount the person has. You negotiate down to see what you're able to get and let the bastard just go, and then the country move on. So that's my take on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying, but I think it was Ola that interjected earlier. So you see how much Nigeria makes for over 8 years. You don't think they can siphon us to $2 trillion? I still, I mean, naira. I meant naira, not dollars, but I still maintain that this guy should be.
Prince Daddy, if Emefiele stole 2 trillion of naira, it will not last there.
No. Say if you go with what Benny said,
gang of the crew, gang, maybe you can say the gang stole trillions of
exactly.
naira.
I'm not talking about
So don't forget that fuel subsidy is one of those areas, and don't forget about those shenanigans of the Attorney General of the Federation. So power, the money stolen due to power, and some other things. So it's when you distribute the weight across the entire gang, there's no way he was going to steal up to trillions the way you are looking at it, because he is totally different from Abacha that personalized corruption, right?
You just explain the things I'm saying. It's not Emefiele himself pocketing 2 trillion naira. Based on what you said and what Ogbeni said, the different ways by which they can hide the money, transfer the money, convert the money, and deliberately misappropriate is part of the game. They deliberately misappropriate fund. That's part of stealing the money. All this thing combined into one portfolio is me saying 2 trillion naira, and that's not far from reality. And
you are right, but the point I'm trying to make is, for instance, like conversion, right? The character of that money must have changed. So it's something that is very difficult. The best you can get out of the man is just to jail the man, because you have completely changed the character of the money. So if you're going after embezzlement, which I think that's what pretty much you are going after here. You are going after embezzlement, yes. You negotiate down less to what you can get. You get it and let the bastard go. But if what you want to go after is diversion, conversion, misappropriation, all those ones, they are very hard, because most times the character of those monies have changed. Let me give you an instance. If the president from presidency say approve 200 billion for election in South, for instance, or Southeast, for instance, you send money to politicians have spent it, they've given it to electorate, the character of that money has changed in all number of ways. There's no way you can get that back from Emefiele, because you won't even find it in Emefiele's account. So the best you can get from Emefiele in that regard is to jail Emefiele. And of what benefit is that to the country? I know, yes, it will send
but why are they in a hurry to settle, though? My question is, why are they so much in a hurry to want to settle with him right now? Why?
I don't even know why too. They will know better than us, but
Well,
I don't
that's what
know
is
why.
fishy to me.
Yes, I know it's fishy somehow. I think it's something they should
Uh,
still
uh, uh,
investigate this guy and then try
Trust me,
to.
Emefiele doesn't want to be in prison for 2 or
when
3
our
years. He
Prince
doesn't want to be
Daddy,
there.
you know one thing, I've always been the advocate of looking away from damage control and find a way to establish preventive control for the future. Because the cost of damage control, the cost of prosecuting these people, and the energy you expendite in just recovering this thing, you can as well channel those energy to create better life for the future of Nigeria. So because if these rogues really want to fight you back without dropping carbon, they can drag it for forever. So if these guys start with returning 50 billion, we never know those people that want to return money. And we are saying 50 billion is small, right? That's what you think. But let me tell you, if you use this 50 billion to pay part of the debt that Nigeria is owing, it's going to be another story entirely. Because you can even pay this way, you can even have some windows of renegotiating the time of your repayment. So $50 on the surface looks small, right? No, it can go a significant way. Even if
Okay,
you
but
want
can
to
you
use
cite one time that money has been returned, even if it's Abacha money, and it was used? I mean, it was even accounted for.
Good point.
Just one time.
Where you have a point, but I won't, because I don't have the data straight away. I won't just come out and.
Yeah, but aside from that, the first day I came to one man show, I said to him that what Nigeria does is try to separate Southerners from Igbos so they could give them a position, and they're gonna come after them after they serve the country as public servants, right? That goes even up to presidency, like Jonathan or Onagin as Chief Justice. They be there for a term or whatever. Then you start persecuting them. You start denying them due process. You kidnap a whole independent agency. This is an independent agency that can do whatever it wants in that monetary policy. All right. So you know very well that if Emefiele, let's say he did steal 50 billion or more than that, how much did Buhari steal then? Because it's mathematical. Or Buhari's nephew, or the Attorney General. Why go out of everybody? Because they're a minority group and they're splintered. Their only concern is when it comes to the Igbos, you hear them running their mouth, especially on this platform. You don't see anybody here fighting for this MFLA. You don't hear World Peace, for example, say, hey, look, this is one of our sons, and we don't condone somebody stealing money, but don't just go after our people, go after everybody. It has to be fair. It has to be,
I agree with you, Pansa, but
so you look at their
the
people.
bookkeeper. He's the bookkeeper, right?
Yeah, but listen, what I'm saying is that if you look at the last time, even a woman, right? Desiani, they go after her, chase her to London. Well, we know, I could tell you that 100% of Northern Muslims are corrupt. All of them. There's not a single one that's not corrupt. First of all, in order for you not to be corrupt and have money, you have to at least go to school, and then invent something, right? So hold on.
Okay, let me
invent something. If you can accuse Emefiele and kidnap him, it's terrorism. First of all, will you be quiet? Let me land. Let me land, please. Because
why do you like this narrative?
Who's talking? Who's talking?
I don't know. That's why
let me land. When you're giving a lot of latitude on this platform, you should be the last. You should be the last to interrupt anybody here, because you talk and talk. You don't get to the core. The core point is that this guy has certain rights. He has. You cannot kidnap somebody and hold him incommunicado and then announce a deal. And you come here and you don't complain about that because you're making him sign a deal under duress. I have no respect for any product or whatever you have.
Points well taken, Pansat, but
please, even those who are supporting me, let me land. This boy right here talking right now, he doesn't want me to talk. You don't want me to talk. You've been talking all day.
Okay, Pansa, let me
Let me
continue.
land. Let me
I
land.
like to say though, I like to say Emeka submission is probably the best so
Let
far
me
because
land. One man, hold your guy there to be quiet. Let me land. Doesn't know what he's talking
I
about.
won't keep quiet if you keep penning.
So the point is that you are here pushing.
I won't be on the same platform.
Ogbeni, please let us
Let
leave
me land.
Pastor to do his thing and
No, you should keep quiet on
Let
the
me land because
okay, Pansa, let me continue. I only got like
No,
5 more minutes left. Let me continue.
Ogbeni, we are going to counter him, but let us leave him to just say his monologue.
Okay, so
he only
I
relies
got a few
on
more
one
minutes
man
to go.
pushing him along, right? You don't want to make
I think Prince
legalized
Daddy have the
argument.
floor. We should let Prince Daddy continue. Prince Daddy have the floor.
All right, Prince Daddy, back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I got your point, Pansa, but I think again, Emeka submission on this topic was more apt, really, because I believe with just the paltry 50 billion naira is just an encouragement for those people that get into power to continue to steal. It is nothing. It just if I can steal 200, just like you said, billion naira, and have to return. I don't know, even if I return
But how
100
much
billion.
is Nigeria budget? What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense either. How much is Nigeria's budget? I mean, think about it. After you deduct
You're
how
talking
much
about
you gave
billions,
how did
billions
you
of
pay the army?
naira, right?
Yeah,
We're
naira.
talking.
But how much is the Nigerian budget? Because you have to still after you the
It's
money you're
not
claiming
in
he
the
stole.
trillions.
How did you pay the army and civil servants in Nigeria? You have to look. You got to be realistic. At least if you don't know, don't give that. My trick on this is if I don't know, I won't give you a number. Okay, but you can't say after you heist a guy, you accuse him of stealing $50 billion, and you're here saying that it's 200 billion, and you're pulling it out of your ass.
No.
You don't have
Because
any
one of the
for that
problems
money.
you suffer from, you don't pay attention. Like, let me repeat myself. Just like Emeka said, I said, the kind of deal is getting is encouraging corruption. And it gave an example that if he were to steal 200 million naira and he had to return, let's say 50 billion naira or 100 billion naira to save his life and have to keep the rest, to me that's a pretty good deal. So to me it's encouraging corruption in the highest at the highest level. This is not a sufficient punishment, not at all. Okay, it's not a sufficient punishment, but rather than trying to focus on where Emefiele comes from, let's talk about his actual crimes. Okay, because he was the bookkeeper, he was the one in charge of the money, and he knew where all this money went. So even if Buhari and the other people stole money or they have money in their accounts, well, Emefiele, being in charge, should know better. But anyway, let's move on to the movie story.
I know, but before you move on, what you said before was actually, I thought that's where you were going. Why kidnap a guy and settle when it's possible that he can then point fingers, right? On who, if you are suspecting that kind of money is missing, you can't settle something like this. When I get to the top, the buck stops with Buhari, right? So you can't keep
you have to put things into reality and perspective. You can only go after certain people as far as you can. You can't just go and pick up Buhari. Come down to reality. Okay.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Unless we have these rights, right? If we have a democracy, the values in that democracy, you have to have transparency in the government. You have to have accountability. That's everybody, right? Everybody is nobody's above the law, right? Nobody's hold on. No, but we cannot, even if you can't fight it, you cannot admit and say, yeah, but look, why go after, you cannot say go after Buhari because it's too big. Be realistic. That is bullshit. That is not a democracy, my friend. What I'm telling you right now, okay, let me tell you something. You're an intelligent guy, and I actually know that what you're doing here, you're fronting, right? I don't know. You want to peer pressure?
No.
You want to be liked. You want to be liked. You don't want to be like me on this platform. You want people to like you, so you come here as much intelligence as you have. And
who is he fronting for? Who is he fronting for?
For friends. Look, it's not peer pressure. That's why people smoking their hemp, right?
No.
If you don't smoke their hemp, you're not cool.
Can we allow Prince Daddy to move on because we are just moving on?
You want to move on when whatever I'm talking because you are here
Oh,
talking about
hold on.
crap all the time.
No, Pastor. That's not
Yeah,
the
that's
I
all you
hear
want to do.
you.
You want
I hear
to
you.
come here and show off with your law,
Prince,
whatever it is
Prince
you do.
Daddy is fronting for somebody I don't know. Pastor, I want to
No,
know.
but Aja, this
wait for
kid,
your
right?
7 minutes
When you
monologue.
were 17
See,
years old, you want to be liked by your friends. That's what
no,
you
no.
see one thing now.
Prince
Since
Daddy
this
is
Because
interjection,
I like to
we
balance
spent
my
12
points with
minutes.
reality,
Yeah,
Pansat,
he won't
because
wait
I
for
don't
his
like to
time.
talk in
Spend
abstract
another
terms.
7 minutes with
See,
somebody.
we have to face reality when we talk. You know, you have to capture the essence of what you're talking about. You know, it's not that easy to want to go pick up somebody like Buhari. You want to cause right in the north, and that you know you
that
want to.
is not true.
Hold
I
on,
could
you want to
cite you many
humiliate.
people that
Hold
have
on,
been
you want to
apprehended.
humiliate that leader.
Marcos of the Philippines, Saddam Hussein. No,
Nah,
no, hold on. Let me just respond to you because you're making a point.
Let,
People are
let,
listening
let, let
to
me
us.
let me ask
So
Pansat a question.
go
What
ahead,
would he have been
Angelico. Yeah.
saying today? What would he have been saying today if Jonathan was picked up by Buhari and locked in the jail? What
I
would he
would
have
have
said
I would
of,
have been
of the entire
against
eastern people? What would
I
what
would
would they
have
have
I
said?
would have been against it on the same point that I'm against Emefiele. If you're gonna do
No,
this thing,
Emefiele is
Okay,
nobody.
now
Come on,
you are
Emefiele is
look
not.
at
It's
you.
not the
Look at
same
what
thing.
you are saying.
can I land? Can I land?
So
You asked me a question. Let me
only
answer you.
when an Easterner is picked up
No,
that
no,
you were
no.
against.
Look, listen to what I'm saying. I said it before. I cited names. I dropped names. I said, look, from Jonathan, president, former, president, to on again, who's a chief justice. So, in order to remove a chief justice, the Senate.
What happens?
Yeah, well, let me continue anyway. I think it dropped or it was
I
muted.
think his system dropped.
Okay, so on the issue with the movies,
Àwọn àjẹgbọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ lẹ́nu.
the Black Book movie, yeah, I kind of interjected earlier. The movie itself, I think I've not watched it just like the other ones, but if according to Paddy,
Are you planning to? Are you planning to watch it?
well, I don't know now. I mean, you guys give it so much a 2-star. I mean, it doesn't seem like something I have to go out of my way to go watch. So, that I don't know. But the point I was trying to make about it, which I did earlier, was that look, to Patty and yourself and to some other people, well, you have certain expectations from Nigerian movies or compared to other ones you watch. No. But to many international foreign customers on Netflix, to them it's something good, something novel in the sense that they've never seen many African countries or people highlighted in such a positive way in the movie. So to them they'll be excited, just like again the Afro beats or the Nigerian music or African music. So your standard would be much higher than theirs, but seeing a Nigerian movie in that light, it's to them it's a good thing. It's again, it's part of the promotion of our I guess our culture, or it's more like image, the projection of African image across the world or in the minds of many people. And just like I said before, you think Africans few years back, a lot of people, say the internet is a plus and a minus, that is platforms, because young Americans or even the Brits, they don't know much about Africa, and when they have to read books, and it's like Africa is synonymous with animals, like everybody walks around with a monkey on the back, or in the safari. But the thing is that yeah, a lot of that they don't know. They coming from a genuine point to want to learn about the culture. But with the internet today, or this different social media platforms, and people are exposed to a lot of things, and their perception about Africa or Nigeria, it's more positive. And just like Angelica was saying earlier, a Jamaican, or in Jamaican, there's Jamaicans, into Afrobeat or Nigerian music. It shows how far things have changed in a lot of ways. And there's this again, the Afrobeat or the music industry. Um, it's huge. around the world, and a lot of things can ride on the coattail of this industry, and it's up to us to take advantage of it. Okay. But to this movie specifically, now, if the movie, it's again, it all depends. A lot of things can make up a movie, so I can't really speak to that movie since I've not watched it. It could be a good production, a good story behind it, but again, I can't say much about it. But one other thing I'd like to say though, it's I don't know, I didn't think you played the video, but I was watching it Arise earlier, and there was I think the governor of Imo State, I think is coming up for re-election. But anyways, is
it when he was promising them visas or something like that?
Yeah, yeah, it was 4,000 youth. That is I think the goal is to be trained overseas, and based on the analysis that Dr. Abati gave and the rest of the people, is saying it's a fantasy because it's promising them what it cannot deliver. I think that's what Dr. Abati was saying, but which is kind of almost ridiculous, because I thought we were trying to create employment for our youth in Nigeria, but with what he was proposing, it sounded like heading to the jackpot syndrome that's going on there, sending this youth overseas like they were going to come back, or they have any plans to want to come back to Nigeria and work. So they were saying that it's just him playing politics, promising something he can deliver just to get people to vote for him in the next election. So anyways, yes, Wama, anything else? I think that's...
No, sorry, I was actually speaking, but I muted myself. Let me play you this clip. I brought it in for Rational Mind, but he's bailed out. He's not made himself available. So let me play you this clip, and then and then you can give us a brief thoughts on it. So for all of the criticisms, imagine if this was Lagos. Imagine if this was... It's not Lagos. You'll see where it is in a moment. But imagine if this was Lagos, and imagine if you were Rational Mind, how would you have responded to this?
India-Canada ties actually were getting better. So Hassan Haider is the diplomatic editor of a prominent Indian newspaper.
That look like a subway station under the water.
So that was New York, of course, which a lot of you Americans insist on telling us that is the greatest city in the world. So that was New York. But when a similar thing happened in Lagos, not barely a week ago, you were all here telling us how backward and third world we were. Prince Daddy, explain yourself.
Yeah, if I were a Rational Mind, I would say, number one, I'll blame Tinubu. Number two, yeah, I'll say, what do you mean? What you guys are talking about? That's how I respect for a Rational Mind. I think, a few days ago, was the last week, we should have...
Not a good Nollywood actor.
I know. I can be though, but yeah, I can mimic a Rational Mind, but that is Rational Mind for you. Well, we showed a video also, I think it was last week, that I think it was in Spain. It was in Spain or Portugal.
Yeah, it was Madrid, I think, or was it Barcelona? It was Spain anyway.
Yeah, okay. Where they had flood also, and in that video they blamed, and I think they should on a rise or something with Lagos flooding. They blamed poor, I don't know, poor management, poor governance, drainage, and all these other things. But when it came to the one in Spain, they said it was global warming. So that's where we are. Yeah, New York City.
Prince Daddy, let us tell ourselves the truth. This doesn't happen in New York very often. Look, the one for Lagos is every time. Whenever it rains, everywhere is flooded. It doesn't happen in New York like
Well, I
that.
agree with you. Well, but the
So
thing is that
it might be, I don't know if this is new, if it's current video or old video. If it is current one, then there must be a situation responsible for that. Maybe there's a very serious hurricane and very serious flood. That is, but
well, you're right. It's been raining a
yes.
lot on the East Coast, especially around New York here. I actually just talked to somebody today. Yeah,
Oh,
it's been raining
okay.
a lot.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah.
we know what is responsible for that of Lagos. Any little rain due to poor drainage system, it is poor.
Well, but you got to keep in mind.
It's
See,
not like that in New York. New York has a very, very good drainage system.
Ajane Koko,
So
you are correct, but what about all those rats that can actually carry human being away? So
no, those ones that are overfed, they were feeding them. Human being, they love animals and they don't want to kill them. they
those
feed
rats
them. They feed
can
them with
carry.
restaurant remnants. So they feed
I bet one man has never seen that New York rat before. You will run because you know those are the type of rat that will chase cats away, right?
No, not that those, not that they will chase. They chases cat. I have seen it with my eye.
really.
I have seen it when I was in New York. I couldn't believe it. How can a cat be chasing cat?
So all those body,
Very fat. They
all
are
those
even
body
fat and bigger than the cat. Cat yanke káàkiri ọgbà. We say, what is going on? I don't know. We have to. Man, I see
Yeah.
what America is. Look,
We're not making excuses for Lagos but Lagos has its own problems. I mean, the population is uncontrollable, and people don't listen to instructions anyways in terms of their construction on certain lands. And there's a lot of violation in Lagos. If people do what they're supposed to do, not litter, not throw things in the gutters to block the drainages and all these things, the flooding that goes on in Lagos.
You know, Prince Daddy. I said something to a friend on Saturday. The friend was like, I can't possible. See, Lagos is a place that need to be replanned for the future. You see all those houses you are seeing in Lagos today, to prevent some disaster in the future, some building we have to give way, and you have to replan Lagos. All those ghetto you see, all those Saleko they are trying to protect. If you want Lagos to actually to reduce this risk factor of natural disaster through water or whatever, the problem of Lagos is more than drainage. You have to replan Lagos. We may not want to hear the truth. It's just a matter of time, right?
Yeah,
So
we have to replan it with $1 trillion.
urban renewal, right? It doesn't matter. Even urban renewal, renew Lagos infrastructure and planning. It's even itself is even it's an opportunity for job on its own, for sustainability in the future. So to me, whether I don't know, even coupled with the way people dump things in the drainage and you build to block drainage, man. I don't know. I don't know if a million drainage can save the situation with time. We shall see.
Yeah, the Lagos situation. I mean, again, is the population that's it's a big problem. You can't. I mean, it's gonna take a lot of investment to do urban planning or to replan the Lagos. It's gonna take a lot of money. So I mean, I'm suggesting how come we can't annex Ogun States? I think we have to start pushing that northward, to alleviate the congestion and a lot of the infrastructure problems in Lagos. It's densely populated, just like it's not that easy. It's not that easy. But one thing also, if I'm not sure, it used to be the garbage collection in Lagos was poor, but now they have some private sanitation companies that do that collect the garbage. But yeah, cl- cleanliness, of the streets, the drainage, these gutters. I mean, that will help a lot if we start having covered gutters. You know, that will help. I can just say maybe over 50% of the flooding problem we have in Lagos. But all these drainages are open. People dump stuff in there. Nobody cleans it. This thing is not going to go away. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. I mean, I'm not an urban planning person, but just merely looking at it, it doesn't give hope to preventing flooding in the future. It will continue to happen. That's just the bottom line. It will continue to happen.
You see, like what you just said now about that Lagos, I believe that if we get some factor of production right in Nigeria, especially like power, you see, over time, people will start moving away from Lagos because the cost of business in other state of the country will be lowered. If you can just get something like a rail, we get our power energy situation right. Honestly, look at this. If you are okay away in Ekiti, to be honest, what is it that you want in Lagos? Ekiti is a better place to live and enjoy than Lagos.
Well,
I can tell you.
just like many other places, but it's the energy that you get from Lagos. Trust me, I'm telling you. Every time I never want to fly into Nigeria through Abuja. I don't care to go to Abuja at all. I want to go straight to Lagos. Is the energy, is the spirit. It's not just the buildings or the convenience of.
I know what you're saying. We with the current globalization we are in today now, there are many people staying in Akure, in Ekiti, that are content provider, or they are doing something remotely for companies, especially if you are in the tech world. So you don't want to go except you have business.
Ola, please,
Yes, sir.
I think it's just the mindset. Right turn. You understand? For people like us who have never really lived in Lagos, when I was working in Lagos, I was going to Abeokuta almost every day. In 2001, I was working with Oceanic Bank in Ikeja. I was going to Lagos every day. Once I cut and get to that hotel, I'll just cut in and move. Before I get home, sure, I'll get to Lagos. I'll get to Abeokuta before my wife closes from her office in Abeokuta. So it's just the mindset. There's no energy. Which energy is there? No matter the energy you have, no matter the energy you get, you drain it in traffic.
Exactly. Because Lagos was not economical for people like us. Just look at this. I live in Oregon. 5:30, I must leave my house to get to Damole. Then we will be sleeping in the car, right? Because if I made a mistake of leaving home around like say 6:15, the probability of getting late to the office will be very high. And most of the time we will have to wait in 8 o'clock before we even hit the road again. Look at it now. So basically my schedule was like 5:30 to 9 o'clock. Meanwhile, around that 5:30 to 5:32, I must have woken up that I will have to prepare and I will have to eat and do a lot of things. So simply means that as human being, Lagos was just like hell, the hair. It was just like hard, but just because we have to work because of the opportunity in Lagos. That's why people are moving to Lagos. If those opportunities now, if you can make them remote, just like look at the city we have today now, the price of housing, housing is skyrocketing. It's so simple. Why? Because you can now sit down in Calgary today and work in Toronto. Before,
Well, yeah.
we
See,
used to
you're
do it.
talking
So,
like quickly. So, what you're talking about, eventually, that may help. Lessen the burden on Lagos. But just like New York, that people are making fun of right now. See, New York is New York, not because of its building alone. New York has its own spirit. It has the nightlife. It has the art. It has the music scene. That's what people go for. That's what people go for, and that they ignore the rats and all these other things in New York. They like, and Lagos is kind of like that. It attracts people because of all those things. Um, if you just want to just work, of course, people can work remotely as people are right now. You can work in Ekiti or Abeokuta, wherever you want to work from, but Lagos still remains that central location that brings people together. I'm not sure what people are going to be doing in Ekiti or Abeokuta. I mean,
no, I understand you. I know something you can do easily in Lagos that is not that easy in the
Like
for
what
now.
now, Ola?
Okay, how
The nightlife
many?
in Lagos are disappeared.
Wait, Patrick. You know you'll be pastor now. Ogami, you'll be pastor. How many Isaac John and Annie Avenue can you find in Ekiti?
But they are disappearing now in Lagos.
Say so. Maybe
Because of
because
security.
maybe they've gone online too. Maybe they have online channel now. They don't have to stay on the road, especially those people that manage to get their customer. So I understand what Prince Daddy is saying actually, but to me that's not the way to live. Because when we are saying the life expectancy in Nigeria, go and look at where those people that contribute to that low life expectancy, you find them in the city. And when you go to the village, all those this thing is entirely different thing because people there they exercise better. They don't sit down for like 5 hours inside traffic. They eat better. They don't smoke. They are not filled up with the smoke from your better past neighbor. So you don't feed up from all those heat coming from dirty gutters or
but oh
dirty
no,
drainage in
so
Lagos.
so I mean, I think I heard a report not too long ago. What you're describing about Lagos happens here in America and around the world also. People leave their suburbs or their rural areas and move to the big cities, to like New York and Los Angeles. And there's an estimate or a projection that more people are going to be living in the big cities, in the urban areas. So what do you say to that?
No, you know what attract people to cities is mostly the infrastructure and opportunities there. I'm saying, as Oga Patrick was saying now, people like us now, there was a time we say, why should we even be on the same pay scale? When you live in like Ibadan and we spend more than you in Lagos, you want to spend talk for rent, you want to talk of everything. We spend more, but
They were paying us
now,
more at a point.
Baba, you
Yeah.
were even
The
no
bank
matter
was the
how,
bank
even
was
if not
paying
just
us
one
more
million,
at a
we take
point.
the more than you, it's still cheating. You should be taking like a quarter of what we're taking. You
Yeah, the
understand?
bank was paying us
You will
more.
still be okay. You understand?
Then
So
Ola, I'm sorry, Ola, to cut you. You know, the recent statistics is that Alberta has more immigration than Toronto in this year. We have more immigrants coming to Alberta than Ontario this year because people have realized that people are moving even from Ontario to Calgary, from Toronto to Calgary, because nobody wants stress. That's just the truth. If there are infrastructures with which they can work, they will do it. When I was at PwC, I had my friends who were working in Toronto office that came and they sold their house in Toronto and came to buy house in Alberta, and they are working with the same
but
company.
the question you need to ask is this: those people that are moving to Alberta, where are they moving to? Mostly Calgary, not
They are
Edmonton.
moving to Calgary.
And the same Calgary you are talking today, you can't compare the same Calgary to what it used to be like 11 years ago. So
Or even
because
5 years ago now.
when you want to talk of the best planned city, I know that some people will argue against it. The best planned city, let me say in Canada, I know that it's one of the best planned city in the entire North America.
Yeah,
Because
you're right.
if you are going to downtown, you can have up to 6 routes for you to go to downtown. Like whenever I find myself in Georgia, the bottleneck when you are coming from the downtown, crazy. You start wondering who planned this city, So the thing is, the Calgary you are seeing is the last mayor that left, the vision was just to model it and compete with Toronto. So don't be surprised if you see people coming here. But only one thing needs to happen, and people will move. And one of those reasons that people are coming to our Calgary or Alberta, you see, is that this emergence of Airbnb. You know that when you come to Alberta, going down to BC2, we have some kind of nice tourist center, so that people can just do some kind of businesses and they can just easily buy property here just to do whatever. So those figures, people coming to Calgary may not necessarily be immigrant alone, because immigrant, there are some kind of definition. What type of immigrant? Because those people on temporary things.
Okay, 1 second, Madam AI, I think she wants to interject or comment. So if you're there, you can come in. Okay, go ahead. She didn't hear. Go ahead.
Okay, so I understand that perspective.
I didn't want to interject. I just want to speak. My turn.
Or it's my turn after Prince Daddy. I don't know if I maybe
Okay.
it's Prince Daddy done so that I can speak. Then Madam I can come.
Yeah. Go ahead. You go ahead and speak. You can take over.
Okay. I will start my own story from Soludo coming to Lagos. You know, I don't care. People can say, "Oh, I'm just being fake about Soludo," but anybody that knows me about Soludo, you know that I hold that guy like one of the best person you can ever have in Nigeria. But unfortunately, the likes of Yadua that brought Lamido Sanusi upon us.
I didn't want to interject. I just want to come in and my own turn.
Yeah, he knows. That's why he said after me. So that guy was actually carrying out aggressive reform in the banking sector then. Nobody in the history of Nigeria could look into the eyes of those bank executives and all those investors and tell them that this is what I'm going to do, and he stood by that. The guy was grossly and aggressively persecuted, but this guy took his ground because he was so sincere in his reform. And I challenge anybody that want to say, okay, this is not true, to come and let us have a very early debate. Although I know that at the telecom too, and some kind of policy on ground when they did NACS, because there's NACS before Soludo came.
Ola, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, very big apologies, but let me pause you for a moment. We have one of the biggest names on social media within the Nigerian space. She was just passing by. She saw that we're on, and she just decided to pop in to say hello. So let me pause you just for a micro moment, just so that people can know who we're talking about. So Coco Mama, they call her, and she was passing by. I've known her for a very Esther, how long I don't serve yourself?
I would not say maybe like 5 years or more.
Yeah, so that's Coco Mama. Let me highlight who she is. I did say she was one of the biggest names on social media. So that's her right there. Let me remove that. So she's well on her way to 300,000 subscribers. Only within 2 years. So I don't know. You have to send me the name of your Babalawo. How did you manage all this? So how are you? You are in Nigeria at the moment. You live in Austria, but you're in Nigeria at the moment.
Yes, I live in Austria, Vienna. I'm in Regina at the moment for like 1 week and some days now. I came visiting.
All right, you've been monitoring that Mobad space, and you've been doing an opinion sample within the Nigerian space. So, you sampled them. Let me play about 3 minutes of what you've been doing in Nigeria, and then you can tell us then what you concluded after you did this. So here is Coco Mama sampling the opinions of Nigerians, saying what they make of the Mobad space.
I can see that Amali is the kind of person that is a bad, very, very bad guy. Because he has been crying that
midnight burial is very wrong. It's very wrong because he doesn't seek people's opinion.
Hello everyone, welcome back again to my channel. This is Coco Mama live in Ikorodu. Young boy like that will just die like that. Many people they talk different things. Some people say they bury him alive. Why they go to look for who kill him when they don't bury person alive? Why some say in Papa they need to ask him question. And the video made a trend. The guy say if anything happens to him, made a
So that's Coco Mama on the streets of Lagos, finding out what happened to Mohbad.
Precisely because I went to where the guy grew up exactly. Koroduna a day. Now I go there yesterday direct like that. So I interview with people on the street, like people may know the guy one-on-one, and I have many videos that I will upload soon.
All right. So Coco Mama, you have to come and be a guest one of these days, and then you have to because there's so much to talk to you about. Your fight with Maureen Badejo, your fight with the African German lady, your journey through the YouTube space, and how you are building all these hotels all over Lagos and Abuja, all off the back of her. So a lot to talk about.
No problem, no wahala.
All right, brilliant. I know I bullied you into coming on. You are not really fully prepared, but I just saw you passing by and I said you have to come on. So
yeah, because this now like 4 a.m. yeah, and I just like I woke up from sleep, make I go pee. Now you just say make I join. As God, I won't take say no.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Yes, and thank you for doing that. So we'll make proper arrangements for you to really come and showcase who you are, what you do, so that people can know you and follow you.
No, Allah, thank you.
Coco Mama, before you go, good afternoon.
This now exactly 4 a.m. Okay.
Yeah, I Coco Mama, me they follow you. I know you. I have some beef for you. Maybe when you come next time, then we can trash it out.
Okay, no wahala.
You have to one man. You have to bring Coco Mama. We have a lot to talk about.
I'm trying to arrange if I can bring Maureen at the same time, then that should be quite interesting. You know, everybody thinks that Maureen Badejo is the nemesis of Pastor Suleiman, but the real nemesis of Pastor Suleiman is Coco Mama. How long have you been flogging Pastor Suleiman?
Me?
Yeah, how long you don't take beat him?
No, it's the Suleiman issues that made me famous in YouTube. I started long time ago, even before Otobo case came out.
But why you the flogger? No be Auchi na two together come. You
yeah, from Edo, but I'm not from Auchi. My ex was from Auchi, from his hometown.
Yes, we have to arrange.
One man, we have to arrange Coco Mama to come. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Get that commitment for her. Make her promise she will come tomorrow.
I'm not very sure she's prepared.
I'm never prepared. but today, like I said, this is exactly 4 a.m. in the morning. I would have loved to stay longer, but I can still stay for some time. But if you want to prepare any matter, invite me, no problem. One man went to the moon.
Yes, one man went to the. She was the one that started on that woman went to the moon. She used to call me that on her platform. So Cocolistic, we'll arrange properly. I know you're not prepared today, but thank you for doing that. So that's Coco Mama. For those that are. So for those that don't know her now, you do. I will put her fully on the screen, but I don't think she's fully prepared to be fully. Yeah, should I put you fully on the screen, Coco, or?
No problem. If you don't mind the way I look like I said now, early morning I just go pee and then.
You too fine. You fine the way you are. You fine, baje, so no problem.
Holistic.
Fine, babe.
She's a married woman, or at least she was. Maybe not.
I'm not a married woman. I was a married woman.
Look at that. So you are in Nigeria for a week, you said?
Yes, 1 week and 2 days. Now Nigeria is so expensive and very hot. Since I came, I brought cream. I never even rubbed the cream. No, see, I don't return to Black Beauty, but oh joy.
Don't worry. If you're from Benin, you're already a Black Beauty. You said you're on your way to you are going to Seme. Are you going to Cotonou?
I want to go Cotonou. I go know what they happen for that area.
All right, just for content, Abby.
Yeah, because they go so many places, so I decided to visit Cotonou, make a sweet in the shop.
You want to do that? All those people where they travel from one African country to the other, like that little Ghana boy. What's his name again? That little guy, the one way married Kenya.
Sorry. What's the name of this guy? No, don't be small boy now. I've been out with the Maya. You talk about
With the Maya, yes, that's that little guy.
Something like that. Let's see.
Yes, it be like saying that the thing where everybody they do now, and that seems to be where the traffic is, to be jumping from one country to the other.
I still make I see as one thing. So I come now, but I'll soon get here for Nigeria. Before I go visit like 4 other nearby. Let's see.
You mean African countries?
Yes, that was my plan.
Yeah. You know, if you go to Cotonou, the one thing that people try to do there is that voodoo something. So if you can go to the voodoo shrine, that seems to generate a lot of people love that sort of stuff. That voodoo.
All this thing may concern voodoo because I don't get power for all this voodoo stuff. Mama they sharp when it comes to pastor issue, but voodoo matter, man, no.
No, be say Suleiman sue you. Did Pastor Suleiman, did he take you to court?
Yes, like I said, for that I even showed the letter. I was invited to the court, actually. I even went there, police invited me, blah, blah, blah. It was a long story. Because people, they say, nah, Suleiman, I showed the proof. I was invited. They say, Suleiman, don't invite me. They just write me. Okay, they write you, they invite you. But I was there for the police station. Even, I got the letter.
Was it not bribing some boy called Amos to be attacking you? Was it bribing some boy called Amos to be attacking you?
Suleiman bribe boys called Amos. That's one I don't know because how can you go? I ain't go bribe the guy to attack me, and the guy they attack him at the same time. Like I know sure say Suleiman no fit bribe any person to attack me now. Me, I'm just a normal person. Maybe they attack him. So for him to bribe money, they bribe for them to attack me. It doesn't make sense to me. Because now me they
What was his wife phoning you? Was Suleiman's wife phoning you at some point to beg you to? Was his wife phoning you? I know you know his wife personally.
That's matter. Whether his wife they phone me, wife not actually called me. Called me.
Okay.
Mama, may go sleep now.
All right. Okay, Coco, let's take. We will arrange for later. So that's.
Ndo. Which part of Edo you come from?
I'm from Ibake.
Okay, I'm from Ora. Nice to see you. Yeah. So we go to expect you. I bet leave my sister and go sleep.
God, Patrick, no toasting you. All this one you don't enter cyber now. Fight go finish here.
Now my sister. Leave her and go sleep. I bet.
All right. If you parting words before we let you go, just say a few words and before we let you go, Coco Mama.
Topic more that they treat so like this.
Now, just everything. You get one movie like that, then call on the Black Book. Now, Nigerian movie, but now it be #1 for Netflix. So we can't talk as Nigeria they take over the world small.
But one man, you call him Yoruba movie now.
Hey, that was that was clickbait. Now that was to get my obedience people, to rile them up. Yes.
Because I go say na Edo movie, Edo and Delta. Now them food the movie.
Oh, you go call a Nigerian movie because we all are Nigerians. No call they talk like they do racist matter for you.
Richard, RMD, Alex Usifo, Sam Dede, all of them are from South, so it's not a Yoruba thing.
All right. Ogbeni rush back. I think he wants to. Ogbeni, do you know Coco Mama?
No, not at all. How are you, ma?
I'm fine. Hello. Good morning from my area in Lagos, Nigeria.
She's the nemesis of your best friend, Maureen Badejo. They fought it to the bitter end at some point.
You don't tell me say I get another partner here now. So they shoot Badejo. My Badejo.
All right, Cocolistic. Let me let you go, and then I'll speak to you offline, and then we arrange for a proper session with you. So that's Coco Mama. The inimitable. There's only one of her, and thank goodness for that. Some of you would say. So thank you, Cocolistic. Sorry, Ola. Thank you for yielding that space. Back to you, Ola.
Thank you so much, everybody. One love. I appreciate. I cannot wait to see you now again. To join this live.
For you, I beg. I'm waiting for you, quick.
Okay, no problem. I did at all costs, like anytime, any day.
Good.
All right, thank you, Coco Mama. Cheers. All right, so to you, Ola. So to you.
So okay, I was speaking on Soludo. You see, one thing about Soludo is, he has a record.
Look at that.
You know her,
we can't understand what Ola is saying again. Cocolistic has taken over everything.
You know, Cocolistic is that definition of beauty. You know, when you want to know beautiful woman, it's only when they're not she come out to sort of money.
Ola, did you know her before? Did you know her?
No.
Were you aware of her?
You see them in the morning when they have not made up or they have not done anything.
My wife follows everyone that are into social things within the scale of life. So my wife knows knows her. So that's the only thing I can say. You know, the only thing is that I pick different interests. You know, I like politics, but my wife likes people like Coco Mama, people like Ezabod and those things. But anywhere you see politics, that's where you see me. So
she fought Ezabod to a standstill too. She fought. There was a time she was just throwing punches all over that. You know, that particular section of YouTube.
This same woman that just
seriously, she dealt with them.
That Ezabod need to be out of social media, man. That's she's in a different world. I don't know.
You know that Mama, he has the way he runs his own gang too. You know, those people, they get a gang. You know, enter those people trap, then go
there's
show you
somebody
pepper.
that can beat Ezabod.
Really?
Wow.
I
don't know. I thought they said Coco Mama beat Ezabod as in hands down.
To know the type of person Ezabod, if you cross a path, if you go land for London or for Ireland, they go that woman's gang will show you pepper for that place.
Do you remember that? Do you remember a period? Do you know who KSI is? KSI.
Yes, now.
Yes.
Okay. No. It's a YouTuber. You know, there was a time when KSI and his bunch, they were doing all these diss tracks to each other. So that section of YouTube, the Coco Mamas and they were doing these videos at each other. There was a time that this lady, Coco Mama, she was in a 3-way fight, taking on Maureen Badejo, Ezabod, and some other Edo woman called African German lady, and it was brutal, you know. Some of them had mental breakdowns, you know. It was epic, you know.
So many of them had a lot of
YouTube is another world on its own, honestly. Without YouTube, you're just wondering how boring the world will have.
You know, nobody watches television anymore. Only people watch.
Woman, I don't have television subscription. Even all these the cable people where they've tried their best to put for where internet is the only thing I have.
There's another woman in Canada, Otobola.
Otobola, yeah, Otobola. There are plenty. There are plenty.
I just watched.
Oga, all these people you are mentioning, they are just mad people on internet. Mad people.
You see, they need to be mad to make their revenue. You know, they are there to, you know, that's why some people
don't enter their trap, bro. Don't enter their trap. Then go drag you
All right. Ola, carry on so we can get to
Okay.
Zita. Yes. So yeah.
Okay. My Shaman Soludo, I think, is one of the best that we can be proud of in that Nigeria. You know, I can't forget all his reform within the banking sector and how he liberated that sector. Even when the like of Sanusi even wanted to take us back, and yet because of what he did there, just stand. So person like that has our reputation, you know, and I've taken interest in following what he's going to do in Anambra State, and so far the man has not disappointed me. Now, coming to Lagos just shows that any normal Bilan person, you should know that Lagos is the place we have the concentration of creativity, you know, and Lagos has been leading, and anything that Lagos can execute successfully, then that can be deployed anywhere in Africa. So what he has done the right thing by coming to Lagos instead of trying to, like some people that we just want to be arrogant on their own, and some people that want to look away, they can travel to India or to go to Bangladesh to go and look at what is not lost to, you know, to bring to their area. So Ludo, well done. And I think he might just end up to be the best governor they will produce since 1999 at the end of his tenure. So if my brother from that part of the country, you see, you have to separate reality and Ote. Again, you have to separate Ote from development, because you and your enemy can still do business if you play by the rule. You can just disagree on principle, but don't make the thing life enmity. So that's just the way I see. So good one, Professor Soludo. Then on Emefiele, like I said the other time, 50 billion naira may look small, but then big. If you apply that money very well in the current economic situation of that country, it can just be one of those things that can, you know, small, but that can create some kind of liberation effect. And you can use that one to accelerate growth in some industry in that country. Now, when we're talking of Abacha, the money repatriated from Abacha, you know, this thing is like the like of Fashola can answer, because I'm aware that part of that money is funding that Lagos Ibadan Expressway project. If it is true, what they said that time, because the American forced them just to sign agreement before they could send some of that money. So part of the money, they use it on Second Niger Bridge. Then I think Kano, Abuja Road, or I think so. Then maybe trade that money or they just say security, whatever, all those money they were distributing then, even though we know that there could be politics in the distribution of that money. If it is true, again, if it was true, then it's something. So 50 billion may look small, but what are we going to use that 50 billion for is what matters. I'm not an apostle of running after the rogues with all your energy. Yes, if you can get some and collect money from some, it's okay with me. But if you want to spend the entire 4 years on running after rogues, then it's a waste of time. When are you going to have time to plug that holes? When are you going to have time to alleviate to reduce poverty in the land? And when are you going to spend time to make sure that the repeat of what Buhari did between 2015 and 2000 and earlier this year, we never repeat itself again? So why am I saying this? Because if we prevented Buhari situation, because he did exactly the way he destroyed the economy, he has done more than that, what he did in the 80s, in this 28,000 and something. So to me, that is where a normal government should focus energy on. how to create job for people, to make things better, not to waste all the energy on heaven and earth to run after some rogue. So that's just my position on that. Then on Nigerian movie, well, I'm proud to be a Nigerian. That's just the fact. And I know that this is not the first time that we have our entertainment product overseas. The like of Sonny Ades, the like of Fela Kuti, the likes of Ebenezer Obey, the like of Dile Abiodun. They used to represent us that time. But the thing is, we didn't have enough people there to represent us. And it got to a stage, we embraced another thing entirely that shifted our focus away. But thanks goodness, when we were able to deregulate our broadcasting, as some people saw opportunity in this and they started promoting the local content. And while the like of Alade Aromire, they moved into home video sector of this Nollywood. So it is a matter of fact that Nigeria is the second largest movie industry in the world. I think what people were mistaken the other time, in my own opinion, I could be wrong, was that you
after Hollywood.
As far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned, Nollywood is second. Sometimes they will rate Bollywood, sometimes they will rate Hollywood ahead.
Hollywood.
The thing is, you have to look at the criteria, because the thing is that when you mix the criteria up, you want to downplay Nollywood, and that's where you can rate an industry based on revenue. So that's totally marketing issue. Then you can still rate the same industry based on the output, the total number of movies you produce in a year, and even the total number of people that are employed within the industry. So the thing is, dollar is not our currency in Nigeria when we look at it from that perspective. So naira is what we spend. So if you want to rate Nollywood by putting dollars to rate, then you say, okay, Hollywood is bigger. But you want to rate how many products, how many movies we produce annually, is another thing entirely, And the impact of this is still promoting our culture, like people said.
Ola, is it about producing film or producing a quality film?
See, quality is subjective. Quality is subjective. The question is this: when you tune to your YouTube, to your Netflix, were you able to see the picture of those people that were doing all those stuff? You understand? So were you able to learn anything from them? That's what I'm after. Because like in the world of music now, for those of us that are audiophile, because I have a huge investment in my own sound system, because I love music like anything, especially those analog, all those old music like Orlando Owo, all those Sunny Ade. And so, because if you don't have a good music system, you are not going to enjoy it. Even that my music system that I think called quality, it's still not quality, because I'm using a poor man system. That's a Pioneer. Even though they call it early series, it's a poor man system, because you still find the system for like 2,000 plus or 3,000 plus. Whereas because it's class D amplifier, you are in electrical, so you know what class D amplifier means. There's no way class D amplifier will produce like when you say class A B. So don't let us go too technical. So now that's quality. That's what quality means to you. So that if I want to say, okay, because I want quality, then I should go and buy 30,000 gadgets when I can just buy for 3,000. So let's forget about that quality and deal with what we are presently. And these guys are promoting us. Is it a surprise that you find investors having interest in India? It could be that the bullying industry promoted this guy and people pick interest in them, and investors started approaching them, especially when they have cheap labor and they have where they are today. So we don't know indirect implication of what these guys are doing for us today. We should appreciate it. So I stand by it too. I support those people that say Nigeria is the second biggest in the world. But how can the government help them is what they should discuss. Right. They know where they want the government, the mindset. But I think one of I am afraid I don't want government to be too involved to the point of bringing them backward again. You understand? So, but government has some rules in helping them in some legal framework to deal with those people that are the pirates that just profit make profit from this guy that just duplicate their sources. I will not let them make money. So people like Baba Saladen almost pine themselves just because of what these pirates will do. Because this guy, they will still go to Netflix again, they will still record movie from Netflix, and they're still selling in Nigeria. So if government want to help, that is the area that government should help. But allow the private people to fund that, because I don't want to hear a story tomorrow that just because government is giving you 100 and they are taking 70 from them and they withdraw the industry. I don't want that. You understand? With the right policy and the right just right policy, and we allow the private people to do this. Yes, it's okay. Maybe you want to support them by getting land to build movie village. You know one good thing that we are not even looking at that in the Nigerian movie production today. Do you how much these guys spend on a local production today? Great job. Look at that job we are talking about. Look at how they went to build a scene entirely for the place. Some people, some local artisans, they must have worked and made money from. So those are the things. If Nigeria, if the government can see this thing beyond theater only, that no, you still need some other professional to work there. I think that's where they should help there. Or the taxes you put upon the studio equipment, you can give some kind of subsidy there. You take it away so that you can lower the cost for them. So to me, that's my take. So I don't know if there's anything you want me to speak on.
All right, brilliant, Ola. Ola, let's go on to Zita, just for reasons of time. I'll be handing over to Thomas fairly shortly, so that that space can really open up. I think I think probably I try to make it as relaxed as I can, but it seems a lot more relaxed under Thomas. So let's go on to Zita and bring her on board. Zita, are you still with us? Zita.
I'm here.
Salam alaikum.
I don't understand that
Do
word.
you know that lady that just came on, Coco Mama?
I don't follow that space. At the time, somebody was telling me about them. It was really terrible, but it's okay. I don't listen.
You know, it's the fastest growing space on the Nigerian cusp. You know, it's a mixture of salaciousness, religion, and then young and middle-aged women and relationships. So it's all of that. They just and it can be wild, you know.
Yeah,
it
my
can be wild.
language,
Yeah.
they call it as Rebakurute. I don't listen to that.
Yeah, but that's what women listen to now. What else do they listen to apart from who's sleeping with who, what the pastor did, and all of that sort of business? Anyway, which topic did you want to especially come into, Zita?
Actually, there is a topic we discussed last time, and I came to say something a little contrary to what we discussed. If you can remember one man, there was an article you brought out saying that I think Hassan spoke intensively on it that day, that I think one of our institutions in oil and gas refused to give Dangote license, right? They said license to produce. They said
it was NNPC, yes.
They said the oil is not. If it produces, it's not going to.
Subpar. They said it's subpar.
Yeah. You know, one man, I ran into a journal of one of our contractor. I was just going through it, and I saw that they have a contract with Dangote Refinery. It caught my attention. They said they are going to install demulsifiers in Dangote Refinery. And when you talk about tech in Norway, tech speaks volume here. I think they might be using ultrasonic or something. So I sat down to ask myself, so actually, the Nigerian institution was right for people who are engineers and in oil and gas. If you don't have demulsifiers, what are you going to refine to the public? So our institution was actually right, but they were demeaned and abused for coming out to say that whatever Dangote is going to produce will not be nice. That's actually why I came in this night, to debunk that our institutions are good. One man, we are not there yet. Nigeria is supposed to be running. Yes, I agree. They're supposed to be working. I quite agree with anybody. They are not meeting expectations. I always say that. We are crawling and the pace is very slow. But it will be very wrong of us to be demeaning our country. I keep saying that. And some people will ask me, Zita, how dare you say we should not speak? You think you are more a nationalist than I am? I'm not even a nationalist, neither am I a patriotic Nigerian, but I am a Nigerian. I wouldn't want anybody. I follow that case because I know there is a bit of business shock into what they're doing, because Dangote is going to crash all those siphoning crews and all those things. I understand that aspect. But abusing our institution because they did a research and say this is not happening is really wrong of us. I am so proud of my country, Nigeria. Very proud of them. They've come a long way. Do you know why I said this? One man actually came to remember Nigeria. In few days' time, they're going to be 63. Nigeria will be 63 years old. I noticed that most of the platforms are not talking about Nigeria. I heard the government said they're going to do it in a low profile. But I will always celebrate my Nigeria. Do you know why I do that, one man? Because if the forefathers that Nigeria was handed over as a baby did what they are supposed to do, I don't really think it will be this bad. But let me conclude, because I don't know how much time I have, by saying this. It will be very unfortunate that when somebody will do something bad in Nigeria, as a leader, as an assistant, as a Nigerian, and you hear the people who say that they don't like what is going on in Nigeria saying, I don't blame him. It's not his fault. Blame the government. Blame Nigeria. When I hear things like that, I begin to wonder, what do they actually want? What they want, is it to bring down Nigeria or to bring down those bringing down Nigeria? The same people, we all love Obasanjo as our best president so far. Some have said they like the way he talk. They like the way he speak his mind. Yes, he put up some things here and there when he was president that really worked. Although, because we don't have institutions, those things could not stay. But I give him credit for that. But before I go this evening, I want to present Nigeria as my country. And I wish Nigeria Happy 64th birthday, Nigeria. And I want to remind all of us that love Obasanjo, what Obasanjo said. And I will quote him verbatim this morning. I don't know if Bishop is on this platform. I will say a few words before I say what Obasanjo said. And why I'm saying this is because I want to take us to the reason why Obasanjo said it. In the year 2001 or 2002, before now, Shell Petroleum Company in Nigeria celebrate Nigeria. It's a 1-week program. They call it NIAC. Nigerian Independence Anniversary Celebration. Is a big show. During that week, they will decorate Shell. It looks heavenly with our beautiful white and green. If you are driving to work, it looks so beautiful. And they're fond of inviting foreign artists to play for us. In this very year, Nigerians revolted. They say it's our celebration, so invite Nigerian artists to play. They said they have had a contract already sealed with Wycliffe. Nigerians are listening. Some people living in Port Harcourt listening to me this night will remember this story. So they cannot tell Wycliffe not to come, but they can stop the others because they have not concluded the contract with them. So they invited Two-Face Adibia and Abdul Karim. You know him. In that occasion, there is one special occasion inside that Nayak. They call it the big dance. Some people think it's spiritual because it starts a little after 12 midnight and it stops a little after 2 p.m. People who dance it is the president, the EPG, the EPO, the directors. They dance those dance with their wife by that hour of the morning. In this very year, I don't want to bore you people with what happened between Two-Face Adibia, Abdulkarim, and Wycliffe that bonded Wycliffe and Two-Face Adibia. That was the first time they invited him to US to do a collab with him. Abdulkarim was called to sing. And he started his song. Nigeria, jagara, jagara, everywhere, scatter, scatter, everybody was dancing. I'm sure that didn't go down well with Obasanjo. 2 days later, he picked the guy up, put him in cell. You people know the rest of the story. Now, let me quote Obasanjo. Obasanjo said, and I quote, anybody will talk say Nigeria, jagara, jagara, everything scatter, scatter. Na im papa jagara jagara, na im mama jagara jagara. In fact, na im whole family jagara jagara, unquote. Obasanjo single-handedly destroyed that boy's career. Simple because of that song. One man, I was shocked to hear that Dangote does not have demulsifiers. So what license is he looking for? To do what? But our institution said that. And what did we do? We throw rocks at our institution. As I said before, one man, and people will say, how dare her say that she will not have a conversation, a discussion, an argument, or a debate with people who don't believe in Nigeria. I dare them, and I have said it. When you see somebody who did something in Nigeria, you don't want to criticize the person, but you want to criticize the country. Somebody like Zita will conclude that you are not in a very good right frame of mind to have a conversation with me. So I wouldn't want to discuss with you. I don't have any other country but Nigeria. I don't care the passport I'm carrying. My mama is still there. My brothers and sisters are still there. I'm proud of being a Nigerian, and I will not watch anybody destroy my country, because they cannot destroy my country. They can only destroy more as a citizen, as an individual. Anywhere I walk into and say I'm a Nigerian, they will remind me of what Nigeria said about Nigeria. One man, thank you. And happy 63rd birthday, Nigeria.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. Almost certainly we'll try and do a special on that day. It's tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, it is tomorrow, isn't it? So we will have we'll have a special Independence Day session to commemorate Nigeria getting. So Nigeria is now a middle-aged man as a country. Nigeria is a middle-aged man, essentially. Is that not right, Azita?
He's still a young man. No. He's young.
Nigeria can't toast babes anymore.
No, in
Eh?
Nigeria, a 63-year-old man is very young. He's a
Yes, a
youth.
63-year-old man is a youth leader in Nigeria, isn't he? He's a youth leader.
He's a youth leader. One man, another thing I want to say is about what's his name? NFL or whatever.
Yes.
That 50 million is very small. But from the
Billion though, but still small, yeah.
yeah, it's small. But that his case is pregnant. No reasonable. I would say they would have collected more from
You think the big boys have won them off?
Is the case, if you start it, it's a whole lot of wahala. It's a whole lot of wahala. It's a mumbo jumbo here and there. In fact, if they release their report, CBN, some people who know economics might faint. I felt they should have collected more from him, and maybe, I don't know, but I would have loved him to spend some time. The negotiation was quite too early. I wanted him to spend more time there before they start the negotiation. But if that's all we can get, that's okay. That's all I can say. Because it's a clustered case. The case is so messed up.
And do you have any thoughts on this the Black Book movie that seems to be getting everybody all excited?
Yeah, I've always said that in this your platform. I told you that I'm so proud of Nigeria producers, more especially those ones who happen to be able to watch their movies that made it to Netflix and Amazon Prime. They always make a drone view of our cities. And they do that thing. It looks so amazing and beautiful and inviting. I'm so proud of them. But one thing I have to tell everybody who cares to hear is that I don't know whether is the software too expensive, or is it that America doesn't want to release it? Because when you watch American movies, they're still on the top of their game. You can't beat them. Is it that the software they use is too expensive, or they are holding it in their brokers? They don't want to share. Because if Nigeria producers lay their hands on those softwares, I think there will be a very high competition. Because so far they're doing good. Although most of their movies are not, they need more training. But then, if it's something they're doing on their own with their own natural skill, then they're good. They're good. All they need is a little, just very little. But the softwares are no. I love good movies. Yeah, what attracts me to looking at Nigerian movies these days is that thing they do. Most of the before they used to concentrate the camera on themselves, you know, but these days they do a drone view of Lagos. For some of us that live in a place that who don't give a shit to a country and Nigeria, they've not heard about it. When they see sometimes I used to pause a movie to show my friend. I said, "That's my country." Oh wow, it looked like Brazil. I said, "It's not Brazil. This is Lagos. This is Abuja." So I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of them. And I want to thank them for always showing those skylines. I appreciate it.
You know, Abuja is one of the hidden gems that the world is yet to discover.
Yeah.
The way they are building that city, by the time the world discovers it, I'm not sure anybody is going to London or New York anymore.
You know, anytime they discuss about Abuja and the breaking down of the buildings and this thing, I always ask people, have you seen the detailed design of Abuja? It's one of the most beautiful cities anyone can think of. I'm not saying it's the most beautiful, but in Africa, if they do, but when, anyway, I don't want to go there. That's not the discussion of today. Abuja is very beautiful. It's a beautiful city. Very beautiful. And I love the fact that the Nigerian movie producers show that skyline. One man, maybe you have to pick up one of those videos in Netflix and watch them. You will see the way these people will show Lagos from all angles, show Abuja. They don't used to do that before. But all of a sudden, they started doing it. And when they show it, one man, it is beautiful. It's beautiful. And I am happy and I appreciate them and I tell them thank you.
All right. Excellently put by Zeta. So excellently put by Zeta. So I'm going to use this window to ease myself out and to ease Thomas in. But before I ease Thomas in, I want to play a clip. And on that clip, it is about Pastor Adeboye, the leader of the Redeemed Church, and is holding something in his hand. And this thing seems to have generated a lot of controversy. So I'll play that, and then Thomas can pick it up from there. So I'll play that, and then I'll play Thomas's song, and then I'm out off the back of that, and then the conversation can carry on. But I had it. So watch this, but especially what is holding in his hand.
I'm not going to lift it up for more than 2 minutes. Focus on it. And pray your prayer thus. You're going to say, Father, let your wind blow on me tonight. Where there was darkness in my life, let there be light and reverse the irreversible. Go ahead. Thank you, Father.
By that same
Yes, so it is that wand that is holding in his hand. It's generated a lot of controversy, and people are inviting the thought that well, the thought that they're inviting. What is being worshipped there? Essentially that tick right there. A lot of people attribute his powers to. So what are they especially worshiping in that space? Is where that question is. So that question hangs there. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. Alexander Gomez came in almighty. Aldi joins him with equal might. Aiko Guillaume matches him the man in the James Bond bow tie. Alexander Gomez continues the conversation via super chat. Kulata chimes in via super chat. Ola, both on screen and in the super chat space, I think it's flogging at Emeka there. When Kulata is not on, he talks via there. So Ola continues with the super chat still. Thomas chimes in from work with a super chat, and then a second one. And then Nigerian Prince says what we all hold as true. A good show as always. So there it is. That space still open for whoever wants to join. But let me ease myself out, as I said, and bring on now the military administration of General Thomas. So General Thomas, where is your... so let me ease myself out and bring in General Thomas.
Salute to now. I hope say board dey inside clothes. Body dey inside clothes. So this is another I won't try pidgin today. I hope say body dey inside clothes. How una dey do? Thank you. Madam May AI. I think
Okay.
now you get na floor. Make you speak up.
Okay. Thomas,
Yes, my sister.
you want me to speak on what the pastor is carrying?
Yes.
Anyway, unfortunately, I wouldn't be in the right frame of mind to speak on it because I'm a Catholic. We
There you
carry
go.
all the carryables, and then it's them that are claiming. That's why it's generating dust because they claim it is sacrilege. If they didn't say it's sacrilege, nobody will start looking at a pastor because he's warding one stick or the other. I'm a Catholic. I have my chaplet. I have my midas. I wear all manner of things. When I want to, even as I'm sitting here now, I can show you picture. I have 3 chaplets in my bedroom. So I'm the wrongest person, to be honest with you, to speak on that. I'm not a fan
Yeah,
of
that's
those
all.
pastors anyway, but it doesn't really mean anything to me anyway. To me, I would say he's holding a stick. Maybe he's trying to use it to represent something or something. I don't know. But I'm a Catholic. We carry on manner of things.
But yeah, that's all right. That's your choice. I wouldn't like to force you. So, what do you think by Soludo?
Well,
Um,
well,
the backbone.
you know, I don't know why people have zero tolerance to contrary opinion. You like something, I don't like it. It shouldn't be a problem.
Hmm.
Praise that thing the way you can. Let me destroy that thing the way I can. Your duty is to warn me to start praising that thing, not to insult me. But people do that anyway. It doesn't work most times. You don't insult people, abuse people, cancel and verify people to believe in what you believe. The worst you can do is to shut them up. But I can
But
assure you,
Madam Peter, they said the heaven of God suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. So maybe they want to take them by force.
no, you don't get people to believe in watch what the pastors do. They don't start by abusing you. No, they cajole you into swinging you to their way. They put fear. But abusing people because they said that what you like, they don't like it, and they say something that is just like saying, I like egusi soup. And you say, egusi soup, I don't like it. That thing is like a baby's child. And then you got angry and start abusing that person. To me, it's that person's view. And if I hold strong to what I hold strong, I will do more in convincing you to come to my side, not abusing me.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
anyway, that is the case in 2023 in Nigeria. Zero tolerance to contrary opinion. Contrary facts, contrary opinion is not tolerated. But the only thing I tell people is that what you can see, you don't need to convince anybody to see it. A land is an example.
Madam Peter, please say
Even a
that
blind
again.
man can feel a land.
Say that again. Say that again.
You don't start again now. Wouldn't you let me make I finish my thought?
You know, that's the word of that is the word of wisdom. So you have to say it twice so that
You
some people
cannot,
can catch you.
when you take a blind man in a boat, in a river, even if he's blind, the moment you bring him out of the river, he feels the ground. You can no longer tell him that he's in the river because he can feel the land. The easiest evidence you can present to somebody is what the person can see. It's not story. Do you have a bag? Yes, I have a bag. Go get it. That's why I like judges. You will bring and come on. They will see that bag and they will call it Exhibit 1. When you see something, you don't need to make too much noise or too much argument about it. Back to Soludo. Soludo is very brilliant. He might not be streetwise, but he's very brilliant. And he has never failed me. Right from the
Madam
time.
Zita, why should anybody doubt what you are saying about Soludo? Is it in
Well,
the name of the bad dragon effect will be creating that people now trying to win that guy?
But Simba, have you not been listening? They've been batching him all the way through today.
And we know where that one is coming from now. So we should not be clouded by whatever they are saying about the guy.
Simba.
Was it not yesterday that this guy, what is his name, Mekene ran here and he was shouting about one port in Aba or whatever. How can somebody be now saying that a governor that came 100 days ago commissioning a port and was the one that built it? You know, all those victories that I don't know, they just wanted to paint that guy in Aba because he's the only LP governor, the way they painted Obi to Nigeria as if he's the saint, he's the best of the person that we can present. So, and that is the same way they want to now be, backing down and be giving Soludo all sort of name in order to paint the other guy good, which is not good as far as I'm concerned.
Not only Soludo, there is a space going on in Nigeria. As long as you don't say what they are saying, you don't believe what they believe in, and you are not in line with what they are aligning with, you will get vilified, cancelled, abused, insulted. Your name will be littered all over the internet.
If you, Madam Zita, if you see the way they descended on Prince the last time he went on Dr. Damages, if you say all sort of rubbish they were saying against that guy, you be wondering that has this guy done anything wrong? Just to enlighten them and to take them out of their cocoon.
When you have zero tolerance to contrary opinion, I'm just sitting down wondering the kind of leader you are. Zero tolerance to contrary opinion. The moment you say something different, it's like what will I call it? What do they call these war machines? It will explode in them. They lose control. That's not how to get some people to your side. I don't know.
Manalita, to me, it's becoming like a disease, like a psychiatric disease in Nigeria. Believe me, and it's spreading like wildfire.
Yeah. Simba, I don't know how it's doing the place you are.
Madam Speaker, hold on. Simba, can you go out and come back? Your audio is very static. Yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, go on, Madam Speaker.
I don't know whether they can woo people like you to their side. But me, for one, you cannot insult me to believe in what you're believing. Because what I see, I see. There is no easy way to convince somebody rather than showing the person. I am not seeing, and upon that you are forcing me, insulting me to be on your side. It's not gonna happen, but that's me. I don't know about anybody. Since Soludo came into the limelight, he has not disappointed me. As the CBN governor, he has not disappointed me. So far, as the governor of Anambra State, he has not disappointed me in any way. He met Anambra the way they usually meet Anambra. And he's doing his best, but it's funny for somebody to come and say
What do you mean? What do you mean by
Soludo
how
has
they
not
usually?
commissioned anything for 2 years. These are the kind of things we hear.
Madam Speaker, how do you mean that how everybody met Anambra? There's something there. What do you mean by that?
Everybody always met Anambra bad now. And we make it very good. And when they leave, another person will come and tell you that he met Anambra very bad too. And make it very good. And here we go. And another person will come and still tell me he met Anambra bad. And still, these people that are meeting Anambra bad and making it good and leaving Anambra, and another person is coming to meet Anambra bad again, still claim they met Anambra very good and they met Anambra very bad and then left Anambra very good. So that's how they always meet Anambra very bad and they get it very good. By the time he finish, when you say somebody is a perfect governor, did everything right, then what should Soludo? Why would you say Soludo is not doing anything if everything is done? Because I know some states here, their governor is not even doing much because why? Everything has been done. So if you say somebody did this, say somebody give free education, Soludo come again is giving free education. I mean, the free education, is it break and quench? I don't get it, but it is what it is. I believe in the guy. Let's watch him. By the time he finishes his 4 years, we will count to the record for him. I'm happy all eyes
Oh,
are
Madam
on him.
Speaker, can you say everything they are doing to Soludo now is from the beef and the letter Soludo wrote about Peter Obi?
Thomas,
Yes,
that
madam.
that thing that you guys are always bringing up in this platform, to me, is a closed chapter. That's why whenever it comes up, I will say move on, because it's a go round and round and round. It doesn't have an ending. As long as I am concerned, that case, that chapter, I'm out of it. We have done election, everybody has done everything, and everything has done everything, and at the end of the day, somebody is in Aso Rock. So can we just leave it at that point? Instead of coming here, these people will never take anything from you. If you, as long as you are saying something different, it's not gonna happen. So why would we continue going on and on and on? I don't even like the fact that every day we come to one man platform, we'll be discussing a case, a very important situation. We're supposed to be talking about our country and how to get our country working. For those who said it's jagara jagara and it's gagara gagara, we should be talking about how to make it not to jagara jagara. And all of a sudden, we swing to this discussion that is ridiculous. What are we actually discussing? Blah, 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 blah. You cannot be convincing me at what I'm looking at. But it is what it is. So why would we be going on and on and on? If I will say, you guys should stop throwing argument towards that direction. We should
But
let it be. Because you
news,
give them,
news always come. Yeah,
you give
news
them.
always come about that. So we have to talk about it, isn't it?
Can I interject 1 minute?
Go
Yes,
ahead.
Ajale Koko, yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Baba.
I think we are running democracy in Nigeria, and that democracy gives us the right to freedom of speech. That is number one. Meaning that every citizen can say whatever they like, they can freely express themselves as long as
Even
they
though
don't.
it is rubbish sometimes. Ajale Koko.
Let me land.
Even if it is counterproductive.
Can you let me? Yeah. So people, whatever they like, as they don't violate the law of the land. So Nigeria during the time of Obasanjo, that somebody sang a song, Nigeria Jaga Jaga, Obasanjo went after him. As that Nigeria got better than when it was during that Obasanjo time, I think not got worse. So Nigeria is a country that different people, I mean, it represents different things to different people. And as long as we are all Nigerian citizens, we can describe it the way that
Are you sure we are all Nigerian citizens?
hold on.
That's a good question. That's a good question right there. That's a good question. Ajale Koko,
Okay.
are we on Nigerian citizens?
In your passport, did they write citizen on your own passport different from my passport? Is it not Nigerian passport that we carry?
But our level of patriotism will really describe us who we
Nonsense.
are.
That is nonsense. Nobody can say is more patriotic than others in that country. We all
I
were.
am more, I am more patriotic. I am more patriotic than you.
You can describe yours. You can speak patriotic Nigeria. Someone.
Ajale Koko, I am more patriotic than you.
Okay, fine. Thank you. And so, so I am not going to. I'm not going to contest with anybody when it comes to patriotism. You can claim that, oh, your patriotism comes from heaven for Nigeria. You can describe yourself as you like. So that is freedom of speech that we are talking about. So Nigeria represent different things to different people. What it represents to me is different from what it represents to you. And so what is represent to you, if you are describing it the way you like, that is good. Don't describe other people that they are not patriotic, they are not Nigerian, you are more Nigerian than them. I think that is just it's just fallacy when people are saying that. How do we unite each other? How do we see ourselves as same Nigerian people? Can you drive anybody out of Nigeria? For you to occupy Nigeria alone, nobody can drive any other person out of that country. The country belongs to us, and we can describe it the way we like.
Baba Koko, I
Let,
Can I come
remember.
in now?
Let me
Allow
say,
him
let
to
me say
land.
this.
Allow him to
No.
land. He
let me
targeted me.
Okay,
I'm going
okay.
to respond to him.
Let him
let me
land.
land.
Yeah, Madam, say hi, and everybody there. You tackle. We are tackling Ajale Koko tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some people yesterday described Nigeria as the worst country on earth. Today, they are describing Nigeria as the best country in the world. And we have
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Sorry, Ajanle Koko, can you hear me? Ajanle Koko, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes. Can you let people land? Thomas. So Thomas, that's down to you. So can you the interjections are fine, but can you let people actually make a point? I think we've discussed this before. So let
Not
people
one
land.
man. Ajale Koko is not landing anything. We know where
No,
he's going
let
to
him
land.
land so that people can hear.
Yeah, Ajale Koko. One
Look,
can land you.
look, one man. If people that sees themselves more Nigerian than others want to talk alone, we can let them talk. But the point I'm making here is that it is totally it doesn't make sense for some people to say they are more Nigerian than the other. But when you are saying you are more patriotic than others, you are telling others that you are more Nigerian than, and it doesn't make sense. That is my point. And I'm saying some people yesterday were describing Nigeria as the worst country on earth. They are describing Nigeria as, oh yes, very hopeful country. Why we have some people this day that are very angry with that country, they are angry because of the situation they are going through, and they are describing it as a country that is not good. It doesn't mean that tomorrow, when things start working out for them, tomorrow they can't champion Nigeria. So people, we have to be patient with each other, and we have to be very mindful the way we describe each other, the way we want to rubbish each other on this platform. That is my own advice to people. Don't describe people as unpatriotic. Don't, because of the way they talk today, describing yourself as more patriotic than them. I think it is wrong. Let them say whatever they like. It doesn't mean that because they say it today, they cannot change tomorrow to say better things about that country. That is what I'm saying. And I will leave it there.
Thomas.
Can I interject now?
No, he interjected me. Let me
Madam
respond.
here. You respond.
First of all, I am sure that Baba Jali Koko lives in the United States. And they claim to have freedom of speech. And in that same country, I said something, I got into trouble. After I was promised that I am free to say it. And what did they give me in response? Freedom of speech doesn't mean you should say anything you want to say. Otherwise, there'll be fight everywhere. I think I've answered that freedom of speech. Indirectly, what I am saying is that most times they say freedom of speech, but there will be, I don't really think you have the freedom after the speech. That is one. Secondly, I will never call myself a patriotic Nigerian. I don't even use that word. And I wouldn't want anybody to use that word for me. I am not against anybody criticizing anybody that did something wrong in Nigeria. But what I am against, and I will continue saying it, is somebody criticizing my country. My country is different from the individual that did that thing. And I made a sentence this morning. I said, when you see somebody did something wrong in Nigeria, you know the person by his name or by her name. Instead of you to say, Okoro, Adewale, that thing Adewale did is very wrong. No, he didn't get it. He's stupid. He's an idiot. He's Jagra Jagra is stupid. You say, you can't blame him. It's not his fault. It's Nigeria. That's when somebody like Zita come in. Because I will proudly tell you, I am Nigerian. And I did not do that thing. So no matter how you see your country, Nigeria, remember you are not the only Nigerian. So if you say Nigeria is stupid, you are actually saying Zita is stupid. And I know I'm not stupid. So, but if you think there is a Nigerian in Nigeria that did something stupid, call that person by his or her name and say he's stupid. I've been saying this for several times. I think some people are not understanding me. They are not understanding me. Because sometimes when you talk, some people will want to believe what they want to believe. I didn't say you should not criticize anybody. I didn't say nobody should say things when they are bad. You come out and say, look, Akpabio, this thing Akpabio did is very wrong. Look at the problem he's causing. The other day I was having an argument with Kulata. I told him, no, that the floating is wrong. I am still the same person who said I'm a Nigerian. But I called Tinubu by his name. And they say, announcing floating and you are doing another thing is hurting the country. I'm a Nigerian. And we call that person by his name. And I always say this, call them by their name, not by their tribe or by their nation. That's where I start. And I will. Nobody will tell me how dare you because I've already dared them. Don't say Nigeria is useless. If you know that person who is useless, please call his name now. What is wrong in calling his name and calling him stupid and calling him useless? What is wrong in calling his name and destroying his career? What is wrong in that? Why must you say Nigeria, which I am part of, and I did not do that thing? That's where I have challenges with these people. The other day, somebody lied. They came out on one-man platform. Somebody lied, kuro lie, and was called out for his lie. I heard some people say, don't blame him. I wouldn't blame him. It's not his fault. What? And they were even finding it difficult to mention his name. And they're saying it's Nigeria. It's the administration. Did I lie? I did not lie. So why say Nigeria, which I am part of? That's my argument. Criticize whatever you see in our country that is wrong. Me too, I do. I criticize it. But saying Igbo man, Yoruba man, Nigeria, for what now? Don't you know the person that did that thing wrong? Call the person by their name. Destroy their career. Make sure, like this one that is carrying goatee. I don't even know who gave him that job. What is in Arabo Shola, whatever you people call him. Walking about like a confused man. In his time, prison was boggled. In his time, passport. Now they're calling people that apply for passport, like somebody in Suriname, they're calling him. You apply for passport 2 years ago. So why would I say that the Nigerian Homeland Security is not working instead of me to call the Arabo Choro by his name? That is my argument. Do not destroy our institutions. Do not destroy our country. That is my argument. And if you think I am daring you, I am saying that I'm more patriotic than you are, I respect your opinion. That's fine. But I have said what I have said. Call them by their name. Because the more we call them by their name, the more we destroy their character, the more we put them to shame, the next person will not behave that way. Instead of calling our country, is the country the problem? Nigeria is a country, not a man. So why call Nigeria? Ababi is in the Senate, he do something, you say, Senate! What is going on? Our job, is it to get the things working, to bring down those people that is destroying our country, or our job, is it to destroy our country? That's the question I'm asking. Because you cannot say Nigerians are thieves and I will keep quiet. I will not keep quiet because I'm not a thief. If you know who stole, call his name. Destroy him. You cannot say Nigerians are criminals because I'm not a criminal. If you know the person who is a criminal, call his name. If you say our politicians are not are corrupt, but you want one to be president, why don't you call the names of those who are corrupt? That is my argument. And I'm sure people are not getting it. Even if I say it 1 million times, they will not still get it. Because they believe down deep in their mind that I am trying to show them that I'm more patriotic than they are. And no, I wouldn't watch you call me a thief when I'm not one. I wouldn't watch you call me a Yahoo girl when I'm not. And I wouldn't watch you call me corrupt. Because these same Nigerians, some of the biggest countries in the world have picked Nigerians and they gave them sensitive job to do. It was still that Nigerians that they call criminals. Some of us have been handed very extreme sensitive job to do. So why would I watch you call me a criminal when somebody is trusting something in my hands? And you are telling me that I feel patriotic is wrong. No. At that time you think Nigeria is going down. That person that is making it go down, that making you feel that way, call the person by his or her name and let's destroy the person. Not my country. But if you think I am saying it, that I feel I am more patriotic than you are, and that's fine. I run with it. Thank you, Thomas.
Miss Zita, who are you going to hold responsible for the way the country has been run down? Who?
Okay, let me
There's
start.
nobody you can. It's a collective effort.
It's not. It's not a collective effort.
It is a collective effort.
No, it is
all
not.
politicians.
I won't agree
The
with
politicians
that.
in that country.
Because if it is let me finish. You said it's a collective effort. If it is a collective effort,
Mm.
that means the people who are trying to chop some people's head for not allowing somebody to be the president of Nigeria, the person they are rooting for, they claim the person is not part of it. Right? Hmm? So
Yeah,
how is it a collective effort?
that is them. That is them. They are
Arabo
playing their
Shola
own
was
politics.
giving the homeland, what is it called? What is it? Immigrant? What's that his job self that has to do with passport? Is it immigration? Interior? What did he do? So how is it a collective effort that they gave him Minister of Interior? Passport could not be released. How is that collective? How
Okay.
is that collective?
Can
No,
I tell
let me
you why it's
finish. You said
collect?
it's collective effort. Let me finish.
Okay,
That
let me
a
describe
governor,
for you now.
wait, a governor will rule a state for 8 years. He is in charge of, he's at the top of the game. He's in charge of, he is the final say in every decision in that state. And he could not build a very good road for his state. And you come to one man platform and tell me it's a collective effort. How is it a collective effort? Well, fine. If it is a collective effort, I'm not gonna take my time, my precious time, to start looking at his conglomerates. I will call him by his name because he's the one that job was handed over to. And he will be the one I'm going to destroy. I won't waste my time looking for who collected it with him because I don't know them. And I don't care to know them because that job was handed over to him. So I don't see why, okay, if it's a collective effort that Hope Uzodimba is in Imo State, he's not doing anything. So I collect with him. Is that what you're telling me? So you will say Imo State people are useless because it's a collective effort. How did I come into what Hope Uzodimba is doing? That's what I'm talking about. Call them by their name, not by their nation. Call them by their name, not by their tribe. Call them by their name, not by our institutions. That's where I side. But if it's difficult for anybody to understand, that's very fine with me. But I have dared. Don't tell me, how dare you, because already I've dared. Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, let me respond for before someone else can join in this conversation. When we have people in charge of the country at different governmental positions that all fail to govern the country well, to make the country work and run the country down. They are working for the state. You cannot completely detach them from the state. The police is not working right. The army is not working right to give that security as expected. The immigration, you can't get anything done without bribing your way. Even in the presidency, the legislators that are voted for to represent the interests of Nigeria fail to do their oversight well. In the case of Emefiele does not give account of his stewardship by making available the annual report of the Central Bank for 8 years and nothing happened. when we have legislator that carries that oversight. And we see on the yearly budget trillions of naira allocated for several projects to run Nigerian well. But instead, we can't see Nigerian people doesn't feel the presence of governance, good governance in their life. Who failed us when everywhere, all sector of government failed to work? It is Nigeria that failed people. It is Nigeria because, yes, we have people, individual group of people running Nigerian state at different positions, and they all fail. So, if outsider want to describe situation in Nigeria, they're not going to mention name. They will say things doesn't work well in Nigeria. If they are giving report about
Okay,
situation in
Baba
Nigeria,
Danley Koko, let us also say something.
and let me land. I will yield for you people. Let me land. When American gave advisory to their citizens, they didn't mention names of any particular person in government. They said Nigeria is dangerous for people to travel, and they mentioned many states that they should not go. They mentioned states that are still, relatively safe, and that they should consult State Department if they even so that they can advise them better. So they were talking about Nigeria. They didn't mention name. So when people say Nigeria is failing, Nigeria does not work, or Nigeria is not good, it doesn't mean they don't love. It doesn't mean that they are not patriotic. Because a lot of you are describing that statement as a patriotic statement, but they're saying it in the way they say they seize it. So we cannot. Why are we want to agree with Zita that yes, sometimes we have to mention name, but at the same time, you cannot conclude in totality that people that mention the name, that mention the country name and not individual name, you can't totally conclude that they are wrong. They are not wrong as well. I agree with you that in some cases they can mention name that, oh, look at this, like a Mefele now. We are holding a Mefele responsible for the failure of our monetary policy in that country because we saw all that he did. And he's serving his punishment now. Yes, Emefiele failed us in the areas of monetary policy. But when we are talking about the whole country, the way country should run, and in the interest of the people, of the common people of that country, of the generality of the people, the country does not run like that. And when people describe it as not working well, as country that they describe it in any way they like, you can't say they are totally wrong. That is my submission. So
Okay, can I say something?
Okay,
If you don't
let
mind?
me respond a little bit. Thank you, Baba John Lekoko, and thank you, Zeta. What I can categorically say about what you guys have been talking about and what I've been talking about is this. Patriotism is very good for every citizen of a country. And bad imaging your country is not a good idea. You can criticize, you can do whatever you want. There's a freedom of speech, but it does not give you liberty to be bad imaging your country. Because when you demarket your country, you are not demarketing only yourself. You are demarketing Nigeria as a country and all Nigerians, wherever they stay, anywhere in the world. Whether you are in America, you have a second passport or third passport, at least you still have family ties or friends or whatever with people in Nigeria. Baba Janliko, you make a very good submission. But at the end of the day, you that live in America, have you ever seen an average American bad imaging their country? The answer is typically no.
No, no, you don't know anything about America. You
Hold on,
don't know
Baba.
anything.
Hold
You
on,
come
Baba.
and see.
Hold on.
Go. Let me recommend one.
Hold on.
Somebody at the highest level, Jeffrey Jack. Jeffrey Jack. Go and YouTube him and go and listen to what he says about American military and American state. The way Americans conduct
hold on, Baba Janliko.
their foreign services,
Let me
military, this thing in abroad, that is not good for the world.
Let me finish. What I'm trying to say here is that have you ever seen in America that we leave the shores of America and come down to Nigeria, Ghana, Benin Republic, Russia, or anywhere in the globe, and then talking rubbish about America? Why our people, they will leave the shores of Nigeria with the flimsy excuses, go to America to demarket the country? You want the best for your country, but you are also the same people trying to demarket the same country you want investment to come into. And if investment is not coming into, you blame the leader. What I see here is this. I see hatred from people that lost out, or maybe they don't like the face of their governor or the face of the president. So what is their mind is that I will run him down. I don't care what happened. Tell me where in the world they don't have their own problem. You have been abroad, I guess, it's over 3 decades already. Maybe I'm not abroad like you, but I've been abroad for over 2 decades also. And I've seen so many things in my life that I think when you talk about corruption, it's everywhere in the world. The level might be different from country to country. And I've seen patriotic people, the way they hold their country, no matter what happened, they still want to promote their country. And you can see the result. And when Zita was talking about collective, when you guys are talking about collective effort, I see this way. You are free to say whatever you want to say, but you cannot demarket your country in a very bad image. And at the same time, come around and blame the same leader because it's not the one you voted for, or it's not the one you really like. That is not how a country is run. You made mention of so many things that are not working. I totally disagree with you. From 1999 to date, we have had several constitutional amendments, and we have seen the result. Before, you can just rig it. I was in Nigeria in 1999, and I saw how the election was totally rigged. I was also in Nigeria. I was not in Nigeria in 2007 when I learned about how Yar'Adua was rigged into that presidential post. And he also himself admitted that the election was totally flawed. Compare those elections with this one we had this year. This one we had this year is the best from 1999 compared to all the rest we have that we have. That is my opinion. It's the best. It's the best one compared to the one from 1999 to 2015. Because this election have thrown in a lot of unknown leaders. This election have thrown in a lot of governors that want to from governor to senators. Votes are counted, but some people, because they lost out, because they did not see, they see it as a matter of life and death. If I don't win, then the country must burn down. And how does it burn down? I use my propaganda. I demarket the country. I say whatever I want. I don't care. But when they are doing this, as you are throwing 3 or 4 or 6 stones all over for Nigeria, 4 of that stone is coming back to you in several ways. When you go out there to visit the country, when they see you as a Nigeria, they step you aside. They don't care whether you're a rich man or a poor man, so far you are not carrying a diplomatic passport. Even with your diplomatic passport, they still scrutinize you more. So when you throw that stone,
I mean, if you don't mind, can I interject too or add
okay,
my own points?
okay. I just think you can just go ahead because I'm
Yeah.
about yeah.
I think in my humble opinion, I think everybody is almost right or right, but I think there's some information asymmetry. See, this is what I think Madam Zita is saying. If you generalize, you suffer the consequences. Like I said it before here, some of us that when we came here, just because the way people demarcated our FRSC, or whatever, Federal Road Safety Corp or whatever. You know, when we were bringing our licenses, because the way people ran everything down, they believed that every Nigerian was coming with fake driver's license. So they will return you to the elementary, to the basic. Just because how we use our own mouth to run ourselves down. It is true, when we talk of freedom of information, I agree. There's a difference between His Lordship Thomas is corrupt and Nigerian judiciary is corrupt. Two different things. When you say Nigerian judiciary is corrupt and you have an international businessman that want to come to Nigeria from the perspective of that particular person, if you make people believe that you are not going to get justice within the Nigeria judicial system, is a very huge statement, to be honest. Because assuming you have an uninformed investors, that's one of those things you'll be looking at. And as a matter of fact, the issue of backlog in the judiciary was one of those things that Oshiba cleared that time and gave way for smooth running of business. But just imagine that, okay, Oshibajo was unable to clear that for business to move smoothly. Now they will say, oh, they've said Nigeria judiciary system is corrupt. I understand. Because when you want to talk now, you talk of Soludo, you don't talk of, you talk of Trudeau, you don't talk of Canada. Oh, Trudeau is not managing properly. You will never call Canada shithole country. You will never call Canada zoo just because you are hungry. No. That's a totally different thing. You will never say, oh, Nigerians are corrupt. No. Because if I find myself somewhere and someone say Nigeria is corrupt, that's a red flag to me. Already you've set some kind of agitation, and you will surely get a response from me, especially if that person is a foreigner. You needed to see how I even responded for someone telling me that, do we speak English in Nigeria? Facially, you won't see that I was angry, but the type of response you will get from me, you will never try that rubbish with me. Someone tried it with me. I said, Nigeria, we are about 200 people, 200 million people. If just 1/3 of Nigerians speak English, it makes us more an English-speaking country than the entire Canada. Because I knew, or I guess I knew where it was going. So it was trying to profile me already. And I would never allow that. Okay, someone told me, a friend told me that, have you read the book of 419? You know, that thing you already set a signal to me. Already, I've switched to a defensive mode that I was going to give it to you fully. Because by telling me that Nigerians are 419, you have already painted me with the same brush. How will I accept that? Not going to happen. Trust me.
So Ola, so don't you see what Madam Hey has been talking earlier on that? Why don't you profile people, mention their name? Don't generalize.
So that's the problem
I,
here.
I agree with both Ajali Koko and Madam Zita. That's why I say it's all about information asymmetry. See, Ajali Koko is not saying, Ajali Koko is saying we can criticize.
But Ola, hold on. If I'm a thief now, is it not better to call me a thief than to say
The
all
whole
Nigerians
Nigeria.
are thieves?
That is, I get what we are saying. That is what Madam Zita was trying to correct. And when Ajali Koko was saying people should talk, freedom of speech, I knew exactly where it's coming from.
But
You understand?
does this freedom of
Wait,
speech allow you to
wait,
demarcate your country?
Remy. There was a difference between Nigeria Jaga Jaga or the leaders. Obasanjo is corrupt. To bring the, that's why I say
I'm
that.
not talking
When
about
we want,
leaders. I'm talking about
wait
those
now. When we want to talk of inflation or the here within the monetary system, we mention the name of the governor of a Bank of Canada. We don't say Bank of Canada is rubbish. No,
Yes.
we mention name. We call Trudeau, say Trudeau. This even sometimes we don't even call conservative Libra. We went for Trudeau name directly. We mention his name so that
But the
we know
problem,
this.
Ola, don't let us talk too much because there are so many people who also want to talk. But the problem here is that they are rubbishing all those institutions all over the world. Our
Wait
judiciary
now,
is
that's what we
our
are trying
INEC
to
is
correct.
trouble. Our judges are terrible. Our governors are worse. All sort of names.
That's exactly what we are trying to. That's why I say that I know that Ajani Goko is not necessarily against that. That's why I'm saying that this thing seems to be like information asymmetry. You understand?
Eyes on judiciary. Did you see the eyes?
Communication gap or whatever. So the thing is, we have this forum to educate ourselves to even know the implication. You understand? Like I told you that when you talk about Nigeria in my presence, already you sent me a signal. I've already switched into defensive mode, and I will fight you, not necessarily physical, but I fight you with word of mouth to finish.
Ola, I'm sorry, I will disagree with you a little bit because from the assertion Baba Jalikuk was putting forward is neither here or there. He is trying to say that sometimes you can see he talk about the judiciary is not has failed, the leaders have failed, the lawmakers are not doing their work, they are not doing their oversight. Well, he's generalizing it. So don't try to. At least I listened to both of them.
Because look at this from this place where they say our education system has failed. The same education system is what we still use to do our worst, to still do our foreign credentials, evaluation for foreign credentials, for us to get to this
So
country.
you can
right?
never know the value of the education you receive in Nigeria
Wait,
until when you get to abroad and then you realize that what you have learned in Nigeria really helped you a lot. Although they might not be good in the practical aspect of it, but in the theory, you learn a lot of things. If they say Nigeria education is not good, why you guys as engineers and doctors and you find yourself in this foreign land, you are able to...
Let me
Let me
even
just land my point. I've lost my point now. Let me just land my point so that you even know where I'm going to. There was a case of a Nigerian police that tried to claim asylum here. You understand? When they took the case to court, you know how they judge? The guy said, I never participated in all those things, that as a matter of fact that I was being persecuted. That was why I ran away. You know how the judge, they said, you belong to you are a member of this institution that is known for gross human rights abuse.
Wow.
They targeted the institution directly. That's why when Madam Zita talks, I said, I understand where she's coming from. And I agree with
you mean the Nigerian police officer that they sent back from Canada?
Exactly.
Yes.
So
the revoke is yes. They revoke the visa and they send it. They expel. A big brother man, she expel in here.
They deported him.
Deported. Yeah.
You understand? The same thing that when they were referring to our FRSCN, they believe that our FRSCN is so corrupt that every license is coming from Nigeria. It's as a matter of fact, a friend of mine went to court with the government of Abada. And the judge, they say, oh, when they mentioned that, where is the guy from Nigeria? Oh, Nigerians are known for many standards. When it's come to that. So, and who were saying all this thing? Nigerians here, just because of maybe where they were looking for favor, they talk to. Once they get their own. As a matter of fact, I said something that a lady that was working with me together in the same company when I arrived here in Nigeria, older than me, smart in our office, that's your bad Nigeria, that's your this thing. I called this lady one day. I said, look, you think these people really love you? What you are saying, you are eating yourself, you don't know. Because this guy, their own reason is different from you. I left that company after about 17 months. And I think after 5 months thereafter, they fired this lady. The person that will replace this lady already was in that office. They said they just told this lady that we no longer need this position again. Already they've talked to another person to replace her immediately. She was leaving that office. I was the first person the lady called that said, Ola, and you want me. Because when you demarket your country, you are demarketing yourself, you don't know. That's the implication. You are demarketing yourself.
Ola, sorry, can you hear
Nigeria is
me?
a zoo. That means you are not organizing Nigeria as a zoo. That means that you are from the jungle.
Ola, can you hear me?
You. Yeah, I can hear you. Nigeria is a
Sorry,
jungle.
let me just support what you are saying now. You know, last week Saturday, exactly a week now, Saudi celebrated 93 years. They call it National Day. I have some guys here that are working with me, Nigerian doctors. 3 of them, they carry Saudi flag. And they took picture and sent it to me. So I asked the guy, I said, why are you doing this? He said they are celebrating Saudi now because there's nothing to celebrate in Nigeria. Can you see how degraded we are? These are doctors that are trained in Nigeria. Nigeria gave them all the platform. They left Nigeria to come and make money in Saudi. Nigeria gave them free education, give them free residency training. They paid them during their residency. And after that, they didn't see anything good in Nigeria. They are carrying Saudi flag.
You call Nigeria a zoo. So definitely by inference, all of us here, we are animals.
So that's what we are saying exactly.
You call Nigeria a jungle. That means that we are not reasonable.
Yes.
So why would someone
the irony of it is that you call
Nigeria fraudsters instead of saying some people.
You call Nigeria a jungle, you call Nigeria a zoo, and still you want to be
call Nigeria a fraudster.
Nigeria
is a fraudulent country. It simply means that if you and I want to work in the financial sector, assuming that someone that is so sensitive, so once Nigerians are fraudsters, then why will I employ Nigerians? Why will I employ fraudsters in my financial organization? Is that terrible? So sometimes our the way we talk, we should just mind we are not saying you should not criticize leaders. Of course, I'm a sworn enemy of Buhari. I never spared that Buhari for one day. But I will not, at the same time, as I will be exonerating El-Rufai, I say, okay, just because of Buhari now, if I go after Nigeria, it simply means that I've already demarketed myself. And that's what I don't want to do. What we are doing here this evening is that we are trying to give our people orientation.
Yes.
The more you keep repeating this, the more you keep saying this, it's going to get to a stage that this promotion will break through and people will stop the marketing Nigeria. Based on that,
for example, look at the entertainment industry. Look at the music industry, the movie and the rest. Look at the way that a lot of people all over the world are staying glued to their computer or watching Nigerian movie or listening to Nigerian music. Recently, I put a wall of Lagos, on my phone, and somebody was asking me, where is this? And I asked him, guess. And to behold, he guessed it should be somewhere in Europe, or somewhere in South America or North America. I said, no, this is in Africa. And he said, no, he can never believe that. I said, it's Lagos. And I showed him more of Lagos. And like the other day, Lagos State launched their Blue Rail line, and I was telling the people it's the same replica of what we have in Shanghai. It's up to standard. And in Nigeria was also criticizing that. I don't understand this mentality about our people. What you have in your hand is 100% the same thing they have in foreign land. It's the same thing. Now, just I was having what do you call it? I was having we were given an assignment at school, and I was delivering a presentation about Dangote refinery. And behold, everybody was listening to me for about 20 minutes. And then the first thing my teacher asked me, who is a Briton? He asked me, are you sure this is Nigeria? I said, are you kidding me? This is Nigeria. This is the largest single train refinery in the world. And this one, I told him how many barrels of crude or of petrol that we are going to make in a day. And apart from that, all of that things that this refinery is going to be producing, like fertilizers and the rest. Do you know that this teacher went back and told the other teachers? So you can see, when we promote our country, we in Nigeria, we should promote our country. But if you think the best thing you can do in your life is to demarket your country, because your country, no country is perfect. If you have ever been to everywhere in the world, you will see,
my brother.
let me finish. Just give me one more minute, please. You will see the excesses of the rest of the world. In the so-called America, there's a video showing this platform, and you can see the people living in the street. Even in Europe, I've seen so many places that is so dirty that you think, what is going on? Is it not the same developed country? And if you have been to some countries in Asia, you will see they are even far, far beautiful and more organized than America and even here in Europe. So if you travel wide and then you open your eyes, you open your mind, you will discover that no country is perfect. A country will be built step by step. It takes some country 100 years. It takes some 30 years. Although in Nigeria, we might have our own imperfections.
Remy, most of the people that are doing that, they are doing that out of their bad belly. They don't know the implication of what they are doing. You know, understand? If you are demarketing yourself, your country in the presence of a foreign person, you are undoing yourself. You are not doing yourself any favor.
Because
They will be looking at you like in a derogatory way. Exactly. But people don't know that. I don't know what they want to gain.
They will mock you behind you, and they are the one that will sell you out to other people.
I will make an analogy now. In this environment now, once you mention Indians, everybody look at high tech. They look at technology, look at everything. Now, when some people mention Nigeria, like especially when those people are Trumpers or Trumpier, how do you call the follower this? Nigeria, the home of Yahoo, Nigeria, Yahoo, 419 country. You understand? And I keep saying this thing here, and people may think I'm joking. I think those people in the world of cybersecurity will know this. When we are talking of cybercrime, Nigeria will never even rank first 30.
Yes.
You understand? And we can't say because of some loud.
Are you sure? Are you sure we are not going to rank 30?
Baba, Nigeria will never land in the first 30.
Yes.
Really?
Nigeria will never be in the first 30.
I agree with you on this.
Now, Remy, just wait now. Just wait. Now, when Nigeria and Indians now stand now, for example, because of the perception that Indians are very superb with technology, they first of all look at those Indians favorably. Number one, they believe they are technologically sound. Secondly, they believe they are not as corrupt as Nigeria. You want one Nigerian there, but because of the perception. To the point that we have government agency that our source is IT. Me, when I was passing through security, I went through level 3 security clearance. So for me to go through level 3 security clearance, it simply means that service is so critical that you even want citizens there. And you, the same government, you are giving the same thing to a company in India. And these are the kind of area we should be playing. We should be playing in such markets. But because the perception about us is totally different. Even though you know this thing more than these people, even though that you know if they give this thing to Nigeria, a company in Nigeria, they're not going to compromise. Because we have evidences there. If that's the way Nigeria compromise everything, Nigerians compromise everything, then why will Microsoft be hiring Nigeria and be working remotely for Microsoft in the United States, even though we have local one there? Why will Amazon hire someone in Nigeria, even though we may have branch in Nigeria, but still will be working for American countries? But when you come to this environment, it's totally different. They don't have those information about what is happening in Nigeria. Where would they now get their information? Online. It's just like when some people are saying, oh, one thing don't go Oloro is now your president. Just because some people decided to go too silly without even, they are too political, without even trying to understand the implications of what they're saying. And we are talking of this here, look at our accent. If we speak like Oyibo, if our accent will not betray us, maybe we will believe that, okay, maybe we can pretend that, okay, we are Black American. But it's we carry strong Nigerian accent, and we are still demarketing ourselves. And some people will now be thinking that they don't know what is happening. Now, village people, they follow them. No, sometimes it's all about perception and information you spread around. Nobody said we should not criticize. I agree. But I think it is high time we stopped painting our institution with just brush like that.
So, well, maybe they are forgotten that even if they have America or whatever passport that they are carrying, they still know their roots.
They write
think that they have escaped.
If you see my passport, they write the country where I come from.
In their
On
passport,
passport,
they
you
write
know.
where you come from. What's the big deal? They will write it there.
So, okay, when you are passing through any airport today, in your passport, the immigration officer will know where you come from. They will know that you are a naturalized citizen. It's on the passport there. They know
they will start profiling you. They will start profiling you right from the airport.
Yes.
You understand? It's on your passport where you are from.
Another thing is that even if
that's when some immigration officer will be asking you, say, where's your Nigerian passport?
Even if you have that foreign passport, and if you do not have money, are you going to travel around the world? It's not going to be easy, because you are going to buy a ticket, that you are going to pay for hotel and the rest. But back to the topic, I just think that it's high time.
Remy, I said even your screeners even tell you where you come from.
Yes,
if you are carrying America or a British passport, you are a black, you carry British passport. So what is going on there? Your skin is even as stereotype you.
Yes. So what's the big deal? So
do you know there are many people? Do you know there are many people in this Australia? They don't want Australia passport. They just have permanent resident. That is like equivalent to Australia passport. It doesn't expire. They don't want the passport. They don't want it.
Yeah.
They don't want it.
The reason why some people don't also want it might also be because of that profiling you talk about. But once you have your permanent residency in your process in Nigeria, they already know you are in Nigeria, no big deal. But you carry a foreign passport and you are black and from predominantly white environment, there is tendency for them to profile you, especially if you go to some sensitive country. But what I'm just trying to say here is that you can criticize your country, fine, but don't demarket your country, because whatever you do will come back and bite you also. The same country, you want that country to be a better country, then what are you doing to help that country? For example, I like what Soludo is doing. Go to Lagos, see their model. Maybe we can copy that model in Anambra. At least there are some governors before him. What have they done to improve Anambra State?
Remy, do you know BRT in Lagos? Do you know how many states has copied BRT? Or your state did? Ogun State, I can't even mention how many states. Even in the southeast.
What I'm trying to say is this. My own perception about things is this. Even if you say Tinubu is a terrible leader, fine. But let's assume we have the person of Tinubu in each region of Nigeria, and each of these leaders just take one state to continue to develop like Lagos State. That means we are going to have 6 super states. That means people have choices. If I don't want to go to Lagos, I can stay in Anambra and still get the quality I want. My business will prosper. everything will be fine for me. If Kaduna can be like Lagos State, I don't need to go to Lagos. So you have an option of 6 states. And then the offshoot states that are nearer to that state should also develop. That is why sometimes me and I and Babati, we are always very angry with our governor in Ogun State. And I'm extremely bitter with our governor in your state. Because if a state like Lagos State is developing like that, what is a state like Oyo is doing? If you are not meeting up 100%, at least you're able to meet up at least 30% of what is going on in Lagos State. But when you leave Lagos,
do you know why those states are not really developing? We've discussed it here because when you have to look at your policy, especially what you have in those exclusive lists.
let me quickly finish. You will come in, please. Let me finish. I will not totally buy that idea that it exclusive or no exclusive lists. If
you didn't even let me land now, how do you know what I want to say?
That is why I want you to also let me land, because if you don't let me finish, then you harmonize everything together, and then you go ahead with your thought.
Let's let me land. Yeah, let's land.
What I'm trying to say is that all those offshore states very close to Lagos State, if they are also developing at 30% of the rate which Lagos is developing, it will keep a lot of people going to Lagos, because at least they can see that improvement in their state also, and they can see opportunity in their state. Not like, for example, we know that we still need what we call resource control, devolution of power, but it's not going to come in just 1 year or 2 years. It will be a gradual step. As a state governor, what are the mark are you living for that state? What are you doing to develop that state? So I see that, for example, when you talk about the Southwest state, remove Lagos. Which one do we have next? All the rest are just laid back, too docile, no visible improvement. So it's a sorry state sometimes. Like a state like Ogun State that have both natural resources and human resources, it's supposed to be at almost maybe 60% at par with Lagos State, because we have a lot of natural resources and we have a lot of human resources, and we have everything in that state for them to develop.
And Remy, they are even closer to Lagos State. They should start from that resources.
So what do we have there? Things are not working very well. Then come to your state too. Your state is almost the same thing like Lagos State and like Ogun State, even more better. Because in terms of agriculture, there are so many fertile lands in your state that even agricultural produce from the Oyo North area, they can feed that state and also export. And then we have a lot of human resources. I mean, people that are well learned in that state. Look at what they are doing. You can't just believe your
I think you can, if you don't mind, you can let me respond to you.
Okay, go ahead.
It depends on how you look at it. It took Lagos State government, you understand, aggressive response. It took them some kind of level of creativity. You know, they were the first, Lagos State government happened to be the first state government to start forcing the federal government into, okay, release the federal road. I will work on it myself, then I can collect my money from you later. And it started working. This Lagos State were the one that started this idea of blue line, red line. As a matter of fact, they were the one that started the power reform you see in Nigeria today, when Tinubu was trying to use Enron. But it came to him that, okay, he could just generate power, as he said to the federal government, that has not been effective. So that thing took a very long time. But fortunately, we started, the result came around early this year or maybe late last year, when they now said, okay, the state government can now do power and do commercialization. I want you to look at it from this angle. If they've allowed Lagos State to implement that Enron and to commercialize, probably Lagos will not be talking about the national grid collapse. Because they know that electricity in Lagos can generate revenue. Maybe we'll be talking of Lagos State now. You know, like I said, I used to say that my city, just a city, we have more revenue than the entire Lagos in a year. Because the entire Lagos in a year, you can't realize 5 billion, to the best of my knowledge. I could be wrong, but the city, one city of just 1.6 million people, we are making that with ease. We have airport that make revenue more than Murtala Mohammed Airport. You understand? That command more traffic than Murtala Mohammed Airport. Just 1.6 million city. Now, commercialization of power in Nigeria will have even stopped the like of Unilever, the like of Dunlop from jumping the ship and getting, sorry to say, maybe scammed by the tax holiday in Ghana. Because when you go to Ghana and to produce for how many people, sorry to say this, maybe less than 40 million people, you can't compare that size of that market to the market of 200 million people. Probably we will have protected our textile industry, those one in around the background, yeah, all those by industrial estates. So all those Ilopeju industrial estates, because the Lagos state government will have that incentives, and the investors we have incentives to come to Lagos and generate electricity and distribute. Because any investor, you want to make money, you want to control your investment. You don't want to give money to someone that will just sit down on your money, that forever, that maybe one powerful minister will be sitting on your money that will not pay you until you give it. You understand? So they were not coming. So that's one of those things. Now, when you now talk of this state we are talking about, you are now clearly know that all states cannot get Dangote. That's large scale. Every state cannot get a poor. That's large scale. So normally, the economy of the country depends on small and medium scale. A medium scale, they can't just run effectively if they don't have access to a well-developed power, because when you start running on generator, medium scale business, they don't have scale of economy to make good return from that, and their cost of production will go up. But the like of Dangote can generate their power. The like of Bua, the like of Wapo, they can generate their power. But will you be, yeah, I know that the like of Simba, they use solar, but then it will be cheaper for them if they pay like of Simba, we have access to cheaper or cheaper electricity. So that we will see. So naturally, whether all those Ogun State people, whether they do anything or not, if you allow state to generate electricity, that alone is investment. Investors will go to Ogun State to put power there, because industrial Agbara industrial estate is in Ogun State. Quote me if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, is the largest industrial estate in Nigeria today. If you've allowed Tinubu to use Aaron, you understand, because Aaron was at a critical period that time, Nigeria would have been like a gold mine for them, just to revive the company. If you have allowed that thing to go on in Lagos, probably most of our warehouses that are now occupied by religion activities today, maybe they will still be producing jobs for our people. So that's what we are saying. So it's not as if, yeah, it is easy. On one way, it is very easy to say, okay, the state governors are giving excuses. Of course, they have incentive to give excuse. But even though if they will not work, there are some way, because look at this thing, our telecom, other than the licenses you give to all those companies, are they depending on any state to run? Even though we are saying the environment is not conducive for business. Okay, why hasn't MTN packed? Why do we still have Etisalat in Nigeria? Why do we still have Globalcom in Nigeria? So how come some people want to create, how some people partner with the government to create a deep sea ports? How come some investors still wanted to create airport in Nigeria? That is telling you that some of these, the marketing and story of Nigeria is not conducive. You can still find your way around it when it is large scale. Then, for the average people, you need a good policy that will allow fair participation. So, as we speak today, I know what the state government, what Fayemi did on cassava in the state. I know what he did about a Kuderi farm. But what about the hairdressers? What about the barbers? What about the Pakiri bakers? What about those people that can be producing pellets? What about those people that are producing pure water? What about those people that want to be producing shoes? At this, so all those people will definitely need power. What even people don't even know that there are some kind of small scale textile. It's what I witnessed before, that you can even have a room, you have a machine that will be doing textile. You have a textile mill, if just using a single room. It's what I've experienced while working as a NEPA guy. That where you never expected textile, you see. Now there was this Baba when I finished my service. Then I wanted to employ me. It was around something Akinola would have called always there. I can't remember, or around that any Jones there. That man inside his plant there was manufacturing plastic. Inside he was using his breast cutter to manufacture plastic. So those small scale business and medium scale, they need the right policy. As it is today, of course, because I'm still surprised by the like of Dunlop and Dunlop was deceived, and Pack and people, the likes of Unilever, they were deceived, and they ran to Ghana because of a tax break. You know, so to me, I expect that issue of power that was resolved last year to early this year. We may think it was a joke, but I'm very optimistic. I'm really persuaded that in the next 10 years, we'll be analyzing what is going to happen to our small and medium scale in the next 10 years.
But Ola, I think the federal government has given all the state the right to generate their electricity now. So
That's exactly what
is
I'm
our
saying.
state governors? Yeah, what's our? That's what I'm saying. I know. What is our state governor doing? Has anybody make a move at all that you know about?
Where Baba?
They said Edo is doing well. Edo is doing well. Yeah.
Baba is too early. You understand? It's too early in the day because this
Are
new
you
government
sure
is
it's
just
too early?
It's too early. I will tell you why it is too early. You see, one thing is this: when Babangida deregulated telecommunication sector in 1992, it still took Obasanjo to still pass NCC Act again. I think between 2000 and 2001 for that to be fully implemented. You understand? When the same IBB deregulated broadcasting sector in 1992, someone should correct me if wrong. I think it was only in 1994 or 1995 that Repower started emerging. Because when I tell the story of entertainment in Nigeria today, you can't take Repower out of the equation, because what Kenny
and D1 and
yeah, those were the real people that started targeting our young artists. And see the escalation today. You understand? See the escalation today. You understand? Even the industry has outgrown them. That what they were doing that time that looked like creativity is just a child play to what the like of Brother Shaggy and the like of Ashake and Whiskey and Co. we do today. So that's the way it works. That power, because it was just last year, toward the tail end of maybe last year or this year, toward the tail end of Buhari. So people will start getting licensed, because that was part of the original plan. Because I listened to Professor Oshibajo presented the case of that power. It was unfortunate that Buhari decided to look away from that thing, because the promise of APC at the end of the 8 years, they ought to have given us at least minimum of 20,000 megawatts. Even though we have about 60,000 installed capacity in Nigeria, but the way Professor Oshibajo presented it that way, they were supposed to be supplying distributing electricity off the grid.
But Ola, even if you are distributing what we are generating, Nigeria won't be talking about 1 hour light in a day. We're not even distributing what we generate.
That is
So it's not
why
even about generation, it's about distribution.
that is
The tail
why
end of the
that is
consumer.
why that is why the bottleneck is, we can say the bottleneck has been removed already. Because look at this. Okay, General Thomas and Simba, you got license from the Lagos State government to build your gas turbine and supply Ikeja industrial area that supply all the grid. Okay, maybe Pastor Kumi somewhere got license to generate electricity and supply Ilupeju industrial estate. That's all the grid. So the thing is this, Obasanjo bought enough turbines. Obasanjo bought enough turbines for us to by now be generating close to 30,000 megawatts of electricity. But just because of some kind of bottleneck or those story, we have to build power lines. If you giving this into private individual, some will be using gas tanker to supply the gas turbine. Because you ask yourself question, how does Lagos State government fire its own turbine that supply our street lights, that supply street light in Lagos? So all these national grids and national grid, they can still do away with it now. First of all, supply that light off the grid. It's just like Oshibajo just made. In fact, you would think Oshibajo was an electric engineer the way he presented, because he presented it in such a way that even many electrical engineers could not even present that way, because it was very effective and brilliant idea. But when his boss got to that place, he had another. No, he did. The plan was actually there. There was this lady that was there's this lady that was part of those people managing that of Lagos, because the Lagos State already has a plan. Only will you find something you want to do in Nigeria today that Lagos State will not give you the plan. They have for power, they have for rail. You understand? If you allow Lagos State to run their airports, they have plan for airports, they have plan for seaports. But like I said, we talked about this day 3 days ago, assuming that FRSC, Federal Road Safety Commission, for example, now it's a big organization. You understand? But that organization can be unbundled in the sense that instead of going to FRSC office, do what they're doing in Canada. Get private people connected to that place that will be earning licensing. So it will be very easier when you allow private people. You know, many people drive in Nigeria today. You don't even know where they learn their driving. You know, they cannot. Some will just go and learn one corral. The next thing you start driving. Those things are things that we can use to generate revenue. Those things are what we can use to create jobs. Lagos State wanted to be issuing its own licenses. Then, you know, Lagos State forced auto reg on Nigeria that everybody's adopting now. Before Lagos State, maybe they something like someone will just want to sit on, but Lagos State find a loophole to start auto reg. I don't know who controls auto reg again. Now I don't know who controls auto reg.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that transportation, that licensing alone, number one, some people are supposed to be training the drivers. When you train, some people are supposed to be in charge of the road test. Then the registry should even be able to stay there and process your driver licenses by the state. Who knows? If you unbundle federal safety, maybe that will generate like 500,000 jobs alone. That means you are taking some people out of the street. You are providing food for some people by doing that. How do I know this? What did he do in the land registry? Is it not effective today? Ogun State government, they copy that. Is it not effective today? At least to the point that we can say, okay, this is far better than how it used to be before. To me, it is all about bureaucracy. if you get your bureaucracy right.
But Ola, is anybody mad on Soludo that he went to understudy Lagos State?
Well, I can't see anybody that goes mad with him. I know that the only thing that was bringing argument because it is normal when you love a politician, you don't want anybody to downplay your politician. You want everybody to respect your choice. Yes, that I get. Because to me now, if you mention Obasanjo from now to tomorrow, as long as I stay here, not lie, I won't allow you to go free. If you try to shut me off, we go turn into a jagboro. Just to tell you, say no, don't misrepresent. I know that Obasanjo has not done what he's supposed to do, was supposed to do totally, but you cannot just write off what he did because his policy, what he achieved, really helped my career too. Because
Do you know something I can't forget about Obasanjo? Just one thing.
Oh,
That
a
Paris
lot for
Club
me.
debt. That Paris
For me,
Club debt. Oh my God.
a lot for me
I'll never
because my
forget
pain
that.
there, because I moved into the IT in 2003. So when I moved into the IT, I was dealing with payment system, and payment system escalated after the Soludo did this banking reform because the Nigerian banks grew very big and they started investing so much in the IT infrastructure. You know, just imagine like a bank like Equity Bank, then that was a small bank. Maybe they were using their Equinox then, you know. Just look at after some kind of merger, when Intercontinental Bank just absorbed Global Bank, Equity Bank, look at the kind of investments that came into that just as a result of that banking reform. You understand? You know, banks started buying banking notes like a Flexcube, Finacle. They started buying some payment solution like when you approach what's the name of this InterSwitch to get the FEP, you know, Postillion. People started approaching it Transact to even acquire their own switch too. So many ATM technicians they got job. So many people they were doing their structured cabling. So many people they became database administrator. So many people they became software developers. Computer village was popping, you know. So a lot of things. You know how many phone repairers that just surface from somewhere. So these are the little things that people just commonize and say, oh, it doesn't matter. It matters a lot. You understand? So power situation in Nigeria should have been that of telecom, but just because some people are sitting on it that no, you know, it even happen, it happens in the private sector too, where you have a department. Maybe they want to create a spin-off within your department. That's why that if organization creates a spin-off, they go and put you somewhere where they don't want you to report to your normal orga. They go and create your own company separately so that you be on your otherwise your orga will not let you, because the orga that you are taking that thing away from, he want to just do lord over so many things. He will not let go. That is exactly what is happening to power situation. You understand? If not because this, okay, look, like I mentioned of Ekiti, assuming that the issue of that affect the Ikunderi farm was a part of exclusive list, this guy won't be able to do what he did to Ikunderi farm. Assuming cassava revolution things was under the exclusive list, he won't be able to invite those people that you know there are multi-million dollars cassava investment in Ekiti State now. People don't know because they think they are not seeing the output now, but for sure we are going to see the output. So once we get our power situation right, I trust my fellow country people. Anywhere they see opportunity like this, suddenly they will just make the place. In fact, we will feel it, like we are feeling it in our Nollywood industry today. You will feel it. Nigerians will
I
get
think
there.
I think power is the key. Power is the key.
Exactly. for
So, like,
small power engineers.
sorry, Ola, to interject. You've spoken very well of Obasanjo, very well. But remember, during his tenure, they earmarked about $16 billion for power. So, are you trying to say they sabotage him, or most of the money was stolen by Atiku, or what went wrong? Because, like me, I always say that he is the luckiest Nigerian. He became the president when the pump price of crude oil was low and continued to increase. He was able to offset our debt, although I don't believe in that kind of economic, but at least he was able to put the telecommunication industry, although we license them, we get some money from them. But on the power sector, if he had got it right, without siphoning the money among themselves and distributing or allocating NEPA to his friends, the disco companies, that they are moribund now. Most of them are moribund. So because
Obasanjo did that.
I don't know whether it's him or maybe it's Yaradua or Jonathan, but I know that the discos, I don't know whether they are under him or under Jonathan, I'm not sure. But at least it was under Obasanjo that 16 billion was voted for power innovation.
My brother, and you believe that?
So how much was voted? You can let us know. Is it a lie?
I will tell you something today.
Mm-hmm.
The Nigerian power roadmap was worth $16 billion.
Mm-hmm.
However, the entire disbursement before Obasanjo left invested in that plan was not even up to $5 billion. Because, you know, one thing is for you to write a document that, okay, for you to get this thing done, this is the amount you are going to need, that we are going to allocate this amount for you to get to a particular level. But
so
when you start executing,
no, before you go on, do you have your facts? Can you, I know you cannot show us the document, and I cannot see the document that shows that you only spent 5 billion, but so far my memory can recollect, they accuse him of spending 16 billion, and he has not refuted that statement, or none of his ministers or whatever.
That's not true. Obasanjo has refuted it. Okonjo-Iweala has refuted it. Ekwe has refuted it. Soludo. See, the thing is this, you know, we have to separate politics in Nigeria from this. You know, politics, they can tell us, because even if I don't believe anybody at all, not Okonjo-Iweala, not Soludo, not Ekwe, you know, Madam Obi. So assuming I do not even believe Obasanjo at all, they did public hearing. We follow it. The thing is, people that want to use because the one thing about a public news sometimes is
I remember that.
You understand? People will know the truth, but they want you to keep hearing the negative aspect. This is just communication. They create information asymmetric. So that they want to confuse you just because they want to use it for political. Now, if you remember very well, even some of those power equipment that Obasanjo ordered, then some corrupt officials, they made sure that they allowed that thing to stay in the seaports, in our ports. That was the time that Obasanjo did a particular power policy then, that if you are buying equipment, if you are buying a generator in excess of 1,000 megawatts, you understand? You know, 500 kVA, okay, let's say 1,000 kVA, that's 1 megawatt, sorry, yeah. In excess of 1 megawatt, it's a duty free. You are not going to pay any duty. Just bring it in, no tax, nothing, zero, they go. Just to encourage investment in power that time. Initially, the first time, Bola Ige could not get it right, but the second time they were getting that thing right. They already, because they started making money, small money that time, because the first time it was terrible. They were not making money. That was why this man was increasing the pump price the way he liked, and he even promised Nigeria to relieve their pains by tearing down the toll gate then. So When this guy now got this thing right, he didn't get it right fully anyway, because the feasibility study they did that time too, they still got something around that. You will have to move some power turbine. You will have to move some turbine, but the infrastructure that will take in your bridges, that where you are supposed to pass, could not even hold that thing without creating some kind of structural defect. So you have to construct another alternative route just to pass through. So he was unable to achieve all those things before he left. So for the politicians that would like to run down the government, you just need a statement that you can see, and they throw it to you so that you will go and be defending it. And you know, negative information set faster than the positive one. Look at the refinery that they sold to Dangote and Otedola then. That Nigeria say, oh, they sold this thing to their family, all those things. Please tell me what has come from those refinery. But look at the situation whereby they sold second national operator license to compete with United. Where's United today? But we see that Glow has taken over. What United should be doing. Just imagine Nigeria still depending on United. You know, all this cement that you see, there are some, if I remember very well, there are some that used to be controlled by the government before that they sold to all these, they sold off. If not because of that, Nigeria will still not be producing cement today. If not in Africa, at least I know that Dangote cement today is the largest
I
producer of
remember
cement in
something
Sub-Saharan
now.
Africa.
I remember Odutola. Hola.
Thomas, you are breaking. You are breaking.
I just remember Odutola tires. I'm breaking. Can you hear me now?
Okay, you are okay now. Yeah, you are okay now.
Yeah, yes,
okay, now,
yeah.
Thomas,
I
please go ahead.
remember Odutola tires in Molifalafia. Oh my God. So many industries have closed down in that country.
Exide battery.
Remy, do you remember Odutola tires? Odutola tires in Molifalafia.
Exide battery. OK plastic. And so many
Yes,
organizations
plastic.
Nigeria Textile Mill.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So the thing is, I hope so, and I know it's because if Nigerians, let me tell you what, Nigerian investors are not going to be the one that will be responsible totally for our power situation now, because many investors will find that place lucrative. Because basically, government just saying you can generate your electricity, you can put your infrastructure in place, including the metric system. You are going to collect your money yourself. You are not sending to government that will sell your behalf. I will pay you. No, you will sell your energy yourself.
But
you connect your money and pay tax.
Ola, what can the government do to attract all these companies, even the local one and the international one, back? Because that's what we need. Yeah.
Thomas, what did happen to your system now? I mean, did you hear Thomas very well? Remy?
That I stopped, we started
See, Thomas. This is what I see there. Investors will come if you have.
We started importing tires from abroad. I remember Odutola tires very well in Molifalafia. They are producing tires.
You see, the 1999 constitutions, I think. I think the 1999 constitution created a lot of problem, and I think like so many lawyers want us now to discard the constitution entirely. It may not be like that, but I think gradually we are going to do some amendments that will liberalize our economy. So what I feel will happen is this: Like if we can get our power situation correct, all those small industry, because I know a family friend that his papa used to have so many factories in Ibadan. So many factory. We producing nails, we'll be producing plastic, we'll be producing a lot of things. Because that's what used to be the main thing those days. People use factory to boast, right? So, and some of those businesses will normally fall under small scale. I mean, because what am I saying? If we get the power situation right in Nigeria now, that I don't need to spend, let's say, if I don't need to spend, let's say, let's say 50 million to 100 million acquiring generator. If it's just for me to just go and buy one textile machine, let's say for like 15 or 20 million from China, and put in my room, I start doing small scale textile, you know. Before you know, many people that see you, because one thing about Nigeria is that if you see your mate that are doing this thing, you want to know this guy is making money. You want to quickly learn, and you are learning very fast. Before you know it, you set up your own and start competing. That's what I'm saying. There's power there. Instead of you say you want to set up big thing and you'll be looking for where to buy generator for 100 million. No, you don't need that now. You just need to go and buy your machine for like 10 million to 20 million. You put it and you start producing.
Ola, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, I think I'm driving. That is where I said, what can we do to attract all this business back, even the local one and the international one, because that is what we need. Because I remember Odutola tires, they stopped producing. We started importing from abroad, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See.
Yes, I think just to create an enabling environment. I don't know, because we need all this, because we don't even have jobs. We need all this company to employ people so that the economy will be in good in good life.
You see one thing now is this. See, like I said, if you get that power right, okay. There's a site that if you go to that site now, the site is they call tbnetfood.com. The guy that owns that, he has his own factory. His head office is on Opebi, but he has his factory in Shagamu, Papaland to Shagamu Road. So that's in Ogun State. That's an example of a medium scale business. But the problem that one is able to establish his own just because he has enough money to buy generator and run it. And I think relatively around where he has his factory, the power is still okay too. Just because of what's the name of this cement factory around Papalanto, Wapo Cement. So the escalation of whatever power they have there, you understand, got to the like of those people. So he was able to set up his factory there. Well, that's what situation of power will give us if we are able to get that power. When you get that power very well, the medium scale, like I said, the medium scale and small scale are those that we need now. You see the like of Unilever and all those big factories that ran away. If you get that power, they will come on their own, because why am I saying so? You stay in Ghana, you want to be manufacturing and be sending to Nigeria. Good. We tax you heavily. Anybody that want to eat ororo from Ghana, or you want to eat ororo from UK, just tax. Just the same way that the government managed to end the importation of cement, if I'm right. You understand? The same way they managed to end the importation of cement. But you have to get the basic thing right. If you get the basic things right, those companies themselves, they be running. That is a policy. You may decide today to say, okay, you want to give them tax holiday, but no, to me, I don't even want to run it that way, because so many industries you want to give tax break. Just get your power right. People will come among Nigerians, small scale. Medium scale. You know, I've been saying the same thing now for almost 10 minutes. Once they see that opportunity are there, the foreign investors will come. But for the big one, yes, for the big one, we can find a way to guarantee them, okay, you are bringing your dollars. Don't worry, we find a mechanism for you to be able to repatriate your dollars and you honor it. Don't dishonor your promise, don't default. They will come. You understand? They will come. Even though I know that we did a kind of default to some foreign airliners, we did to MTN and all those stuff, but yet, like the like of MTN, they're in the country already, they cannot just jump out. Not even, correct me if wrong, not even when you are even more profitable than your branch in South Africa. You understand? So, welcome, Midwest. Do you have anything to tell us?
Hola, good morning. I greet the whole house and everybody.
You are welcome, bro. We hear you. Midwest, waiting to do your MTA, waiting to do your phone.
I not they clear for that side.
No, we know we know even they hear you at all.
Okay, now be I go come later. Go be later.
Okay. So my brother Thomas, that's just the situation. No, I don't know if Remy has anything to say. But the only thing that Remy
later.
We don't hear you now. If you want to try.
Okay, you don't declare now.
Yeah, we don't declare now. Yeah.
Okay. What I want to say is this: that we have opportunity. There's a huge opportunity in that country in terms of both human and natural resources. It's just that the government don't want to do their homework. And that is why those investors are not coming. The greatest challenge for investors coming to Nigeria is the way we do business. And we need to advance them. We cannot just allow things to remain in that local form. All levels of business are local in Nigeria. And except few that naturally you cannot operate outside the box of digitalization, like the Glow, NTN, and the rest you normally refer to. Now, for a recharge card to be processed and get those number, digital is already involved. So to cheat them, to manipulate their business on their behalf is very difficult. But there are business that rely on government digital to function, and manufacturing fall into this category. But because the government don't care about business activities in the land, so investors cannot abandon. Remember, a Japanese that want to produce, he cannot just leave Japan, come and stay in Nigeria. Okay, let me use Europe as an example. I live in Sweden. There are German investors in Sweden. They don't even come to Sweden. They just send somebody. They come periodically. There are American investors in Sweden. There are Swedish investors in America, and they live in Sweden. But they come from Sweden, see their business because of the way the taxation and financial model is being operated. That means when I mean that, I mean business activities, how you report it to the government, because there's a website that is being given to every business that you can log in and you can see what your finance are doing wherever you are. Now, we are completely out of that box. So we have not practiced communism. We have been a capitalist country. That country at the time was so attractive to investors those days, when people were not too corrupt and the world was not so open like this. People were honest. So it was easy for these companies to operate until the government policies became so bad for them and they left. Now, when you are calling them, there are numerous new challenges. The people of these generations are not generation of the past. They want to make it fast. Any chance they can grab, they will grab it very big. They don't care. So we know that. So the government have to do their part. We cannot be doing this local and black market economy and call it capitalism. No, they need they need to accept the fact that this is not the way to do business. So they can work on it. Imagine retail as big as Nigeria economy. The government cannot even monthly business activity. Nobody report it to them. And they report partially. You see some accounting office, they help you to write this figure. My brother, they just help you to write, they process this paper, it's accepted. But when you go back to where people really do business, when they write this thing, it goes straight to the government database. Let's go for that cement you use as an example. Now, a cement company here in Europe, the total sale of their cement last year, last 2 years, last 3 years, tonnage, the government must be aware. And the people they sold it to, the government must know them. So that is why when they privatize something here, before you even calculate your profit, the government who privatize it to you already know your profit. If that sector is so important to the economy, knowing very well that if they don't come in, maybe that sector is having a problem. If they don't come there to come and rescue that very sector that they privatized, is going to affect other businesses in the country. You see them coming in again to come and rescue business they have already privatized because they know what is going on. So we need to move from this Alaba international market. We don't even know where they are bringing their goods and who are they selling it to and how are they selling it. Chinedu Nigeria Limited that has no number that link, digital number that link them to finance office, or Doughboy Nigeria Limited. You are just, even some of the limited company owners have died so many years ago and they don't even report anything. So we need to work. It is homework that we need. If we think we can be calling these people, they are already there. They study our country. They work for the opportunity. They know Israelis are there. Americans are there. They see this opportunity, but when they look at the challenges, sometimes they look at the risk as well. We're talking about money here. If you put it to the economy, you cannot get it. What happened? Who are you going to hold responsible? Nobody. So that is why few areas that they can grab, they can easily grab, like, the natural resources. A lot is going on about that one, so people can always come. There is no law on how a kind of a criteria they should fulfill to the Ministry of Environment. There's no criteria they should fulfill to the Ministry of Earth. So there is no to the Ministry of Labor. How you pay people, nobody cares. So they can come and do whatever they want. Then area like all these telephone and area related to that involve digital for them to operate. Maybe they have it outside Nigeria. They will definitely come because of the population. But to grow outside this box, the government must do their work. This is my own submission. They need to.
Well,
do the homework.
Can I tell you something on those digital that you just mentioned? You see?
Yeah.
I don't, or see, if you are talking of people monitoring their businesses with digital, yes, it's 100% possible in Nigeria today, because we have our telecommunication is at maturity stage. All you just need to do, because it's just like when you talk of banks, Ghanaian government is not the one putting in server and link services for Nigerian banks to monitor the investment in Ghana. So there are service providers that will give you some kind of a VPN connection, right? Virtual private network connection, where you can securely connect to your businesses. And we have some communication link. Even we have submarine communication cable that belongs to Nigeria telecommunication service providers. So we have all those infrastructure there, for sure. One thing I still want to talk about is this. When you look at the entire Nigerians, how many Nigerians are outside the country?
My brother, you don't come too much. Oh. We are becoming too much outside.
But now, since maybe patapata, maybe 2% of Nigerians, right? If we are 200 million. Okay, let's even say 3%. Let's even say 5% of us.
I
Because
can
I just want
say
to
no. Let's put it on regional basis.
no.
I
Let's say
can,
I just want to exaggerate it now. If we are
okay.
200 million, if we say 5%,
Yeah.
we say 5% of us, right? That's like
I
10
can
million
say we are close
Nigerians.
to 20% outside that country. It's becoming
We
too
are
much.
not up to 10. We are not up to 10 million outside Nigeria. I'm even saying 10 million. I'm just exaggerating. Let's just assume that I exaggerate it and put it in 10 million. The next question you now want to ask is how are the remaining 190 million people surviving? How come that the same Nigeria today, as bad as you say the situation is, how come we still have innocent motor? That's one of my pride.
See what
How
I'm
come we
saying.
still have that cement?
I didn't say that they are
No,
bad.
I'm just coming. Nigerian banks are there. There are telecommunication business
Ola,
industries are there.
okay, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Innocent motor. There's a profound challenge about all these vehicles we are talking about. We don't have technology of our own when it comes to those motor. But Innocent is in Nigeria. Dangote is in Nigeria. And because they are there, they have that local mechanism, networking to control their business. And by the way, how those people made their profit, the government cannot tell you. Because the government don't know their expenditure and they don't know their sales. Let me point this one to you how it really works. For example,
no, I just want to know what exactly do you mean that they don't know the expenditure and sales?
okay, this is how the government knows expenditure of a company. I want to just a few details. Take for example, Dangote Cement is manufacturing Dangote Cement brand, a well-registered company, and I can say Midwest Nigeria Limited, building material wholesale dealer. So that means as an wholesale, I would definitely have a link with that kind of business, that the manufacturing company. So they manufacture, they supply me. Now, if I go there to go and request for like 1,000 or let's say 1 million naira goods, in that 1 million naira goods, they what called value added tax. So whatever is the cost of 1 million, let me say is 10% is our value added tax. Dangote will request it for me, and I will
Midwest.
it now. I'm coming. Where the complication lies in Nigerian system of business.
No, your line broke. That's why I'm just calling you.
Okay, sorry. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now. Yeah.
Okay, then when I pay that value added tax, in addition to the cost to Dangote, because I'm a wholesale dealer, I will take these goods back to my place. Now, I will definitely file to the government again to return that 10% to me because I pay to the same Dangote. Now, whom am I requesting for? For the Minister of Finance and Taxation, because I pay that money to the government for just buying that place. Because I'm not the direct consumer, I'm still going to resell. So when I start selling again, I will start collecting that 10% again. But the one I pay through Dangote to Dangote, for example, the government have to return it to me. So in the process, my finance office or my accountant have to report it. I bought so quantity, quantity, time, date, because date go with accounting from Dangote. And Dangote must also report it to the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah.
All is total sale to me, to the government. Now, when you look at all these things as it is going, they say Dangote went and bought sand in Benin to make his own cement from a pit. The total quantity of sand he bought must be reported to the Ministry of Finance.
Okay.
You see where the accounting labs continue
It's very
to come
easy,
in.
Midwest. Oh my God.
Okay, wait now, I'm coming. As you are doing all these things, even the common man, now when at the end of the year, When Dangote or at the end of the month want to report all his expenditure, he will report what he bought with from company, company. I bought sand, I bought this chemical, I bought this. The government will see the total expenditure. Now, at the same time, I sold to this, I sold to this, I sold to this. All these things must be reported. And when you say you sold, you must identify the company you sold to as a manufacturer. So it is easy for the government to know when this company is struggling or when they are making abundant profit. Because when they make abundant profit, they come and collect more. And when they see them struggling, through their paperwork, they can easily support them. So, like, let me give an example. In our country, somebody that is manufacturing, where you buy your resources, like where they pack this sand, the government don't know how many tons they are taking from there. You see, the confusion is already coming in. If Dangote go and buy chemical today, the government, nobody report to government where he bought that chemical. And when Dangote is selling, Dangote cannot say, I said to Shunedu Limited or Baseki Limited. No. At the end, they just put the whole paper together. We are making so profit, and this is our money. Capitalism doesn't function outside this box. If you buy pure water here,
Midwest, you don't understand how it works. I will tell you something. If Dangote buys some chemical, let's say he imported it has to go through the customs. The custom, you have to file it before they can clear the goods. So once the custom paper is, those custom papers that they pay their duty or whatever on, the financial department of Dangote, the accountant and the rest, they have the paper in their hand. If they are doing their compiling their account, maybe monthly account or whatever they want to do, they have to factor into consideration. When you talk about VAT is passed from one person to another. What Dangote do on their VAT is that they use it to reduce the tax they will pay. That is what is there. And the VAT is passed from one person to another. As an wholesaler,
excuse me.
you don't need to, okay, let me finish, please. As an wholesaler, you don't need to pay VAT like that. VAT is already included in the price Dangote will sell to their wholesaler or to their retailer. So they don't need to bother them about those things. Okay? So, and then when wholesaler is selling directly to a final consumer or whatever, they don't even need to include VAT in they don't need to show it in the paper that they're including the VAT. Because you, as an ordinary man, when you go and buy a cement, you just buy it at the price or you negotiated price with the wholesaler or retailer.
Okay.
Wait.
I want to quickly put a question before you. Wait. You live in advanced. Wait. You see the confusion now. If you buy, wait. No, you confuse me here. I want to quickly ask you a question. If you buy Coca-Cola in Finland, do you see value added tax there? I just give Coca-Cola. Have you checked your receipt? Yeah, when you buy all this stuff.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When you buy a bottle of Coca-Cola and you get your receipt, sometimes VAT is included. You don't know.
Okay.
Sometimes VAT is not. VAT ordinary is included in the unit price. They don't need to be showing it on your receipt that every time this is the VAT you pay. But there's there are some products you buy in Europe here that they will put the VAT in Finland is about 24%, which is one of the highest in the world.
Our own is even higher than we pay 25 years, so I don't think it's higher than our own.
Okay.
Though it depends on item. It depends on item. There are VAT for 6%.
The only one that I see the VAT price that when you buy beef here, the VAT on beef is high because I think most of the food here are imported. What I'm just trying to say, there's no confusion anywhere. Dangote that deal with wholesaler, they deal with registered wholesaler, registered company as a wholesaler. They don't just deal with off the shelf wholesaler or something that does not have if you do not have a company, because I deal with Lafarge. If you don't have a company, you cannot be their wholesaler. You have to have a registered company. And you must file in your own account. They just don't deal with you just go to their shop and they say, okay, I want to be their wholesaler. You must register your own company. So they deal with people who have a registered company as a distributor, which you call wholesaler.
Okay, all out.
No, Midwest. Let me back me up in something. See, I don't know the system of accounting system they use in your country, whether GAAP, GAAP, or IFRS. You understand? Every country I think European favor one more than North American generally they favor the other one. You see, one thing is this: if accounting is as simple as just mention it, then people will not be going for bachelor degree, master degree, and PhD in accounting. It tells you that.
I don't understand you. How do I measure it?
Wait
That
now.
is so cheap. I don't
So
understand
the
how I
thing is this: no government actually knows how much any company make in totality. I will give an example. For example, wait now. Let me give an example now. As a person, as I'm speaking to you, my business is incorporated.
Yeah.
Now it is me versus government in the sense that whenever I'm doing my financial accounting at the end of the year or tax return, all those stuff, government want to tax my corporation and they want to tax my personal income. To me, I'm seeing the thing as double taxation.
Yeah.
But any opportunity I see within this Canada that a client will prefer to pay me off my account.
Okay, maybe we just commode that one. Yeah, maybe we commode that one. That one is possible.
Now,
I understand. Maybe we will not go there that one at all. Yeah.
It is company. It is company that report their businesses, and no any reasonable company we always want to pass through. You can't say because you are avoiding government, all of a sudden you start asking your staff to start collecting money by cash. Your business will crash because once you start doing like that, you will not even have something to audit to even see whether your staff are stealing from you. So it is in your own interest to make sure that you keep proper documentation.
Okay, Ola, let
me just the fact that you think whether Nigeria is the only place where accounting fraud used to happen, I just want to first of all dissuade you from that. There's a big East American company, I won't mention name, but those people that know the story, they will know as I'm speaking. For this company to increase their assets, they deal in olive oil. You know what this company do whenever they are expecting or external auditor to audit this thing, they will feed the reservoir up to at least half of the reservoir, and they will now feed the remaining half with olive oil. Sometimes they can fill the 3/4 with oil with water, and they will feed the remaining 1/4 with olive oil. So you know someone that is taking sample that just open it. Oh, you have olive oil. You have olive oil. You understand? They use that one to fraudulently increase the assets of their company. They started manipulating. How will government know that? If not because of the financial, it's only when they have problem with their financial controllers, the person in charge of their finance, that trying to talk. And so many finance guys, financial controller of organization, they are guilty of manipulation of company books. So it happens everywhere in the world.
Okay.
In fact, I can't happen more in the UK and in the United States than what you will see in Nigeria.
Yeah, Ola, companies can decide on their own for the interest of that company to lie in order to make more money to the company. A lot of people are involved for this to happen. It happens in everywhere. But let me not go to that. You say you're running a company. Thank God you run a business in Canada and you have registered a business. Now, have you registered business as well, like limited company in Nigeria?
I registered a business in 2007. In fact, I registered a business with my siblings, and I registered another one with other 2 colleagues that were working together.
Okay.
So the other one was the one that was we're dealing with IT assets. We're dealing with IT assets. Even though I was in a bank, but we're doing that one.
Look at where I want to go. I don't know the model of how they register business there in Canada. Take, for example, somebody want to do hairdressing here. I don't want to go to big company because the same model from that small company is what is governing everybody. the same law.
No,
Though there
no,
is wait,
hairdresser is a sole proprietorship.
wait.
You don't need to be incorporated.
I can you can put it as AB, which is limited. So it doesn't mean it depends on you that want to run it. You can still run it as AB, which is like limited company. You can do it as a sole proprietor. I just use simple company so that we can really, try to get my own point and I get your point. Now, in Nigeria setting, you want to do this. I want to register. Where will you go?
You go to Alausa.
Okay, when you go to Lancer, I don't know whether it's across the entire Nigeria, it's just like that.
Hey, I'm just talking of Lagos. You go to Alausa. I'm telling you now for you to know that I know.
But we are in the same country. But this is a national something. That you see Fort already. The same model you will use to register company in everywhere. The same country you will see because they are governed by the same law. However,
let me tell you how they do it in Canada. You see, like I have a portion of my business that is nationally incorporated. I registered directly as a national disabled. Despite that, I see out to what they call extra provincial registration. So, one funny thing, even the registration for the federal is far cheaper than the one I did in my province. It's still the same company. But I come to my province, they call extra provincial registration. Even more expensive. I could as well register in my province. Wait. I could as well register in my province, right? But the problem is this. I cannot use the registration in my province, which is Abada, to go and do business in Ontario. That's why I had to do the federal registration. The federal registration only cover about just about two or three provinces are the one that accept extra registration. Abata, you have to do extra provincial registration before you can do any business in Abata.
Okay, look at where I'm going. Why I use that simple business so that we can also learn from one another. Any method you use to register in the whole of Europe, maybe Finland may have some adjustment to their system. Norway may have some little, though they are not in European Union anyway. That is the Norway, but they are in EEC. The Swedish may have a little modification to German, but they are all heading towards the same direction. If you manage to succeed to open that shop, the day you have authorization, you will be linked direct. An account will be open for you in the Ministry of Finance. An account will be open direct in the Ministry of Taxation. Now,
it's like that.
Wait now. Too. Wait, no, it's not like that. I beg. I have done limited company there. Let us stop this out. Wait now. This is where the problem lies. We like to promote area we're supposed to point to our leaders that this area is holding us back. Okay, I will allow you to say your own. Please look at the way.
When you register, you have tax number. Tax number is
wait. I know everything is there. Look at the way this one function, please. The one I'm talking about. I have done business in my country. I have tax number there, but it's not the same the way I see myself when I do business here. They're how committed and how they use simple things to make sure you must meet up. You must follow the procedure. Everybody follows. Now, they will not link you again. Direct that because you have successfully registered a business to the Ministry of Labor. You are totally employed now. Except it can be sole proprietor. So sole proprietor, you have employed yourself. If it is limited, the company is now a business entity. That is what the difference lies. Then the company have to employ you. You are now working for the company as yet you are the owner. So this is how it works in Europe, where they say limited company. A limited company, you can run it like almost like sole proprietor, but yet it's still going to employ you. So now, these three things I've just mentioned, despite the requirement and that some of them we shift you to school to go to some certain schools and write some certain courses and all those kind of things before you can have this permit. Now, here come another thing again. When you start running this business, you are going to buy some items. You are going to make expenses monthly. And you're going to collect receipts. Now, hairdressing at your use. Hairdressing doesn't manufacture, it renders service. So it will fall into the category of rendering service, of dressing women hair. Now, as you are rendering your services to individuals,
you are mandated to give them your in Sweden here you will have cash machine, and that cash machine is also linked to the Ministry of Finance directly. So when somebody pay you, you issue a receipt to that person. At the end of the month, all this small scale, you can make all those things where we talk yours now. It's manageable, it's possible. So people will pay you cash, some people will pay you card. At the end of the month, since it's a small scale business, as you just said, it's not limited. Let's use a sole proprietor. At the end of 3 months, the 4th month of the year, you must take all your transaction, stroke 5 months, like first week or second week, all your expenditures, the receipt you use for buying tissue paper, the receipt you use to pay for water, you pay for electricity, or somebody you hire a company to come and clean it for you, or you clean it by yourself, all those chemical you purchase, your own finance, your accountant or whatever office you are using will go and report to the Ministry of Finance. That is how you want to run this business until the year end. When the year end again, that your accountant or whose office that is operating it for you, they will not gather that of the January to December before May and June and do the final bookkeeping. Then you will not know the total tax you have to give to the government, or maybe you have to collect back from the government. But our own case, you see business that are big. Some of them make huge amount of money. But how they arrive in this profit, the government don't have paper to prove it.
I agree that
we don't report to these institutions how we are doing the business.
I agree that with you. You know, that's one of those
that is a big factor that they have to deal with.
That's why KPMG, I think, if I remember the person they gave, that in 2020 they said, okay, when you incorporate, we start your tax number, they call it a TIN in Nigeria, tax identification number, will be part of your certificate of incorporation. That's what I was trying to tell you. So we see, you know, like I said, when I said I liked Tinubu for one thing, he was able to solve all those areas where we were missing revenue in Lagos. And I'm sure they are going to execute the same thing. Like what you are saying, it happens in Canada too, because once you register, they call it Canada Service. No, we have Canada Revenue Service, but there's another one too, Service Canada. You know, when you do things like this, because all those things are linked with your institution. Not that we have access to your bank account, but you can log into Canada Revenue, Canada Service through your bank account.
Yes, like me, I can just go to my computer, my telephone. Log in, I see my business there, everything. Whatever my accountant have done so far, I will see it there.
So Nigeria will work on that because those are the area we have revenue leakage for sure. They will do that. But you know how we landed there is this.
Wait, excuse me. Just look at the volume of transaction in Lagos alone.
But you are talking of taxation now, but we are even talking of investment.
No, see, this is where we're not talking about investment here. They are all investment, no matter how small or big it is. It's not every investment that we just start with pumping big money. Some of them come with little. It is even your bank that will even finance the idea.
Except you want to tell me that Nigerians are doing businesses that we don't need investment, that is because we are unable to monitor those business properly. That's why I believe Nigerians do not have business. But what we are even saying now is that how do we even have enough investment to take care of job situation, to take care of employment in the country? You know, that is exactly what we are trying to get.
But if we want to do that, we are still saying the same thing. We need a lot of homework. Like our institution, like Ministry of Finance, they should digitalize it to a point whereby even Baba must be linked to it.
But
let me round up. If that office, function like that.
You are still the one that have the floor. I just want to throw question at you. I'm just trying to question you. I'm not taking the what do we call it? You see how this session now. The thing is this: how does when the Ministry of Finance integrating business that already existing, how does that bring a new tomato paste industry that can
Okay,
employ, let's say,
I will
small scale that can employ 10 people?
wait.
And we
See
have
another.
multiple of that.
It's okay if you do this. You link all these things to Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Taxation, and Ministry of Finance. If you do these three things together as a requirement both for employment and business, that this will enable the government to attract people. I will give you an example. Somebody is running a tomato paste, or let's just use the government office themselves. Somebody is running a tomato paste and he want to come from Japan. They know this business. They saw opportunity in our country. The human capital is there. The people are intelligent. If you want to train them, you invest in them, you are not going to lose. Their brain function very sharp. So that is a very big opportunity. Then you have a robust market for it as well. But by the time you start employing people, the number of people you're going to employ as a private company, they are not registered to the Ministry of Labor. It's completely, the labor aspect is completely from ministries. You may get their contract on your own, but you don't register it with the government. Now, here also come other few people can hijack that opportunity. Instead of 1,000 workers working, they can tell you employ 2,000 workers. Can you count 2,000 easily, or they can tell you employ 3,000? And you try to figure it out. Where are they working? You cannot be there with them all the time.
No, you
Sometimes
don't get me Midwest. You don't get me Midwest. You are even talking of government side of revenue is the one you are talking about.
All of them go together, because if you put these three together, you link up business to them, you will know that Nigerians are employed. So many businesses are making big profit, and the people they employ, they are making those people to make profit. They don't care.
In Nigeria today, they still have, let's say, pure water industry. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Now, for example, if you have a building already, you can start a tomato paste industry with as little as $5,000, putting in USD, right? Now, the question is this: we are talking of when I establish that factory now, how government will be getting money from me. That's what I say. But what we are saying now is
no. Not only it's not money, Allah. No, not that one. That's not what I'm talking about. See how business grew. What I know here. There is a big company. I don't know whether it's in America. They call it IKEA. It's one of the largest furniture company here in Europe. It started here in Sweden. This company started with Joko. You know what that thing we call Joko that time? That share where they carry 4 leg for ground. That is how the owner started, and it's one of the largest furniture company today in the world. Now, the model how Sweden run their business, I want to tell you. Why do government monitor this? It's not because how you will pay. Even first year, 2 year, there are business that doesn't even pay tax for a long period of time. They want to see how you are growing genuinely, to see if it is money that is your problem. So when they are bringing money in, they will know they are going to make profit. Even when they are attracting, they are selling opportunity. They can say this business, opportunity is there. So when investors goes in, they will be sure of making their profit, and the government will be able to collect. At the beginning, it's not profit. It's for the ability for the government to see how this business is going. Is it really making profit, or it requires a long period of time to start making profit, but it's creating employment? Area where they are benefiting, they will be seeing it. There are companies that doesn't even pay tax as we speak today in this country where I live at the moment, but they employ a lot of people.
I got your point.
Yeah. So this is where I'm talking to. It's not how the government will get, because if the government know how it is going, this is when they will be seeing. You will see bank. If bank want to get information, to get accurate, at least 70% of information, because 70% will not make you to fail, or 80%.
I got your point, because like what you are saying now, that government should be able to know the number of companies within its locality, be able to know,
and know how they are performing and their performance.
Because I know some of us that do this kind of incorporation now. Even I didn't get, but I still know friends that got like 60K during that COVID. You know, they just expect you to pay about 40,000 of it back. So that means that government was already giving you like almost a 20K.
Because the government know when you were functioning, you know what you were doing,
And they have doctors, because a lot of people want to not be our people don't know how to steal. Self. They use until they rob man. When you hear these people, when they
Lagos state businesses are mostly the only thing is that they may not know how businesses are performing in Lagos anyway, but I think they have database of businesses in Lagos, to be honest.
Yeah, Lagos is
At least
trying. Lagos is
not
already a
100%.
model. I agree with you, because the way Lagos is going, because every country in the world, my brother, there's a region where they develop from. Jama develop from Munich. All those automobile, everything. Now they can't reach everywhere. But I pray for them to see. For them to see the opportunity of, let us really know how that limited, that shit they do limited that is running boutique. How is he really making this profit? That little man that is because I don't want to go to big corporate.
Before you start asking him every day, you should know whether he's even supposed to be paying tax or you are supposed to help him.
Or supposed to support him. And at the same time, whether that product, if he's importing it and we are manufacturing, this will give you, is it just because of taste people are buying this foreign, or our own something is not meeting up in standard? You can set up a place where they have to tear everything down. No country will not spy, and see how those people arrive in their final product. Many things have to be taking place, and I pray for them to see. This is what I'm talking about. Not that how the government will just collect. This will enable the government to know when to support. There are big companies that the government is supposed to take a lot from in that country, and they are very small in one place, making a lot. But because they are small, the government just go there and take peanut. Why you are trying to get something because the environment is big and they are struggling? I don't know whether you understand that, Mr. Ola. So because it's big, a lot of people are working there, so they must have give me. No, it doesn't. So these things they need to fix. If they're able to do this, my brother, and again, they have to make law. Let people read your law. Even in the internet, they can just Google and see how some laws operate. Not that when Mr. President, we have over Mr. President and confuse the president even when he have good intention. Accountant will come and talk. Lawyers will come and talk. Business economists will come and do their own. These are things they're supposed to deal with the ministries. If you fail, you are responsible. You that is permanent secretary, you are sentenced to 40 years imprisonment because they're supposed to know what is going on. Not like in our place, the president can just wake up and say, I close border. All those things need to stop. They need to, not like I will give preference to foreign. The way you treat your own, treat everybody. It's equal here. If a Japanese is doing what I'm doing here, he's going to follow the same law. It's simple. If a king child is running the same business I'm running, or the king is, it's a procedure. So they need to work on these things. These are the few areas I'm talking about. And once they are able to do it, they will have at least 80%, information about what is going on. And that 80%, my brother, whatever you do around 80% is hard for you to fail woefully. There's no exam you will write, get 80%, you don't pass. So this is how they see this thing. Not that they know everything 100%. When they're able to cross to that level, they will succeed. When it comes to policy making, supporting, sometimes they will invite you and they will tell you, like, this business you are doing now, how can you expand it that you've been able to employ some people? Do you have challenges? They have done it to me here. I don't know whether they are not even after what, because if I employ a person, I would pay more.
I got your point. Government helps you help private businesses. I know. I understand.
So that
was why I made example of that.
We learn from one another. I pray for Lagos government to look. That Ministry of Labor should start know who are working. You cannot be producing pure water. You are selling. You will still count yourself. I'm not employed. People are working for you. Sometimes you make a lot of profit. These people just remain slave to you for the whole of their life. You don't pay tax for them. You don't pay for their health care. You don't do anything. There are companies that are exploiting Nigerians. And when you bring foreign into it, they are not going to be injured. So whatever opportunity you give to them, if you give them a chance to exploit your people, they will do the same thing.
That's why we are saying that the federal government should answer from so many things.
Yes, it's true, my brother.
So you let the state to decide on those people that want to register within the territory, and if it's going to be national, then that is where you start looking at, okay, how do we integrate that? Okay, if A register in the state A, state B, state C, then how do we integrate it at the federal so that you can harmonize the taxation, the taxation? You understand? So
If
Those
the
instead of
computer is
federal
there,
government.
if the computer is there, you register in Lagos and you
No,
reside
no,
in
no,
Lagos.
no. It's not
It
even
will,
about computer. It's even about policy this time around. Like the central government, like they just want to grab everything. It's all about so the same way they want to grab oil and gas in Niger Delta. That's the way they want to grab
my
everything
brother,
and
see
just
you.
give the
If
money.
you look at everything they put in that list, I don't know whether exclusive list they call it or be inclusive. I don't know the kind of English they use there. None of them function for
Yeah,
the interest of that country. Point to anyone.
exactly. There are
It's
so
just
many
like they
things
use
like
the
that.
federal power to come and grab that thing and they misuse it in the name of federal and tie people hand. If they have a last state to be producing electricity, I will tell you, many states in Nigeria would have been enjoying constant electricity today, and it would be a challenge to the neighbor.
I know.
They took
I
it
know.
and they cannot provide. Okay, look at federal road, federal road, federal road, federal road. At the end, how can you come and be doing federal road in a place like Lagos, in Ondo, in Lagos? The Ondo government don't even know how much. You know, only paper you go just show I'm spending so money. How you spend that money in a state? It doesn't even know. The contractor you awarded it to, you will say no, he have no right to question the federal in his own state. Why won't there be problem? So if you look at this, these are a few things they have to do so that they can know those who are making the profit
If you know
and
what
those
I'm
who are
looking at
struggling.
there. I'm looking at MTN financial report. If you see what these people are making in Nigeria, they are making far in Nigeria more than South Africa.
It's true. And
Just on
if
the
you look at their
financial
service,
sector.
very poor.
It's a
Very poor
149
service.
page.
You know this Glow and the rest. Their service is very poor. Huh? Nigerians are talking very loudly to this because of the telephone. You talk low, they don't hear you. Sometimes the thing break anytime, and they keep on. And as it's breaking, it's collecting your money. The government don't want to tell them no, it's enough, enough is enough. And I saw a company here in Sweden that wanted to go and do it in Nigeria, but there was no space for them. And the woman was even telling me that it gets to a point that the kind of money those guys were demanding for, there's no way they can be able to move that kind of something from Sweden to that kind of place without accounting for it. I don't know that you understand. So these, I don't want
I
to
got your
mention
point, bro.
everything. So this would way we they do there, all these things we don't enter our blood. So the woman was trying to refer to it, and I told her that it's just a matter of time that the new government will definitely kill that monopoly they give to those people. Because many Nigerians are trying to come in, but it's just that they are blocking them. This telephone something, because everybody know that that one is easy for them to come in, and it's also easy for government to see what those ones are making, because if they really want to go after them, they know, because that one is good. It's easy for them. But I'm just talking generally. There are big firms that can come into the there are big firms that can come today into manufacturing. Some of them will even take them 20 years to start making profit, but the government will be the first to benefit through employment. So this kind of company who guarantee.
Honestly, all those big companies that we are even talking about, because we used to have some people, like I said, we used to have some people that used to have small scale battery manufacturing, even textile. Let's maybe even call them medium. Some nails, some were making books, some were making man, a lot of some were making shoes. Even apart from those, those that we used to hear for Bata, Magna, whatever. So where are those companies today? So those are the things that if we can fix the electricity situation, Nigerians, I trust them. Once they know that, oh, this guy is making huge money in shoe making. Once they understand, okay, what's even using this type of machine? The next thing you see about 200 people doing the same thing. Even those 200 doing the same thing, maybe already they have their own apprentices that be there with them. That so to me, you only just need to open Nigerian eyes to some things, and I trust my people. They learn very
I
fast.
know. For me, I see Tinubu
Sorry, I
willing
just
to
want to ask
see.
if Thomas is there. Thomas, are you there?
I think they have
Thomas
gone.
is not there.
Yeah, let me also go.
And I'm feeling sleepy. I know I'm just holding on for Thomas to come. That's just it.
Oga Thomas
Yeah.
come general that run away from Nigeria.
Kome is not even talking to us today.
Thomas is a runaway general. I know him. He's a runaway general of five star.
This is my face. I did here now. This is my face.
No, you are a runaway soldier for Nigeria with 5 star.
Thomas, I want go sleep.
Yeah, the enjoying at this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
bye bye, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Kumi. We have come to the end of the section again. We can't do without you guys at the comment section. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming again, and again. Yeah. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Thank you.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.